of the network sit in and deliberate on matters affecting the network. For those of us who are not members of this network, you will be free to engage in other activities that you might have planned for the afternoon. But if you want to be in as an observer, we will not block you. You can just sit in and observe. What is there is that we will not allow you to vote in case we are making any votes. From that, we will move to health break, and that will mark the end of day 2. So day 2 mainly has 2 main sessions. We have the discussions on the ACTSs, and then we move to the annual general meeting of the network. Now, as we are starting, I want to just recognize the members who are present, or the participants who are present from different countries. I start with our visitors from outside East Africa, Mozambique. Are we here? Yes, thank you very much and welcome to East Africa. We have our colleagues from Djibouti. Thank you very much and welcome to East Africa again. We have our colleagues from Argentina. We have, thank you very much and welcome to East Africa again. Then we have our colleagues from Senegal. Thank you very much. And we have also Malawi with us. Thank you very much and welcome to East Africa. We're always happy to have our colleagues joining us. Higher education sector really does not have boundaries. And therefore, the discussion on harmonization and cooperation that we have. Maybe just to recognize then the East Africans who are here, starting with South Sudan. South Sudan. Thank you very much. Somalia. Thank you very much. DRC. DRC.
Recording in progress.
Oh, DRC are not here. I believe they'll be joining us. Then we move to Burundi. Thank you very much. Then Rwanda. Thank you very much, and karibuni. Then we move to Uganda. Thank you very much, Ugandans. And then Tanzania. Thank you, we are happy to have you. Then lastly, the host country, Kenya. Thank you very much for joining us. I would suggest that maybe, though we have already sat and picked our seats, would have mingled with these teams. I like where Senegal is sitting. Yeah. That table where we have Argentina, Djibouti, Mozambique, we would have liked East Africans on that table. Why don't we mix? What's your feeling? Can we do it? Or is there something that you are discussing that we might need to? At your own time, we can mix up and continue networking because it's important that we build these networks. And now I take this opportunity to now introduce our panelists. The first panelist is Apio Okwiri, who is a program manager for OBRAIL. Apio plays a strategic role in Africa for Obrail Global in articulating projects and generating stakeholders' relationships. She also articulates the actions and initiatives that Obrail Global has in this region. She has experience in higher education, cooperation, and quality assurance. Apio is somebody who, to most of us, we really don't need a lot of introduction. We have interacted with her in many kind of forum, and we continue interacting with her because now the Obrail Global is one of us in East Africa. And therefore I want to invite Apio to make a presentation on ACA projects and importance for bio-regional dialogue, general presentations at ACA 3 initiative, representatives of ACA management team, that is Apio, who is going to now come into the stage. I will introduce the second panelist as he makes his presentation. So let us have our hands together to introduce Apio. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Paul Mwoke. As usual, it's always very interesting to have a chance and to be given a platform to talk to you. I know, as is mentioned, majority of you have seen me and have seen these colors associated with me, but I'm the project manager for Obrail Global, and Obrail Global is coordinating the ACA initiative. But before I delve into our presentation, we have online the representative for the European Commission, Claire Hamann. And Claire Hamann is a policy officer at the European Commission Directorate General for Education, Culture, Youth and Sports. She's responsible for the Unit on International Cooperation, basically beyond Europe and majorly on the Africa projects. She works mainly on the implementation of Erasmus Plus program in Sub-Saharan Africa and cooperation mechanisms in vocational education and training sector. She has vast experience in international cooperation and programs in education, youth, employment, and social inclusion. She's the one responsible for this project from the European Commission, and she will just give us a short remark so that at least you can associate the European Commission also with this. Claire, are you online?
Yes.
Okay, she's, yeah, just give 1 second. Yes. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yes?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yes, okay. Thanks a lot for this introduction. I thank you very much, all of you, to give me a few minutes just to tell you why is the European Commission interested in this work on the African credit transfer systems. First of all, you all know that a credit system, transfer system allows students to move easily between universities within Africa. It fosters mobility, enabling students to study in different countries, institutions, without losing progress in their degrees. The second advantage we see from a European perspective is that such a united credit system would help to integrate more the African higher education space, as we try to do on the European side, and that this creation of a shared academic identity supports also the African Union goals for an educational cooperation like the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. So also from a continent to continent relationship, it is important for us. You are all here quality assurance specialists, so you well know that establishing common standards for credits and qualification fosters trust among universities, enhance credibility of African institutions, and also contribute to the quality assurance of programs. There is also, of course, an economic benefit when students acquire the skills from diverse universities, they enrich their education and prepare themselves for employment across the continent. And also, finally, and perhaps more importantly, from a European perspective, a credit transfer system helps to align African organizations to global standards and promote participation in academic exchange programs. And Apio mentioned that we are financing the Erasmus Plus program, through which we try to support the mobility of students, but also staff between our two continents. And of course, having such a credit transfer will help us a lot in promoting movement in both directions between Africa and Europe. So that's why this AQUA project, which is a very broad project working on quality assurance, but also has a part on the creation of a credit transfer system in Africa. This meeting for us is very important because it's a way to consult you. A similar meeting was done with countries from the southern part of Africa a few weeks ago. There will be also another one with Western African countries, also the Francophone African countries. So our aim is really to get your ideas, your criticism, as well, your doubts and so on, to be able first to map the situation in Africa, and then thanks to this AQUA project, where we have several 4 years perspective now, which is a luxury, we would like also to test the system with some institutions in Africa. So please use this meeting today to listen to Apio, who will explain more details what we would like to support, and be very honest, be frank, so that we build something which makes sense, which is applicable, having an impact, because we know that the buy-in of institutions like yours and universities are crucial to the success of this. So wishing you a good meeting, and thanks again for giving me the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Claire, and we really appreciate you taking your time to join us. And I think people are on the ground that will be able to interact. So just to jump on to the presentation, the question is, how many people have heard of HACA in the group? Okay, so I'm preaching to the choir. That's fantastic. How many have never heard of HACA? Okay, yes. So at least he's one person, so we can get to know each other later on. I'll try and fill you in. But I'll just use this presentation just to give you a brief overview and try to lay it out why we are talking about the Africa Credit and Transfer System. My colleagues will jump into the, delve into the main presentation on ACTS, but just to lay it down. The HACA initiative is an harmonization, go to the next slide. Harmonization, just press, okay. Harmonization, quality assurance, and accreditation in African higher education. This was the base. It is now in phase 3. We began in 2015, and now 2015, 2018, the first phase was majorly focused on capacity building for quality assurance. Then we had phase 2 from 2019 to 2022, whereby we launched also the discussion on Africa Credit and Transfer Systems. Now, the main thing for the HACA initiative is just to build up capacities within Africa. Your quality assurance professionals. Yesterday when Professor Chacha was talking, you could see, you could outlay the importance of quality assurance professionals within the universities. He outlaid it out where you're involved. And the reality is, how do you maintain quality? There's several aspects of things that you have to consider, just not the checking out and trying to ensure that everything is followed, but there are other factors that play into that. So the HACA initiative interacts with also other stakeholders within the continent and outside the continent to try to ensure that we have capacity that is built within our institutions, within our quality assurance agencies, so that we can maintain the high standards of education. Professor Chesa mentioned that we need to die in our institutions, and for us to die in our institutions have to be lovely so that we can be able to die in it. So this is a project funded under the Africa European Union joint programs. So it is a bilateral initiative within the continental bodies to try and assist and work together, collaborate and facilitate the movement, and try to support the CESA. How many people have heard of CESA? 25. CESA, I have it on my slide, the last. How many people have heard of CESA? Now, that's very interesting. We were with COSAM in Addis Ababa a month ago, and CESA is a continental education strategy for Africa, and it falls into, it feeds into the Agenda 2063. How many have heard of Agenda 2063? You see? Very interesting. And this is a continental agenda. It has nothing to do with the European Commission. This is the African continental agenda, the Africa we want. And the education strategy fits into that. Now, HACA just falls into place whereby we are trying to enhance and capacitate the higher education professionals, specifically in quality assurance, but also in the outlining initiatives or activities or areas that align with it. So, next slide. Now, as Claire mentioned, it is funded under the Africa EU joint programs. And within Europe, it falls under the Global Gateway. The funding mechanisms come from the Global Gateway, and it's a flagship initiative of the Youth Mobility for Africa. So that is how the funding mechanism comes into play. So from the European side, this is an arm that then feeds the funding mechanism through the joint programs. So it is basically supposed to assist and help in the different aspects, not only on education, but specifically the youth mobility, and the ACA initiative focuses on higher education and mobility within the continent. So the HACA initiative, phase 3. So phase 3 currently provides the African countries trying to capacitate skilled workers within the continent so that we can be able to have mobility across the continent. And one of the areas to ensure that we have mobility across the continent is in quality assurance, and therefore we are able to enhance and capacitate our persons. Next slide. So just the specific objectives that I mentioned before, but majorly it's to enhance quality. That's one thing. Yesterday, Professor Idris was presenting on quality assurance and quality enhancement. That is one of the specific objectives of HACA 3. Capacitates quality assurance agencies. We have quality assurance agency professionals here. I know Professor Telemu is here. And we have COSAM and we have the IUCA. So trying to capacitate and trying to also work together with the quality assurance agencies so that we can have a continental understanding of quality within Africa. And also capacitate African higher education sectors to include policymakers. We have an area that is also looking at how do we use the data to enhance policy making that is specifically focused for the region, for regional integration. Next slide. So this slide, we like sharing it because just to show that HACA is just one of the actions that is working towards enhancing higher education mechanisms within the continent, specifically on quality assurance. Now, the African Union has what we call the PACAF. PACAF is Pan-African Quality Assurance Framework. Now, under the Pan-African Quality Assurance Frameworks, there are different actions that then feed into that. One is the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance. How many people know that we have African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance? Wonderful. I think I should continue coming for the YACAN conference. So we have the African Quality Assurance Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance, which was developed in HAQA Phase 1. In Phase 2, we also developed a user guidelines just to help institutions and quality assurance agencies to articulate and be able to use the tool. And then the African Quality Rating Mechanism for Institutional Evaluation. This is an African Union tool that is being used by institutions to continuously do self-assessment and try to see if we are moving towards the same goal. Then also capacity building. I will never stop saying you have to continuously capacitate our professionals because things are changing, everything is changing every day, and if we can't continuously train, then we are going to end up in a situation whereby it's difficult. Then the other actions taken over by different projects. UNESCO, you know, the Addis Convention. Abdullah Tessise is here. If you want any instructions or anything to do with the Addis Convention, Abdullah he will be able to give you more information. And then we also have the African Continental Qualification Frameworks. Several institutions and countries are participating in also that project. And how many people are involved in the African Continental Qualification Framework project? I know a majority, yes, we have. So that is also another project that then also fits in the PACAF actions. Then we have now the discussion we're going to have today on African Credit Co-accumulation and Transfer System. Then we have the Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Agency. That is also an action that feeds into the PACAF. And all these are feeding into the Continental Education Strategy and also feeding into the Agenda 2063 for the Africa we want. Next slide. So, in HAQA 3, just move on. In HAQA 3, we work with different stakeholders within the continent because the reality is things are happening. We are being educated. I'm a product of Kenyan education system. So things are happening on the ground, and there are institutions that are involved. There are professionals like yourselves that are involved, that are bringing up people within the continent in education, in quality assurance, and etc. So we work together with different organizations within the continent. In Africa, we have all the 4 regional organizations from East Africa. IUCA is strategic in everything that is happening in higher education, and the East African region has a higher education area. From West Africa, we have CAMES that then also articulates at what is happening within the West African Francophone region. From the Southern Africa, we have SARUA that is also articulating what is happening in higher education. So the reality is a HAQA initiative cannot work in isolation and cannot work on its own. It needs to work together with the stakeholders so that we can be able to work and try to sustain what is happening within the continent. So basically, HAQA 3 continues from what we started from HAQA 1, but just trying to enhance, and each and every time we learn and we try to enhance and trying to emphasize on what is needed. African continent has dynamics, has different things, but we are still the same, and we still have the same passion to try to enhance that have an African that has a good education system. And then, of course, the reality is we have different languages. Even in the East African region, we have from Burundi, French-speaking. We have from Rwanda, English, French-speaking. We have our colleagues from the DRC, French-speaking. But the reality is we speak the same language. Is only that how we articulated it is in a different sphere. So it's always important to try to ensure that we can be able to communicate with each other in the language that we understand best. So we try to insist in most of the events that bring together different stakeholders, we try to ensure that we understand which languages are specific. The other one is women. I'm a woman, as usual. So the reality is women form a percentage of the population, and it is very critical that we continuously trying to empower female leaders so that we can be able to have that. And of course, digitalization. So now, as quality assurance professionals, you know, you've encountered COVID brought us at high speed, but the fact is, even before that, in the East African region, we are doing distance learning, and at least that will enable us to try and pick up. Sustainability is critical, so that we can also try to see how we can be able to enhance that. So these are just basic principles that then applies throughout as we're doing our project, and we try to incorporate that. If you notice we are not fulfilling one, please let us know, because we can always continuously learn. Now, there are 5 working areas, and this is what I want to emphasize. The 5 working areas within ACA initiative: capacity building, internal quality assurance, external quality assurance. We will continuously do that. In September, end of this month, we are going to start, we do the East African training. Actually, it's next week. Oh my God. Yes, so next week we are doing capacity building training for East African professionals. And then we're also doing it for all the other regions. So we'll continuously do capacity building within the continent for internal and external quality assurance. Then the other area is when you're doing, we have Inter-University Council for East Africa, we have CAMES on the West Africa, we have RAFANAC in the Western Africa. But the reality is, at the continental level, what do we have? So there's a discussion that is going on on how can we have a Pan-African quality assurance agency. We had a session on the sidelines of the IUCA General Conference in Juba. We've already done one in West Africa. So the question is, how can we be able to do it at a continental level so that we can all move together or learn through each other? So that is another work area. The next working area is on African higher education data capacity. And I was happy yesterday it was being mentioned, even the representative from the PS mentioned it. As quality assurance professionals, you work with data. Yeah. So we cannot work, do capacity building on quality assurance and assume that we cannot tackle the area of data. So this was added as one of the aspects to try to see how do we have data and how can we be able to access that data. Does the data within the different regions of the continent and institutions, how can we be able to interpret and understand data from the different areas, and how can we use that to ensure and enhance policy making within our institutions and within the continent and the region. Then the next working area is the African credit transfer system, and that is the focus of today's morning session. And then the last area is, within all these areas, there is a policy aspect to it. How can we then bring together everything that we find, different things that we find within the working area? How can we articulate it for policy making for regional integration? How can we use higher education to make regional integration? Credit accumulation plays into that, high quality plays into that, because then that attracts people within different regions or institutions. But then how can we articulate that so that we can be able to bring it together? So those are the 3 focuses. I don't want to take long, but those are the 3 areas that we are working on. And these are the areas that therefore we employ and ask you, if you're interested, if your institution is interested, or if you're doing exercises, we'll always be able to reach out to you. And if you feel you have the chance and you're willing to, please join us and let's have a discussion and be able to do that. So for the credit transfer, we're having the HACA 3 project running till 2027. So we have a program on that. Pablo will mention further on that. Next slide. And then quality assurance accreditation, that's also another discussion. IUCA will be able to share any other further discussions that we're having on that, and then we can also contribute. Always feel good that if it is something is not working right, say it. If it is working, say it. And even if it is working good, we can always make it better. So we employ on you to also be able to reference on that. So we have a website for the PACA discussion up to this particular time. So you can always check on that and be able to get more information on all that. Pan-African Quality Assurance Agencies will be involved in reviews of quality assurance agencies, or in countries where there are no quality assurance agencies, trying to work together with the ministries or the bodies involved to try to come up with a quality assurance agency. So now, not to take too long, I will leave it there so that we can be able to focus on the quality credit transfer system. But this slide will be shared with you. Please feel if you have any questions concerning HAQA, please reach out to us. You can always start with Professor Mao and Kosam and the rest because they know more, but always feel free to reach out to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Apio in 2 factorial. 2 factorial. Let's go. 1, 2, not 3, not 4. Let's start. Hey. Who's messing it up? Okay, let's go. That is 2 square. 2 squared. Great. Now, we want to introduce now the second panelist. And this is Professor Meshach Obonyo. Professor introduces himself as an East African citizen. The professor is working with IUCA. He's a senior principal exchange, legages and partnership staff in the IUCA, coordinating student mobility programs, student mobility initiatives, which includes, but not limited to, scholarships in and out of the region. So this is one man that academicians we must know, we must link with him if we really want our students to move and also get scholarships. He also coordinates the World Bank funded project, Africa countries and exchange project supporting Malawi and Mozambique. So Professor is going to make a presentation on these initiatives that he coordinates. And this is the East African Community Student Mobility Scholarship Scheme, EAC SMS, and the East Africa Commission Staff Mobility Agenda for Regional Integration. Let us welcome Professor to make his presentation. Karibu sana, Prof.
Thank you. Good morning. I was told we say all protocols observed. I'm very happy to be here in front of you today. Especially, I'm happy to hear there's somebody from Malawi, Ulibwanji. There's somebody from the Republic of Mozambique, como esta? Obrigado. And those are countries we are working with, especially. And I was having a conversation with Prof. Mao. I told him, I think it would be good if we find a way of inviting the other countries that are associated with us to our activities. So I'm very glad to see they're here. We have had 24 centers or 29 centers of excellence in the region. It has to do with quality assurance, accreditation, postgraduate training, and all that. And then now we have plus an additional 6. So we were thinking that perhaps it is time that when you organize an activity, you invite them. They come as observers. So I'm also here to say that this is my very first time to attend an IACAN activity. And so there's work to do. There are others who you think they know about you, but they still don't know. So please reach out. Reach out and just keep, because this agenda is a little bit bigger than us. It is beyond East Africa, it is big, it is Africa-wide, and it is also worldwide. Thank you. I was given an assignment to talk about the Scholarship Mobility Scheme and Staff Mobility Agenda. I picked the title as presented there, and so I'm going to address these two issues, what we are doing as IUCEA. Thank you. Again, as I said, we usually start with all protocol observed, so I shall quote the protocol that gives us this standing. The mandate of IUCEA is derived from the IUCEA Protocol of 2002 and the Act of 2009. Article 5 of the protocol and Article 6 of the Act gives us the mandate to advise the partner states on all matters related to higher education. Mr. President told me try and do 15 minutes, so I'll try, I'll rush. This gives us the mandate. We are advisors to the 8 partner states. We also assist member higher education institutions identify and implement good management practices. It also means while we report to the partner states, we also are a member-based institution. Then we are to develop human resource capacity in all disciplines of higher education and promote equal opportunities for all students of East Africa, including those with special needs. So if I've said this in other places, and I've heard them saying, oh, you're with IUCEA, oh, you are that organization that gives scholarships. So that's true, we give scholarships. Those who know a little bit more about us, oh, you are that organization that has this initiative for staff, where staff move from one institution to another. And then usually it moves, okay, but how come when I apply I've never been taken? I'll tell you where the problem is. Then finally, Article 11 of the protocol requires mutual recognition of academic and professional qualification and promotion of cross-border education. I liked what Professor Chacha, our senior, said yesterday. That is to board one train and move to Dar es Salaam, and that train comes back. So we are trying to go back there. Once upon a time we were together, and we are trying to go back together. In this time slide, I just want to show that once upon a time, in 1963, we had one big university, what Prof said yesterday, the University of East Africa. This University of East Africa was the home of all 3 countries. And it later on gave birth. The mother gave birth to Makerere University, University of Nairobi, and Dar es Salaam University. In 1963, staff used to move from one institution to another. Students used to also move. You would go to Dar es Salaam to study law, right? And then you would come back to study different. You had the medicine and in different universities. But there was free movement from one institution to another. I picked this slide also to say something that at that particular period, students would go freely to the next institution, come back. The education system was the same. We were all on the same education system. Then later on, the partner states acquired uniqueness. Others went into 844. This is basic. Others 763, and others different. Now, fast forward to the community, of course, I don't want to use the word collapse. The community mutated, right? It mutated. We became 3. Then later on, we came back together. When we came back together, so many declarations were made. I picked this one here around the year 2010, the East African Common Market Protocol. If you do not, and I had Ms. Apio say so many of these words, please, I had this discussion about artificial intelligence. I have my own perspective, right? Reading these protocols, if you read them, they are so legal jargon. They are difficult documents. If you read Agenda 2063, it's a big document, and there are many of them. So for me, what I do, I upload those things on artificial intelligence, and I say, give me a summary. Simplify it. I tell it, simplify it. And then sometimes when I'm really tired, I turn on audio, I say, read it for me. And it reads for me. It tells me the common market protocol implies 3 things. Free movement. It just tells me, summary, free movement. Free movement of persons, both to live and to work, free movement of services, and free movement of labor. So if you haven't understood the common market protocol, just know free movement. Persons, to work, to live, and labor and services. So this declaration was made by the partner states. They said, we want the East African community to allow. I spoke about this somewhere, and there was a colleague, I was looking for him, he's not come. He said, in East Africa today, it is now possible for surgeons, medical professionals, to cross and work in any of the countries. They've said, together with their professional body, the East African medical something inspection body, they have now harmonized. And he says, if you go to Nairobi Hospital, you will find Burundian doctors. And you will find Tanzanian doctors. And so he said they have harmonized. Now that is the dream. That is the aspiration of the Common Market Protocol. But very closer to us, 2017, the East African is declared as a common higher education area. I will say what that is very soon. This common higher education area is characterized by one comparable, compatible, coherent, and harmonized system of education. Compatible. Say after me. No, start. Say after me. Start. It is characterized by yes, those big C's. Comparable, compatible. It summarizes what my colleague Prof. Mauer, Obriel, and all these agencies are trying to do. Comparable. That when you go to your highest level, if it is senior 6 in Uganda, if it is O-level, that these qualifications are comparable. This is the discussion, that we should be able to find points of entry. Now, very fast forward to what we do related to what I'm speaking about, that this brought about the need for student mobility, students to move from one place to another. Are we seeing we are going back to 1963? Yes, we are going back to 1963. But now using so many legal frameworks that you will easily cross to Uganda. Since I'm speaking to quality assurance experts, I'd like to also throw in challenges. I don't know whether at your meetings, and I hope now I can, is it open to subscription? Yes, please, after this, see me, tell me what it requires. I subscribe. I can come on my personal capacity, right? Since I'm speaking to quality assurance practitioners, I don't know whether we would sit and ask ourselves, since 2010, how close are we moving towards harmonized systems? How close are we moving towards there? We've said student mobility. 2 things were required of us out of this declaration, that there is harmonized fee structure. Harmonized. I don't know whether you can be able to tell us whether we are closer to harmonization. I don't know whether you can. In the East African region, in the 8 partner states, I don't know whether you can be able to tell us whether we charge fees in local currency for East African students. There's a university right next to us, next door here, USIU. I don't know if you took a walk there and just said, hey, my name is so-and-so, I'm an East African from Burundi, I'd like to apply. How will I pay fees? Will I pay dollars or will I pay in local shillings? So these 2 are important indicators that the common higher education begins to work. Today we are approaching 7 years after it. Thank you. So very quickly, what is IUCA doing with staff mobility? Staff mobility. I said historically we had 3 countries, Uganda, Kenya, and the United Republic of Tanzania. And these 3 countries gave birth to, had their own 3 universities. Mobility was taking place for the purpose of teaching. If you went, I'm a teacher, I went and taught, and then came back. Also for the purpose of learning to acquire qualifications. And then you went and studied. They are very interesting stories, very, very interesting stories when you hear about that earlier generation of staff. Some of them went and acquired new language. I don't know if you've heard Professor Chacha speaking Kiswahili. Very clean, very Kiswahili, safi kabisa. That rich accent, right? So they acquired cultural fusion. I'm also an East African because I have blood relatives in Uganda and I have blood relatives by blood in Tanzania. My parents were in that generation of East Africans that did not know any border. Cultural fusion, right? So today we have 8 countries. We have more than 150 member universities. How does staff mobility take place? I wish to say I didn't plagiarize. No, back. I didn't say, I wish to say I didn't plagiarize. This image was generated by AI. I'm using a free version, so the image is not very clear. I want to acknowledge. If I was using a paid version, it would be very clear. Thank you. How does mobility take place? I simply queried AI, please give me a picture to show how staff mobility is taking place. And it gave me that one. I thought, well, it looks very nice. It could say. So teaching, this particular one today, our mobility works in this way. You can apply, you express interest and say, I would like to go and teach. I'm a professor of biochemistry. I would like to go and teach biochemistry at University of Bujumbura. And I can teach either virtually, or I can teach, what? Physically. So you can say, I have 4 months, I can go. What happens? There must be a university willing to host you. University of Bujumbura must know that Professor Nzioki is a professor of accounting and finance, and we are willing to host him. Your own university, Muranga University, must be willing to release you. Two levels. I am willing to teach, but my university also must release me. This is a conscious decision. And once you do that, IUCEA facilitates your movement, your stay there, until you do your assignment, you're done, you give us a report, and then you go back home. I want to say, I think when you look at historical, 1963 to date, this mobility program has always been running. We don't want to blow a trumpet. Well, we are just very humble. You know, we are East Africans. We want to be humble by saying we are the only regional economic community that has this mobility program. Humble claps, very humble claps. Yes, clap for yourself very, very humbly. I was in that meeting she's saying in Southern Africa, and they said, we've scanned the whole of Africa. This is the only mobility program that is functional. 50 years plus down the line. There are still staff who are moving, there are still students who are moving. However small it is, right? I decided to put that in red, that our smallness lies in this, that this home university and host university must be members of IUCEA, because we're also a member-based institution. They must be members. We want to support members. And members, they do so by subscribing. If I tell you the number of budget, the amount of money that comes from subscription is what supports this program entirely. The arrangement of the East African community is that IUCEA, we are an intergovernmental agency. Our salary component comes from the partner states. Money for function comes from partner states. So some of this money, like this, comes from member institutions. You subscribe, you also participate in this. But the policy does not just say mobility is for teaching and research. The policy also says mobility provides opportunity for external examiners. So in the past, as it were back in those days, a member university would say, I would like to get access to a pediatrics, an external examiner in pediatrics. They would write to AUSEA, and AUSEA looks, and then identifies another member, and then connects them from another member university, connects them, and then the external examiner goes. Over time, we have seen there is little interest in this area of external examination. I think it makes a lot of sense because capacity is growing. Capacity is growing. But that policy also provides, that one I highlighted in green, that mobility also should take place for quality assurance. I was having a discussion with Prof. Mawa, and I told him, what would be the shape of mobility for quality assurance? Here I'd like to throw a challenge. I like to throw a challenge because I'm speaking to quality assurance experts, and I'm speaking to the network of quality assurance. What shape would mobility for quality assurance take place? The other one, the second one, I'm going as an external examiner, I'm simply going to look at those scripts, give an assessment and submit. The first one, I'm going to teach and do for 4 months, and then I'm gone. What if we look at, I know commissioner, when the commission comes, and you can't tell the commission, we don't have a professor in pediatrics. We like to hide. You know how quality assurance, accreditation, we like to hide that we have everything together. What if in this network, we do an exercise of this nature? And an exercise of this nature is we look at the institutional establishment, the parent universities, the big ones, 1960-something, the University of Nairobi, the Makereres, and then we look at the younger ones that are coming, and then we compare the quality assurance practices. And then we generate this data. And after generating this data, we come and sit here and publish this information. We share the best practices in quality assurance. I think for me it would enrich this experience of mobility so that we add value to mobility in itself. The policy gives us 5 days. You can imagine the cost of maintaining, I'll show you when we get to the numbers, the cost of maintaining one lecturer for 4 months in another institution is quite something. And the cost is on AUSEA. 5 days, I think we can support very many people to move. And then we take part. I came from a quality assurance background of lab sciences. So we joined an East African initiative. We would get samples across, and then we run them, we test, and then we compare our testing mechanisms, right? And then we would look at, yes, how do we strengthen our testing mechanism? How do we support our internal quality assurance within the network? I think for me, we would add value to this mobility discussion. Thank you. So here I'll show you the table. This is what the table looks like from 2018, Declaration of the Common Higher Education Area. The year, the number that apply. Those who are expressing interest to participate in the mobility program. Remember, from the member universities, from 140 up to 254 this year. The next one is the ones that we support. Look at the disparity. Look at the disparity. In 2018, 140 applied, 27 were supported. And there are many issues. A number of them write and say, we are not able to find a university willing to host me. This, for me, is a challenge. They apply to AUSEA, please, can you help me find another university willing to get my services? Remember, our place, we don't propose to you. It would be wrong for us to say, hey, Kabale University, please take so and so. We were believing that education institutions are so networked internally. You know what is going on in the next institution. You know the deficiency at the next institution. They also know you are nearby to support them. So look at it I want to use the example of 2023, 2024. Those 21 that were supported, the cost of supporting the 21 was 145,000 USD because they all went physically. There is a lot of discussion around those numbers because there are very few women applicants who want to go to stay for 4 months in another country. Those to me are discussions to entertain, and in a quality assurance network, what is the issue? What is the issue? But they are very beautiful stories. We got a lecturer from Chambogo University. You know how in Uganda we speak our what? And then we took him to Zanzibar. You know Zanzibar is the capital city of what? Which language? Yes, that rich. We took him and he went there. When he landed there, the university looked and said, wow, okay, so you've come, yes. He speaks English, they speak rich Swahili. Swahili and English meet. So they decided, okay, let's give him a house. Usually, there are those conditions. They gave him a house. In staying in Zanzibar, he discovered, no, this is very nice. He went back for his family, his wife and his 3 children. He took them there, and he stayed with them. The university looked at him and said, well, every day they will check on him. Yes, this is what you need to help him settle down, and these are those practices that are documented. They decided, no. Let's take his children, because he had younger children, let's enroll them in a local school. So for the 4 months, schools in Uganda were closed, but the 4 months, they took him. You join study. So they went to school and they came back, they picked Kiswahili. Very beautiful. In fact, he also says, now I am learning Kiswahili. Right? We are going back there. So let me hurry up now. This is the statistics. Next, please. This is the statistics. And this is what 2024 numbers look like. The 254 applications that we've got. We ran through, of the 254, we could see 43 have managed to get host universities. Home university, host university. Well, they have that form. These 43 are now able to find. So you can see nearly 209 did not have a university willing to host them. It's still a problem for us. It's still a problem. It makes us ask this question: how networked are we? East African quality assurance net. How networked are we? How much more should we invest in our network? For the East African community region, how integrated are we? How integrated are we? Yesterday I heard about internationalization, and I went to University of Nairobi, the international office. They requested me to say something, and then I asked, okay, tell me about yourself. They gave me the maps of the world and showed me how they are all interpretation of internationalization of internationalization is we are working with EU, we are working with, they are all, there's none where they said we are working with Makerere University. We are working with Dedan Kimathi University. This local, we are working with universities. To me, when I look at this, I'm asking myself, maybe we are ambitious to describe internationalization. Maybe we needed to consider regionalization so that we are a regional university. In the Centers of Excellence project that we are coordinating, one of the things is you needed to attract regional students. I don't know if I sat here and asked, University of Rwanda, how many Kenyan students do you have? I don't know whether we'll show those numbers and say the bigger bulk of students are from Kenya. I don't know whether Makerere would say. I know there's one university, I was looking for Dr. Wada, I can't see her. There's one university, they are called Kenyans in Uganda, and they're doing very well. Regionalization. Perhaps we need to consider regionalization. When we look at these mobility preliminaries, I am looking at a country like Kenya, and I'm asking myself, 135 Kenyans want to go and teach in the other universities? And only 13 managed to get universities to host them. I'm looking at countries where, like South Sudan, 6 have expressed interest and only 1 has found a university to host them. I think for me, we need to do a little more in networks. We need to do a little more in networks. And the same, it runs all the way. To shift gears very fast let me talk about mobility programs, and this I'll try and run very fast. I tried to just put pictures. We have an arm where we get, remember in the mandate, we promote opportunities for students, and this is perhaps where we are known the most. We have scholarships program that put students, enable them to develop skills and to grow in their disciplines. One, I'll start with this one right here, very close. Is it to the right of the screen? That one, KDU, we have 142 students who have gone through, currently studying, and have graduated. 2 cohorts have graduated. They're in South Korea. They're studying artificial intelligence. There was somebody yesterday was asking, can you have a course in artificial intelligence? Yes, we have East Africans studying artificial intelligence. We have smart computing, we have hotel management, and we have business administration. The ones coming back home is around 50% of that number, and we're okay with it. They're proceeding for masters. We are contributing to skill development. The next one is the African Centers of Excellence. This scholarship was purely for women to obtain skills in agriculture, advanced degrees in agriculture, 176 of them. This one has run in 3 cohorts, and we are just about to finish cohort 3. The next one is my colleague from TVET, Dr. Kosam in the room, East Trip China scholarship. We send students from here, TVET, to go and study in China, 57 of them. Then the next one is ESC scholarship program, together with KfW Bank in Germany, 180, supported in 11 universities around here. This one we did phase 1, phase 2 is going to come. What does it require to be in phase 2? Yes, you will apply, express interest, and say, we are an institution that is willing to host students from another country in the East African community. And this is how we can contribute to regional integration. Down there, very close to me here, we had a program, Digital Skills. These skills, 112 from the region have been trained. I was trying to comb through the records. Then I saw Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation also supported some scholarship. Information is a bit scanty. If you get, please share with me. But I liked what their mantra here is funding futures. Scholarships as agents of social change. I said, wow, I like this. But all these scholarship programs tell me 2 things. These scholarship programs tell me 2 things. One, they are all time-bound. They're all time-bound. It's true. You know, I've come from research background. A funder gives you money to run through. Between this year and that year, stops. The World Bank project, phase 1 ended. We are now in additional financing. They are time-bound. Secondly, they are funded externally. So the IUCA annual general meeting sat and observed. The numbers are looking impressive. They are 700 and something. We are nearly 1,000, which is not bad. It's not bad. We can do better. But at least we have 1,000 people who are being trained. So the IUCA annual general meeting sat and said, next please, they sat and said, look, all these programs we have depended on externally. We have been depending on money raised externally. I listened to these developments at the African Union. And they said, well, look, how come our initiatives must be supported externally? Can't we also put together our own form of support? And so this has been discussed since 2019. The East African Community Student Mobility Scholarship Scheme, EAC SMS. Member universities sat and said, hey, can we be able to finance our own? There's a saying in this part of Africa that when there's a fire, even you come out with what? Before you ask neighbors, come and help me, there's a fire in my house, you need to show that you're doing what? Yes, come out with your things to firefight. So this spirit of we can also support ourselves. This is what led to this. The discussion has been on since 2019 until 2024 when it was launched in Juba. What is the initiative? University A, Kampala University Original, she's in the room, says that, yes, please, she's in the room, I'm recognizing her. Kampala University Original says that I have a program called Artificial Intelligence. I am willing to train 6 students from the other 6 partner states. 1, 1, 1, 1. This is the offer. They make the offer. Kampala University, training 6 students from the other partner states. And so they tell AUSEA, AUSEA announces, AUSEA helps the select, and then we send the students. The parents, because they normally support students in their normal way, the parents will now go, and I'm looking forward to hearing this. The parent from South Sudan will go and pay fees in Uganda money, in Uganda shillings, fees in local currency. Right? AUSEA also will now support the mobility of that student from South Sudan to Uganda until they study and complete. Remember, we have done our own mobility. It's called organically. It has just grown naturally until it has a life of its own. We are looking at growing this student mobility organically. Let's move next. So, as at our meeting, at the point of launching, we had the following universities that came forward and said, yeah, we are willing to, 23 of them said, yeah, we are willing to do so. 154 scholarships are up in offer. Of course, 9 in Kenya, 4 Tanzania. These are universities, Burundi 4, Rwanda 1, 5 Uganda, and South Sudan. We are willing to host. We are willing to host East Africans. We are willing to contribute to the training of East Africans. So currently, 1,400 applied, express interest. Application was 2 level. You fill in a form, and then you say you're interested. 1,407 applied. When we moved forward, 578 made physical submission documents, submitted my transcript, my what 578. And then 288 are complete. Remember, we have 154, but we have 288 complete. What does this tell you? That the appetite for scholarship is high. I've always said it's something about 10%. 10% of the ones who apply will get. What are we doing with the 90%? There's still room. There's still room. This is my thinking. The challenge down there at the bottom is many of them say, I am from Uganda and I want to study at home. But this scholarship is not meant for you to study at home. You're meant to study in another country. Quality assurance. What is it about staying home and not going to another country? Is it something we need to demystify? I look forward to hearing from our students. Could somebody collect this information and tell us as AUSEA so that we advise partner states? Which country is more desirable to go and study? Which country is least among them? Remember, we now have 8 in the ESC community. I wanted to stop here. And I say, when we see these students sending, then they parade themselves like this. This at the bottom there, these are students from KDU, South Korea, cohort 1 that graduated. I should have put cohort 2 that graduated on August 16th. When we see them standing there, they look good. We are happy. There is achievement, right? I looked at their photos and I'm surprised all of them seem to put their hands up. Hooray, it's done. But I know there are barriers, and I want to share one example there. We had the Republic of Uganda and Republic of South Sudan, students were being charged student pass fee of $50. It looked small, and this they had to go and renew, but it was a barrier. So we picked it up through this intergovernmental diplomatic channel. The Republic of Sudan and the Republic of Uganda granted each other a waiver. And so that barrier was removed because we are an advisory agent. We speak to the partner states, the government of the 8 partner states. We still are following up the one for Kenya. We believe it will be cleared very soon so that there is no barrier to mobility. I want to say asanteni sana, webale nyo, murakoze. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Again, let us do 2 factorial for him. Don't miss it, 2, not 2 squared. Let's start. Okay, you have squared it again. Okay. We have had 3 powerful presentations on this information. Did we clap for Clara? Yes, we did. Okay. Okay, let us do then 4 factorial for all of them. Clara, Apio, and Obonyo. 1, 2, 3, start. Good, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we appreciate the information that has been passed. Quite informative from the beginning all the way to the last one. Challenges, and also kind of resolutions that are coming up for this afternoon. I'm hoping that the repertoires are capturing the real information that is coming up. We are being given tasks as quality assurance practitioners to take up. And I like the way Professor Obonyo really threw those kind of challenges to us that can easily be picked as resolutions for the next 1 year for implementation. We want to engage in only 4 questions that can come, or even comments from the floor, because we are not doing well on time. I'll pick 1, 2, okay, 3. We'll go for those 3 then. Let us start from that table. Yes, Dr. Marete. Check the other mic. There is another one there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Apio and Clara and Meshach, for your wonderful presentation. What really caught my eye was the presentation by Meshach, and I was wondering if this mobility of students, staff from the universities, whether the same would also apply to mobility within the commissions for higher education, so that there is a kind of a benchmark and also a sabbatical, something like that. Thank you.
That's great. We can get to Professor Akimana.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate the presenters, and I was happy to hear that now you take into account staff mobility in the area of quality assurance. And it's a request. Can you add another layer so that you can move not in a university, but in a quality assurance network? For example, from FOBAC, our quality assurance network, I can move to Uganda in their Quality Assurance Network, UQAF. Such benchmarking is possible. Is it possible to add this layer? I have also another question about staff mobility and student mobility. And it's about language barriers. I have seen my country in my university, mainly students from other countries are from French speakers country. We have many students from DRC, but few from Uganda, and I think it's a problem of language. You have given as an example of a success story, people of a lady from Uganda who did her studies in Zanzibar. But I would suggest that you add some facilities to integrate them and take into account these language barriers. In my country, we have a Center of Excellence. And at the beginning of the year, we organize some trainings in language. For those coming from English speakers country, we organize for them French courses, intensive French courses. And for those coming from other countries, we take into account their needs regarding this aspect. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Then Dr. Kasile.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Allow me also to join my colleagues to commend the presenters for informative presentations. I have one question to Professor.
Check the mic. Bring another mic. Oh,
It's not working. Yes, so we are within the region. We are developing economies, but when you look, you do a critical analysis. The unit cost of training our students within the region varies from one country to another country because of the inputs that we have. Now, I was wondering, is it really feasible to have a harmonized fee structure? If it's feasible, what is required to achieve this ambition? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The questions came from this side only. The other side is okay. I gave only 4 slots. Maybe let me just hear from this side, 1, and then we move. There is one and here. Oh, rapporteur, you want to say something? Maybe I can agree, now that you are rapporteuring. Yeah. So we take those 5 and then we close the session.
Thank you for the presentations, and I would really advise that perhaps when it comes to this staff not student mobility, I think there's a need for the country commissions to try and advise the governments to make sure that they make life easy. As you said, if somebody comes to Tanzania and they're required to pay in terms of dollars, and we are saying we're East Africans, it doesn't make sense. And that prohibits, and normally the West is working better because they attract people from all over the world, and when you bring different brains, they challenge each other and then you make progress. So you might be losing in terms of the earnings, but you gain in terms of the challenge. So it's important that our commissions, because they're closer to the government, they advise the governments to see how we can pay local fees. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Lastly, our rapporteur, Executive Secretary, Karibu. We recognize your presence.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Professor Bonyo. Mine is too, just a question on the fee. When you talk of a common fee, is it the common fee within the institution? Like all my master's students internally and externally pay the same, or a common fee outside? Because in Kenya it might work, because we have almost now a common fee, but what do you mean? It's important for us to understand. You're talking of a harmonized system of higher education. Currently, Kenya is in the CBC dispensation, and the university sector is coming up with a framework, and we have other systems that are existing. What are these indicators that you're talking about when you talk of a harmonized education system that would accelerate mobility of students from one institution to another? Thank you.
I think for now we can, though there was a request that I give one of our elders who has raised his hand late, just 1 minute to, we need to tap into these brains. Welcome, just raise your issue.
As far as the student mobility for making the fees uniform, that's clear for me. What's not clear for me is the scholarship itself. What is the contribution? What is the? Does the scholarship pay the fee, the housing, the aspects which the scholarship consists? That's what I would have liked it to have it very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go with those ones, but before I give the panelists a chance. Apio, the work areas of ACA, one of them is data, higher education data capacity, something. If you go to our universities now, and you ask for number of students that the university has in finance department, you go and ask for the same number in the school level, the same number in another department, chances are that those numbers might not tally. What are we doing in this particular work area to make sure that data that is provided by universities is really harmonized in a way? That is a challenge that we have had. I believe the commissions and councils can actually back that particular position, because they request for data. You request for data for this year, you give a different data every year, so we need to hear. Thank you very much. I want to welcome now the panelists to respond. Most questions have been directed to him, so just start, Professor.
Thank you.
And make it short.
Okay, thanks. I'll try and be very brief. If this was a presidential debate, I would easily say, I'll give, this is how we are going to do, 1, 2, 3. There's a big presidential debate tonight. And don't say I represent the male, and it is a man and a woman debating tonight. This is it. There are some questions which I just want to invite my colleagues to make their comment very fast. There is some information that has not passed through very quickly. Would this mobility apply to commissions? There's already an initiative for commissions. IUCEA has an initiative for commissions. I know Prof. Mao has stepped aside. I can see Dr. Ine. IUCEA has an initiative for commissions. The heads of commissions, they meet and they have dialogue to exchange best practices. It's a very new initiative, so there is a component of that. There's another one, staff mobility in within the network, so that you move from one place to another. The policy has not been revised. What I have just done is to share what is in the policy as written. So we haven't revised the policy to provide for movement within the network. There are other streams through which IUCA obtains supports for specific thematic meetings and movement. A very good one here, how do you address language barriers? And I know I would have wanted it to come from somebody who's doing this analysis. The East African community, nous avons trois langues, non? Il y a l'anglais, français. Yes, we have 3 languages, official languages. You can communicate in whichever language. So this is what we have seen over time. We send students in the KFW program, students select which universities. We saw Rwandese students like to study in Burundi. Burundian students, you know, just a language. The Congolese students want either Rwanda, Burundi, somewhere here, because should communication be a challenge, they will use French. The Ugandan students want to come to Kenya, the Kenyans want to go, you know, these preferences. What is underlying it? It is language. But IUCA supports the institutions. One of the qualifying requirements is for you to join to be a host institution. Then we ask you this question: do you have language support? We have a very, very interesting story. One day you should give room to the VC of Ines Ruhengeri in Rwanda. He said, we sent him 5 students first in the KFW program. We sent him 5 students first. And out of these 5 students, there were South Sudanese, there was a Kenyan, there was a, you know, these countries, 5 of them. Ines Ruhengeri is interior, where they speak which language? Which language? And if they try, they'll handle French. But here you have a student from Tanzania who only speaks English. But out of these 2 years of training the 5 students, they created an international office. They created English language support. And out of this, when they graduated the first 5 students, today they have more than 200 students from the region, South Sudan being a major contributor of students. This is institutional transformation. So we know one of the things is we will send you students, but we will also support you as you walk in this journey. There was a question here whether I want to address this. The fee structure, when we, not fee structure, the fee, harmonized fee, this is what it says. If you have a student from any country of the East African region coming to study medicine, they will pay as any other student of that country, as a national student. For example, you are from Kenya, I'm from Uganda, we all go to, I'm from Uganda, you're from Kenya, we all go to University of Dar es Salaam, you will pay in Tanzania shilling, I will pay in Tanzania shilling. Harmonized. Same currency. There is no discrimination. So this, we need to know whether it is 100%. I know in Kenya, the Ministry of Education wrote to all universities and told them, please comply as per directive. So we need to know whether 100% compliance on this area. There is something else my colleague was saying. The fee, the unit cost is different. I know in Kenya there's a big discussion about what you charge. Harmonized does not mean equal. If you charge, it is 600,000, let's call it $6,000 to train a doctor in Tanzania. This fee is just the same to allow for a student from Kenya to come and train there. It is harmonized. It is not the same fee, so that we say it is 1,000 across all countries, but it is harmonized. And there is no hidden cost. There's somebody who said something about students. We need to engage commissions. Should we find where there is variance or non-compliance is something we address. These things come up and we address. That's why I said the South Sudan, Kenya one is something in progress. The South Sudan, Uganda one has been now addressed. So should there be cases where this is still not being addressed, then it can be addressed. I think it touches the same common fee, harmonized fee, the same thing, harmonized fee. Prof. Mawa, there was a question. Will this harmonized education system accelerate mobility of students? Down there, Article 11 of the protocol is to promote cross-border education. The ultimate objective is to promote cross-border education. What aspects of the fees, I can see my colleague, I wish you have the microphone. Okay, he doesn't. What aspects, I would have invited him to just address this one. What aspects of the fee in the interest of time? What aspects of the fee is covered? We give a breakdown of the fees. The university is supposed to say, this is what we charge. And the charge is clear, stipulated. Then the scholarship comes to, IUCEA covers movement, insurance, because you need. The parents, you would pay normal fees as you are paying in your home country. Normal fees in that institution. And then, what else? Javi, yes?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, scholarship, is the scholarship 100%? The scholarship is partial. The scholarship is partial. The university has given you tuition fee and examination waiver. We will waive for these 6 students from East Africa. We are waiving tuition fee and examination. You as a parent, the other fee, living cost that you usually pay, if it is in Nairobi, you pay. Is there anything else? I think.
No, IUCEA also we pay transport.
Yes, and living cost.
Research, and also they'll be able to pay health insurance.
Thank you.
Part of the.
I was rushing. Sorry.
Scholarship.
Thank you very much. In interest of time, Apio.
I think I'll just read out on the data. Data working area is we are trying to build a more comparable data within the higher education system. We are doing this by supporting existing regional structures. We're working with IUCA for the East African region. We're working with Sarua for the Southern African region. The 2 regions already have systems that are putting into place. But the intention is to have a comparable data system within the region. And within the HAKWA initiative is building capacities to set up regional data hubs, okay? And then also to try to have capacity building for data collection within the institution. So within the project, in the next coming years, we're going to have, at the end of it, we're going to do a pilot once the set of systems have been put in place, do a pilot and trying to see how we can have comparable data within the region.
Dr. Kosam, time is not on our side. Just 1 second. Give him the mic for. I'm requesting now the next team, the chair of the next team, kindly we need to step up. And as Kosam's, just don't.
Maybe 1 second for just coughing. I just want to add something. I think the Commission for Investigation asked a very important question about mobility for quality assurance agencies, or commission and councils. Yes, within, I think HAKWA 1 had that opportunity where our staff from the commission can go and spend some time in another commission to benchmark or to learn, to understand, to appreciate what is happening. And then 2, within Inquire, I think you are members of Inquire, International Network of Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education. They are giving grants, even for capacity building within the commissions. For example, IUCA can get a grant, then you bring the commission and councils in the region. They undergo, you bring even an expert to train them on good practices in accreditation and the other aspects. That is 1. 2, on the fees, the harmonization of the fee structure. This is a serious political commitment of our governments. It started in 2005 by the Council of Ministers. They gave the directive, but it has been slow. But I think with the common higher education area, which I think yesterday it was mentioned, that Professor Bonyo mentioned today, it's the highest political commitment of our president we want to see our students moving from one country to the other. So I think we, as universities, let us translate that political commitment into action. That's all I wanted to
Okay,
add.
just to add on to what he's saying, in Hacker 3, we're going to have staff mobility. The only basis, if your agency will participate in the agency reviews, then we'll have 5 member staff from those particular agencies moving across the other agencies. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. But now, what Kasama said, that information seems not to be with us. Where is the loophole? That's food for thought. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate this team. The next team, the chairperson of the next session, kindly come and continue. That should be Anne. Anne, are you switching with Lulu? Or you want to do together, the 2 sessions? Okay, come over then.
Good morning. Me and Professor and Dr. Lulu, we decided to come together and manage the session, bringing together 2 sessions, because we were 2 hours, more than 2 hours late. It means if we were to follow what is in the program, we could end maybe after 2 o'clock. And at 2 o'clock, there is a general assembly. If you allow us, we could bring together the 2 sessions. If you agree, you can clap your hands. In this part, we are going to talk about a tool which is very important for mobility. Credit system is important for recognition. It is a tool for recognition. When I get a transcript, and in it there are numbers saying for this subject, this student you have got those credits. What does it mean for me, who I am transcripting the studies, and what does it mean for those who are going to recognize those qualifications? Because we have been talking about mobility. IPO have been talking about quality assurance, different working areas for quality assurance, and one of the areas is African credit system. I am sorry about my English. I know that all of you are English speaker. The only one who cannot speak good English, it is me and the people from Senegal and the Djibouti, but I hope you could understand me. Cooperation, internationalization, it means to understand each other, and the most important is not to speak good English or good Portuguese, but to understand each other. My name is Anna Nyampule, but Lulu will introduce me. She said she wants to introduce myself.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. I'm your chair for this session. The madam that is going there, her name is Anna Nampule, a representative of HACA, and an expert from ACTS team. So she'll be the one to give us what it takes to have a correct African credit transfer system. So she will discuss and we'll get the input from the floor. Then we'll know how the student mobility is going to benefit all of us in the region. So please, you're supposed to clap for her, so she'll start give us what she has for credit transfer system. Karibu.
Thank you, Dr. Lulu. But before I go ahead with the African credit system, I'd like to invite someone far from Africa, from Argentina, to come, and he will share with us information on different regional credit systems for us to have a background on what is going in the world in this issue of credit system and transfer. And I invite also Robert. Where is my friend Robert? I decided just to say Robert is my friend because I know that you know him very well. Robert is from the UCA in the expert team for African credit system. He is representing the Eastern Africa region because we are a team integrating international experts like Pablo Benetton, integrating experts from different African regions to develop an African credit system. Please, Robert, I was calling you to join us because we are going to do the 2 panels in 1. It is like a promotion, 2 in 1. You pay 1 and get 2. So we are starting with Pablo, showing us the different regional credit system. And after him, Robert will present the Eastern Africa credit system. And then, after them, I will come with some notes on the African credit system, and Pablo will come again to close with the proposal for Africa drafted in 2018, is it? Thank you. Pablo?
Thank you, Ana Maria. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. We're gonna start. It's done. Okay, okay, okay. Well, good morning to everybody. Well, I have I don't know. Okay, it's all. Well, thank you very much for this invitation and this opportunity to share some experience in different parts of the world in relation to the different credit systems. Okay, I think that now it's working. Oh, it's working? No, it's... Okay, well, as it was mentioned, this presentation is related to what is happening in different parts of the world in relation to the credits and the recognition. The recognition is behind all these discussions. We have heard about the different situation in mobility program, in student mobility programs. So recognition in terms of total recognition of degrees, but also partial recognition when we are exchange student for a period of time, as it was explained in the experience in Eastern Africa. This is one of the main topics. So, but behind this idea of recognition, there are 2 key elements. So, how we are going to recognize, what we are going to recognize. Behind the recognition, there are the learning outcomes. So, we are going to recognize what the student have achieved, what the student have learned in a particular period of time. So this information for the recognition procedure is given by the description of the course, the description of the degree profile in terms of learning outcomes. The curricula must be described in terms of learning outcomes. The second pillar for recognition and the information given by the credit, it's in terms of how much time the student spent to achieve what they have learned during this period. And this aspect is given by the credits, and the credits in terms of student workload. So student workload and learning outcomes are two main aspects of recognition to be considered in our procedure, in our internal procedure in our institutions. We are going to focus on the credits, on the student workload. And this implies a shift of paradigm. So we are moving from the traditional paradigm, center in the teacher, center in the input that we provide to our students, to a student-centered approach. So we are going to focus on the output, on the outputs, on the outcomes, so what the student have achieved. So this is an important aspect to try to put into consideration when we are discussing credits. When we are discussing credits at this stage, we are talking about this shifting paradigm. We are talking about the student-centered approach. We are talking about how much the student spent to learn, not how much time the teacher spent in the classroom. So it's broader, this discussion. And in particular, probably many of our curriculum design in terms of courses, in terms of degree programs, are focused on the surface of this picture, on the top of this iceberg, on the contact hours. And this particular aspect of the design of a curricula is more related to the teacher center. So how much the student spent in the classroom, in the contact with the professor, with the teacher, with the lecturer. But there are another aspects that are considered in this slide that should be included in the calculation of the student workload. How much time the student spent in terms of, in terms of the preparation of the examination, how much the student spent in all the assignment that we propose one week to another, how much our students spent in different independent work, activities not supervised by us, but that require for our student to achieve the different learning outcomes that are expected in our programs, in our degree programs, in our courses. For that, this is the typical description of what we understand in our degree, in our curriculum design in terms of contact hours. All the hours of interaction in the classroom through a virtual environment where the teacher has an interaction with the students. This is the typical consideration of the contact hours. So in a traditional planning, for example, of a semester in different degree programs, we can consider this type of planning from Monday to Friday, different courses that the student must develop with a number of hours of contact that we expect. So in this typical planning, the student must spend 17 hours in the classroom, in the laboratory, in fieldwork to achieve different learning outcomes. But again, this is part of what we propose to our students. This is something that happened in a direct contact with them. There are another aspect described in this slide that include the independent work. All the activities that we propose to our students when they are not directly involved with us in an interaction. So if we put all this information in the previous picture and we complete the information about how much time our students require to fulfill all the tasks that we propose and in order to achieve the different learning outcomes, probably the picture of our planning can be modified. And in this particular case, when we include the independent work hours, the amount per week of workload moved from these 17 that we described only in the contact hour to 43 hours per week for our student to fulfill all the tasks that we propose in the different courses that they must follow in a particular semester in a concrete degree program. So this new way to consider and to think our planning as a teachers, as responsible for the different programs, it's again a key element, this measurement of the student workload that makes okay, no, it's okay, it's okay. Now it's working. Make changes in the role, in the roles of the students and the teachers, in the importance given. Okay, thank you. So this implies a lot of changes in roles, in the importance of the learning instead of the importance of the teaching in our organization as teachers. There are different main reasons of include this perspective of measurement of the total amount of the student workload instead of partial amount of workload only related to the classroom and to the contact hours. That for the global context, if you are planning your programs, if you are planning your degree, your courses, taking into consideration the total amount of time, this improves the comparability and the compatibility that it was mentioned as one of the aspects in the previous sessions for mobility, for example. It's also a way to make our program more transparent, because we are putting all the information in the description of a course, all the information in the description of a concrete degree program of the total amount of time required to finalize these different activities, and in particular to finalize the degree program and achieve the certification. To include these credits in terms of workload in the planning also make our program more flexible. So behind the inclusion of this discussion in terms of curriculum design, make more flexible all of our program, promote feasibility of our program, enhance the quality. That is part of course, one of the goals behind all these effort, facilitate and promote the student mobility, because it's easily to compare and to establish links between the institutions in the different programs, because we are talking the same language. So it's a way of translation of what one program means in a different context in terms of the credits in relation to the amount of work behind. So there is a lot of reasons, a lot of benefits behind this. At global level, that this is part of the main aspect in this presentation, there is credit has been functional in different higher education systems. The concept of credits appeared in the United States at the end of the 19th century. So the concept of credit came from USA, and then it was spread all over the world. In particular, in some countries, in this sense of the credits linked to the total amount of work of the student in Europe. So in the first version of this concept of credit at the end of the 19th century, it's more typical related to the teacher-centered approach, but the concept appeared in this particular period. Now we can say that many countries consider the credit as a tool of measuring the load of teachers. Other countries in this new perspective, with this new paradigm, from the point of view of the learning base. Also in many institutions, so there is different situation. I will show now some examples of this. So there are different approaches in different countries in relation to the credits. There are different approaches in the different institutions within the different countries. So there is difference between the credit value in the countries and the regions and the institutions. So we have a very diverse situation in terms of the credits all over the world. In particular in Europe, that this is one of the reference, of the global reference, there is a common system for credit, that is the ACTS, it's the European Credit Transfer and Accumulation System. It's appear this tool linked to a mobility program, Erasmus. That's a very famous program since 1987. So it was implemented for mobility reasons in Europe since 1997, 87, sorry, but it was included as one of the key elements of the Bologna process in 1999. So it moved from a tool for recognition, in particular exchange programs like Erasmus, to be part of the element for harmonization of for the creation of the higher education area in Europe. So it's moved for the transfer, the T in the ACTS, to the accumulation, to be used as part of the curriculum designed in the program without or with mobility. So this is an important aspect to be considered for the credits. Not only in the case of Europe started as a tool for mobility, but now it's a tool for quality enhancement, for improvement of the different programs in Europe, and to harmonize the whole higher education space. In other regions, it's also been developed, like in Latin America, Central Asia, and in particular Africa, that is part of our discussion when we are going to introduce the proposal for the African credit system. But only to show some figures, this is the situation in relation to Europe in terms of the credits, of the ECTS. We have different countries, signatories of the Bologna process. So it's it's now 48 countries, signatories of the Bologna process, so more than the members of the European Union that accept and implement these credits, where 60 units of ECTS represent one academic year. And each of these units range from 25 to 30 hours, which represent at the end that one academic year in Europe varies from 1,500 hours to 1,800 hours. So this is one approach to try to work on credits, to try to identify how many hours of student efforts, of a student workload, we can consider in one academic year. And then this information, this figure of 1,500, 1,600, or whatever, can be translated. It depends on the number of the unit of credits that it was accepted at national level. So there is an agreement in Europe that 60 credits represent one academic year, but as you can see in the table, that there are some countries that are closer to 1,500 hours per academic year, like Spain or France, and there are other countries that are closer to the maximum limit in this range of ECTS, 1,800, like Germany. But there is a continental agreement in terms of the ECTS represent this variation, this diversity from the different countries, from one academic year, from 1,500 hours one academic year to 1,800 one academic year. In terms of Latin America, and this is part of some research that we have done in other projects in terms of how much at a time students spend to fulfill all the activities in different subject areas. Here, then we will share the presentation, so if you can, as we are very tight with the time, if you want to go more slowly to each of the slides, you can check it. This is a research study in terms of different subject area: medicine, architecture, history, civil engineering, mathematics, psychology, physics, whatever, from a big number of universities, around 189 universities from 18 countries. And this is information provided directly from the institution, from the students and the teacher, how much time weekly they require in terms of workload. And you can see that the red, it's the information provided by the student, and the blue, the information provided by the academics, and the yellow bar, it's the 40 hours per week. That is a typical amount of work of any worker. So we usually work around 40 hours per week. But the information collected in these different subjects, in these different universities, provide data that the amount of time put it together of the different courses that one student must follow in these different programs, in different universities, are over this amount, this natural amount of 40 hours per week of workload. The same in East Asia is a study with over 3,000 surveys with 24 universities and 7 countries in 3 subjects: education, medicine, and civil engineering. And if you see again, the yellow bar represents the limit, the natural limit of 40 hours per week as a worker, but what the teachers and the student perceive as amount of work in this particular program. And we did the same in Africa in 2016 with 41 countries and with 100 universities, with more than 8,000 surveys in education, medicine, mechanical engineering, economy, civil engineering, and agricultural science. And again, this is very consistent with the information that we collect in other regions. There is an overload of work in our students, in our planning as a teachers, in terms of how many activities we ask to do in the classroom and outside the classroom, that they put that this natural figure of 40 hours per week of work, of a student workload, is it's really a minimum in many of these particular subject areas. With all this information that we collect, in particular for Africa, this was at the end part of the basis of the proposal that later we are going to present in terms of the African credit transfer system. With all this information in the framework of this, in particular this tuning project, we provide information to the policymakers involved in this project to elaborate the proposal of the African credit system. This is a distribution, regional distribution of the information that I have shown for Africa in the subject areas, not here identified per subject area, but organized per regions in Africa. So here we can see, and here it's not per week, it's information collected from the point of view of the student and the academics of one academic year. Taking into account that, as I mentioned as a reference, in Europe, the one academic year varies from 1,500 to 1,800 hours. And here, if you can see, this will be the limit of 1,800, and here more or less will be the minimum of this reference in Europe. And in some regions, they are quite different in terms of this situation. At a global level, when you try to think which is the proportion of contact hours in relation to the independent work, and this is information for our planning as a teachers, as a curriculum designers, this is approximately the proportion. So in any planning, we can consider around 40% of contact hours versus 65 of independent work. This proportion, when we put all the research in relation to Africa in terms of the region and from the point of view of academics and students, have some variations. For instance, in the north, it's more or less half and half. In the west, it's more linked to the global trends. In the south, it's again more or less, it depends on the perspective of academics or the perspective of the students. It's also more related to the typical proportion. Also here, in this region from the east, 63% it depends on the different key actors. Consider that it's the proportion of independent work in terms of the contact hour. And in the Central Africa, it's around half and a half. So at the end, I'm trying to rush because I see the chair looking at me very seriously. At the end, with all the information collected in this research study, this is the average between the perspective of the student and the perspective of the academics in the different regions of one academic year in terms of workload. So these figures represent one academic year taking into consideration contact hour plus independent work. In the north, 1,300, in the south, 1,800, and so on in the different regions. With this information, and it's a spoiler, we, in the framework of this project in 2018, we make a proposal of a continental credit taking into consideration the diversity of amount of student workload identified in the different regions. So here, and this is a picture of today, and my colleagues, they are going to present a new approach of the information that we collect, because all the data that I have shown, it's data from the universities, so from the bottom, from the perspective of the academics, and from the perspective of the students. But this is information that we collect recently in terms of the national authorities, and this is more or less the picture, because this is in process, it is not finalized, of what is happening in terms of credits at the continental level. As you can see, there are 39 countries that express that they are in an initial or in a full implementation phase of a credit system in Africa, and there are 7 countries that they express that they don't have any credit system. With this particular framework that we collect from the different national authorities in 46 countries, we can have 2 different approaches to analyze what is the situation in terms of credit system in Africa. There is one approach in terms of the number of credits per academic year identified at the national level, and there is another approach that is, of course, complementary. It's not, they are not in conflict. That is the number of notional hours per academic year. As we are talking about student workload, this is the concept, the notional hours that include the contact hour plus the independent work. So in this sense, and with the information from today from the national authorities, with all the countries with have a credit system, there are 20 countries that has a system with 60 credits per academic year, and they are the red ones. There are 13 countries in the continent today that express their credit system with 120 per academic year, and are the one in blue. There are 2 countries with 30 credits per academic year, and there are 1 country which express their credit system with 80. So there is a variation if we take into consideration this approach of the number of credits per academic year. So there are differences in Africa, in the whole Africa. The white one didn't give us information, or they are the ones who express that they don't have a credit system. If we take into consideration the second approach in terms of the number of notional hours per academic year, there are 20 countries with all these systems that they are the pink one, who express that one academic year, it's 1,200 hours in total of notional hours of student workload. We have one with 1,350, 9 that are closer to the minimum limit in the ACTS, 1,500 hours, one with 1,600, and so on. And there we have 5 countries that they have a credit system, they are in process of implementation, but it is not absolutely, they don't have a consensus of the total amount per year in terms of national hours. So this is at the last slide, this implies that in the future, and after the presentation of the proposal of the African credit system, this today is our situation from the point of view of the continent. We have whatever all these 39 or 36 countries with a system, with a credit system that has a value of the credit, and we have many countries where one credit corresponds to 10 national learning hours, and many of them are represented here because the Eastern is one of the regions where the countries has this type of credit, that one credit corresponds to 10 hours of national learning, and the value of one academic year is 1,020 credits, which at the end represent that one academic year has 1,200 student workload hours. We have countries that one credit corresponds to 20 national learning hours, but with 60, so they have the same amount of national learning hours, but with different number of credits. So this is it's not a problem, it's a calculation. But we have also countries that one credit represent 25 national learning hours with this number of credits that are closer to one of the limits, for example, in this case, with Europe or other region. So what we don't have is one common system for whole Africa, where all this can be expressed, because at the end, this is only a translator, it's a calculator. Each of the country can keep and must keep their own national system, but the idea is to try to identify a common system to which the national can be reflect on, as it happened in the ECTS and as it's happened in other parts of the world. So these are the situation in relation to the number of credits in Latin America, in UK, in Europe, in Southeast Asia, well, in the USA. And here we have a question mark in relation to the number of academic year credits for the whole continent. And this is the challenge. So to try to put here something, keeping the diversity of the different countries, of the different regions, but trying to identify one commonality that represents and reflects, in terms of the student workload, what is the amount of time of our student to achieve all the results that we propose in our degree planning. So here, and I will finish, the point is how we manage to do this. So what we can do with all this diversity in the future. In the next presentation, we will try to give some clues, some ideas of how to manage this diversity, keeping again the national situation, but trying to converge in one single proposal. So thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you so much, Pablo. So because of time, we'll up for them later. Let me welcome Dr. Robert Aine, our own from IUCER, to give something from our East Africa perspective on credit transfer. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lulu. I hope my presentation is going to be beamed here. I don't see the technical person. But as we look for the technical person, my presentation will be building onto what Pablo has said. I didn't say good morning, because we teachers start with good morning normally, or good afternoon. Three things come in my mind to bring my presentation home. We have had situations in the African rural areas where you go to school and you study in the rural area. Then somewhere, somehow, your uncle or your aunt picks you up and brings you to the city or to the urban area. And now you are in primary 5, you are in form 5, you are in standard 5. When you go to the city, they tell you, go to standard 2. Have you heard of such experiences? They tell you, no, this kid should go back to standard 2. And then they ask why. They said, we have tried to establish, and we have realized the knowledge level of this kid, the competences of this kid, the skills of this kid is at a level of primary 2. This kid will not cope up. What are they essentially doing? They're establishing a level, and they have given a credit value to this kid. The second bit, which I also want to put to you people, is that we have had conflicts everywhere. And that speaks to why we need a credit system. There are cardinally 2 reasons: mobility and recognition of qualifications. So recently we know that there was an outbreak of war in Sudan. And students from Sudan, from the universities, had to leave. When there is war, you don't wait to look for your academic documents. You look for, the first thing you need to look at is survival. Can I survive? And as so many of the students found themselves coming to East Africa. Some of them were in University of Khartoum, in the medical school. What do we do with these students? Some were in 5th year, 4th year, others are about to finish. Should they start from 1st year? You're going to ask them, where is your secondary school qualification? I don't have. Where is your transcript? I don't have. But I stopped at year 5 in the university. What do we do with this student? And he's coming to a university, they call it assurance director. The third aspect that I wanted to speak about, also on qualification, recognition of qualification. For those of you who have been following the political history in Uganda for some time, we had a fugitive, a rebel leader called Joseph Kony. And he stopped, I'm told, in primary 6, standard 6. And he has been in the bush for a very long time. And so many countries have put resources to get him, including the American government. They have spent a lot of money on intelligence to get this man. And recently, they have decided to put amount of money, a huge amount of money, about $5 million for anybody who will get in, who has information, not even getting him, just information. So if you can say that he is here, and they get him for that information, you get $5 million. Dr. Kosam, that's good venture. $5 million, and everybody is trying to look for this person. If tomorrow Joseph Kony comes out and comes to your qualifications office in Commission for University Education, or comes to TCU, or comes to the National Council, or whatever it is, and says, I want you to award me a qualification. What qualification shall we give this man? Don't you think this man has a PhD in intelligence? Because he has eluded everybody. Now, that is how qualifications work. That is how recognition of qualifications work. But at the end of the day, you must attach some credit value to a qualification. So based on that, I hope I'm doing the right thing. Okay, this is what we say about the credit system. And I don't mention a lot about it. And normally, when I used to work on qualifications, and I don't understand the qualification, and I'm having an interview with the person, I'll ask the person the following questions. How long did you take studying this program? Whom were you studying this program with? Give me a picture from Monday to Friday, how the teaching goes. What else did you do? Did you do research, or was it simply a project? Did you have supervision, or they did not supervise you? There are some research where they don't supervise you. Some of you go for internships, and nobody follows you. So collectively, when you tell me about everything, I'm establishing something called the rigor of your study program. I'm establishing something called the duration of your study program. So that I can be able to know that this kind of learning took place at this level. And that's how the credit works. But the credit system works in such a way that it must be pegged to the qualifications framework. That's why all qualifications framework have credit as an integral part of that qualifications framework. So do you have a national qualifications framework? That's the beginning point. How will you understand a qualification if you don't have a national qualifications framework? And at the region, we are saying we have the East Africa Qualifications Framework. So credit, we talk about it in terms of the amount of learning that has taken place. Not the credit is earned. Credit is not assumed. So you finish a certain learning level, then you will say you have earned the credit. And therefore, if you are transferring credit, you are transferring what you have earned. You are not transferring what you haven't earned. And when you are transferring credit in the midst of a certain study cycle. So if I am joining using my secondary school qualifications to the university, I'm not transferring credit. That is not credit transfer. I am using my qualification I've earned as a basis to enter into another qualification. We shouldn't confuse the two. But if I am in the university in my second year, and for whatever reason I am leaving University of Nairobi to go to University of Dar es Salaam, I am going with credit. The understanding here is that I should not start from first year again. Learning has taken place. So how are you handling the credit transfers in your universities? Because you say one of the aspects we want to work out with is to ensure that there is mobility of students. The Common Market Protocol says there should be movement. There should be no limitation to movement. And the credit system is a vehicle to promote that kind of movement. So how are you handling your credit system in your institutions? Or do you don't have students transferring in your institution? Okay. I hope I'm doing the right thing. Okay. Okay, so that is the basis that we're talking about. Two things stand out, like I did say, recognition of qualifications and the other aspect to do with mobility. Now, what are the purposes? When you go through most qualifications framework, I'm speaking in relation to the regional qualifications framework, what we are calling the East Africa Higher Education Qualifications Framework. We have a whole credit system within there. And we have developed what we call the East Africa Credit Transfer System. And it's from this credit transfer system that speaks to this. And the development of that credit transfer system did not exist in space. We looked at the existing credit transfer systems within the different partner states. So what does it provide for? The purpose and the benefits have been provided for here. Mechanism of free movement. We talk about an integral component. We talk about progression and promotion of lifelong learning. One of the questions when you are dealing with qualifications and you want to understand a qualification, ask the owner of this qualification this question. In your country, where would you go when you finish this qualification? He'll tell you, in my country, when you finish this qualification, then you have to go and study for bachelor's. Then what will be that qualification he studied? Then it must have been a diploma. If he tells you, in my country, when you finish with this qualification, now you can go for a master's. And tell the master's will be how many years? It will be minimum of 2 years. Okay, I know. And whom do you study with normally? And he'll give you that kind of idea. So progression. The credit system helps you to understand at what level this person is going to transit to. If you don't get to understand the credit system, it becomes very difficult. And remember, as you as quality assurance directors, you are supporting the academic registrars of your universities in making decisions. And as far as credit transfer is concerned. And we're saying when you talk about the credit system, it's supporting the development of your programs of study. You have always seen, normally when you have programs, we have seen students who have applied for scholarships at IUCA. And then we are trying to assess, because the scholarship says you must have obtained at least a CGPA of minimum of this. And then the student comes and the CGPA is not determined. And then we come in and say, let us try to determine the CGPA. One of the most difficult challenges in determining CGPA of anybody is when there's no coefficient. I hope you know when I talk of coefficient in a transcript. There is no subscript value called a credit attached to the module this person has learned. So therefore, it becomes very difficult for us to establish how much has this person learned. Because how much you have learned is determined by that subscript that is put against that particular module. And we call that subscript is called the credit value. And then the credit value, the credits are added over time, and they will tell you this is the minimum credit that this person has earned. So we are dealing with a coefficient. So we go back to a university. Do you have a coefficient? Is your document readable? The understanding of credit is that it helps us communicate to each other. When I pick a document from Burundi, and I pick a document from Uganda, and I pick a document from Kenya, these are transcripts. I can be able to read them because the credit value gives me the basis of how I can be able to read it. This is the roles of the credit and transfer system we're talking about, and I think some of these roles I've mentioned them, but most importantly is the aspect of student mobility. Student mobility. And you see, a credit system also helps you to understand how much time a student or a staff is going to spend in a particular module. So that's what it does. So it does so many other things. I'll not be able to explain this. These are the principles of the credit accumulation transfer system. I'll go through this because you quality assurance directors, you are at fault when implementing some of these principles. Program of study for transfer must have been accredited. That you are coming from University X to University Y. The University X you are coming from, that program should have met the requirements for it to be offered as a program. So I am coming from program X in the University Y. Is that program X accredited? That's the fundamental question. Transfers only apply to all modes of learning, so transfer is not only about face-to-face, even online studies. Transfer is at the discretion of the receiving institution. Don't force University X to accept the transfer. What if the university, because universities have autonomy. So you are not going to force this university and say, this student is going, it is his right to go there, please accept. So many people have applied to University of Oxford with first class. But Oxford University has denied them admission. So are you going to ask University of Oxford, why have you denied me admission? So we're saying it's up to the receiving institution. Approval of equivalence are subject to consent of the receiving institution because they have to do those equivalencies. And whatever you are transferring with, whatever I am coming with me, whatever baggage I'm carrying on my back to bring to an institution, it should be used in the computation of my final grade. That is the principle. That is very, very important. And then the proportionality of how much to transfer will depend from every country to another country. At the East Africa level, we simply identified what is there, and every country sets its own, and then the institution can set their own for as long as it is not in violation with the national standards. And then transfers, just like admissions, are done by Senate, which we appreciate, and the use of credits often are transformed to notional hours. Validity of the credit earned is very important. Some of you earn credit today and you want to use it after 10 years. Is it still valid? Another university called me and said, this student has been doing research and now COVID was a problem, he didn't have money, but now he wants to come for the thesis. What do we do with that? So these are fundamental things that we come across. This one I will not speak about this because Professor Anne Maria will be able to speak about the connections we're talking about. Challenges, this is very important. I thought this I'm sharing with you from my own reflections, from my own experiences with our universities when it comes to credit transfers. What are the challenges? Number one, designing programs of study without credits being reflected. So if you're going to design a program of study and you have not put a subscript of credits to it, it becomes very difficult for us to understand what exactly are we transferring. So this is very important. The second bit is that transcripts do not show credit narrations. So some transcripts will not tell you how much credit exactly was earned at the end of the day. Institutions refusing to release students. Some of our institutions are very funny because of competition, especially the private universities. When somebody says, I want to transfer, you refuse. Because you're looking at that, you're losing income. You refuse, you don't want the person to go. Especially if it is inter-country transfer. University X to University Y within the same country say, no, I can't release you. So I will tell you where the problem is. The student now decides to conduct his own transfer. He comes with handwritten results. He writes it himself and brings the academic register of University Y and says, now I want to transfer. And to my surprise, that university accepts those results. How authentic are those results? It's happening in our universities. The student carried his own results and you have admitted this student because the university management says we have, they call it indicators. This semester we must hit this number of students. So you want Rogota, you know Rogota? You want to bring whoever you think qualifies and you want to bring. So that becomes a challenge. That becomes a challenge. Violation of the requirements for transfer. What are the requirements for transfer? Often they are violated. Students allowed to transfer from an accredited program. A student was admitted in a program X, which is not accredited, and wants to transfer to University Y in a program which is accredited. That is a violation. But we have accepted these violations. And we are here. We are aware of these things when you are here. Another aspect to do with is there are students who are very interesting. They have been failing, perennially failing some modules. And now they want to run away from their failures. So they transfer. And because they bring their results themselves, they will not show you that they've actually failed in some of those modules. What about the students who have fees problems? They have debts. Nowadays there's betting. So he got his tuition, he betted it off. Then after that, money you lost. Arsenal also lost. All the money was lost. Now the only thing is to run away from that university and leave that university with those debts. How do we monitor this? How do we put a mechanism in place to ensure that really we are not being duped by these students? And then the validity of the accumulated credits, I did mention about that. And then there is another aspect, the recognition of prior learning as a basis for credit transfer. I don't know how many universities implement this. How many of you are implementing RPL in credits? I want you to come and testify to us here at a later time. How do you transform your RPL into credit values? And then you attach a subscript to it, and you're able to determine what level of qualification we're talking about. That is something that most of our universities don't know. And this is something that we have to do because these are realities. People come with skills, and then they tell you, I want to access the university. And then you say, where is your secondary school qualification? And he says, I don't have. And then you say, we cannot admit you. Where is the place of RPL within the National Qualifications Framework? And how do we implement RPL in transiting from TVET, for example, related qualifications into the mainstream academia? So that's very important. And then students did not meet the admission requirements. Their students did not meet the admission requirements. I've handled cases where a student leaves. When I was handling in Uganda, we say for you to do medicine, you must have done biology and chemistry. I don't know whether it's the same in your countries. So if you don't do biology and chemistry, you can't be a good doctor. I don't know whether it is true. But my feeling is that medicine is a generic discipline that some of us with our CRE, religious education, given enough sufficient training, we can be good doctors. I don't know. But then what happens with this student is that the student knows that in his own country he cannot go for medicine because he did not pass chemistry. He got chemistry an F. And therefore this student goes to China for medicine and is admitted for medicine, studies first year, studies second year, and says, now I want to transfer back to my country. And now this application has reached my desk and is saying, please approve the application of this person to join medicine in third year or whatever, or under transfer, credit accumulation. We ask one fundamental question. If you were in your country at that time, would you have been admitted for medicine? The answer is no. So we cannot be able to help you here. What you do, if you went back to China and finished the entire cycle of the medical school, and you come back, your qualification will be recognized. Because now you have obtained the qualification. But you see, students are very brilliant. They will want to beat the system and say, okay, I go there for 1 year, then I come back. And then once he has done it, the problem with those brilliant kids, they don't keep quiet. Once he has stolen the system, he tells others. Tomorrow you'll find there are 10 in China. After 2 years, they're now 50 in China. Then you now begin having challenges because you allowed. And then, of course, the lack of a framework at national level and institutional level for credit system. Sometimes at our institutions, we don't have a framework for credit transfer or for credit system. So credit transfer is left at the mercies of one person called academic registrar. So today you come, the academic registrar admit. Tomorrow somebody comes, the academic registrar says, no, that one does not meet the requirements. There are issues that are now coming in. These are new contemporary issues that we need to take care of. Number one is, how do you deal with micro-credentials within the credit system? Okay, micro-credentials, the concept has come out very loudly when we're dealing with refugee qualifications. Refugee qualifications that are not there. They cannot prove to you that it is there. But we believe somehow they went to school, because when you interview the person seemed to be knowledgeable. Where do you place the person, and as far as micro-credentials are concerned? And our university will have to adopt this, and we had actually a discussion earlier on about micro-credentials. It's a new notion that is coming everywhere. So how do we take care of this within our credit systems? How do you differentiate between credit earned and awarded in a qualification and a waiver or exemption? I've had that people telling me, I got my diploma, so I'm using my diploma to go for credit transfer for a degree. I say, hey, what do you mean? You are using your diploma which you earned to get credit transfer in a degree program. And then, interestingly, some of our universities interpret it that way. And then I have another one who did a bachelor's in electrical engineering from Malaysia, and he comes back and says, and he was awarded the qualification. He says, now I've come back, I want to be awarded another one in Uganda. So I'm coming with my degree of 3 years. The Ugandan university should award me now a degree of 4 years. With that degree I got of 3 years. So he's now going to get another degree of 4 years, using the degree of 3 years, and studying 1 or 2 or 3 additional modules, and you get another degree. Are we serious? You know, these are issues. We need to understand some of these things. And these are happening with our universities. And then, of course, I did mention that how do we relate RIPL to credit, and how do we quantify the RIPL we have earned into credit. Assessment and award of credit is very important, and the aspect of clarity in a progression pathway is also an important aspect. Asante sana for listening to me.
Wow. That is Dr. Robert, Program Accreditation, IUSEA. So reserve your comments, your questions. Let us finish with Anna Nampule. Karibu.
Thank you. It is a very difficult task for me, coming after those two experts talking about credits. I will not go through those theoretical principles and so on. I am going through the articulation of an African credit system and other recognition mechanisms. I didn't try it before, so, okay. What I will try to do is to demonstrate the connection of ACTS or Africa. When I say ACTS, I'm talking about African Credit Transfer System and other recognition mechanisms in Africa. Because from what Pablo and Robert, they said, credit never comes alone. Credit should be just a number. But what we are talking about is on the value of that number. And to get the value of that number, we have to make sure that other elements in the process of recognition of a qualification are on the table. And I will be sharing some preliminary results of a study which is ongoing as a on the state of the art on academic credits in Africa. Pablo, he showed the picture, general picture of this, but I will bring a table only with the Eastern African countries to show you that, yes, we still need to work hard for us to harmonize or for us to get a translator of what each country or what each institution is saying when in its transcriptor comes that number to which we call credit. Talking about connection of recognition, ACTS and recognition of qualification, I tried to put some words, just words, to show you that when we are talking about recognition, we are talking about multiple things. We are talking about formal acknowledgement of the validity of a partial or complete study. Because even when I bring a qualification, a certification, or a diploma from one country to another, a formal institution, it has to say, yes, this person is qualified according to our national system. Isn't that? In my country, it operates like this. I do a degree in Tanzania or in Kenya. When I go back home, I have to take this diploma or certificate to the national exam and certification for them to check if they could consider myself qualified. So I will hold a double stamp. Even a citizen from Kenya going for work in Mozambique, it is a must to go through the entity, Mozambican entity, to say, yes, this particular individual is qualified. And if you are employing someone with no stamp of the recognition of your qualification, you could be in trouble with the authorities, because we monitor what are the qualification for each working, and during this monitoring process, people from the Ministry of Labor, they don't know how to recognize if a person is qualified. The institution which is qualified to do this is the National Institute for Exams and Certification. Saying, yes, I acknowledge this qualification, it means that I need to have tools that ensure that I can read. That is why Pablo and Robert, they were talking about transparency. Rules. Which rules is this country following to, or this institution is following to offer such qualification? Which policies are in the national system to ensure that those qualifications are really to be recognized? That is why we do have the relationship between institutions and the commissions, or the exam and certification institutions in each country when we talk about recognition. We do have standards. Talking about credit, we are looking for standards in the curriculum, because as we saw, we are talking about student workload. I am talking about standards in the curriculum because we are all of us curriculum assurance. Is it? So as we are in a forum on curriculum assurance, we are looking for the standards, for the quality of that curriculum. We are looking for how this student workload is taken into account when this curriculum is designed, when this curriculum is implemented, and when this curriculum is evaluated. So we are talking about different mechanisms of recognition of a qualification. The most important in the combining of all those procedures and requirements is to ensure that I can go wherever I want holding my qualifications. And holding my qualifications in the point of view that wherever I go, people will look to this document and will get information on how was it provided within the institution from when I am coming. In the morning, during the first session, we have been talking about the mobility in the region. Now we are talking about mobility in the continent, but also we are talking about mobility abroad the continent. We are talking about global mobility. Why are we busy looking for harmonized instrument for our mobility? Apio said it this morning, and I will not go through this slide because Apio asked if we knew the Agenda 2063. All of us, we raised our hands. And we are talking about integrated Africa. If we do have integrated Africa, it means I could move and take with me my qualification for different proposals. I am talking about social proposals, I'm talking about working, I'm talking about studying, I'm talking even about doing research in other university in Africa and abroad Africa. Apio also, she brought another chart, but with the same information on the African mechanisms for recognition. We are talking about, now we are talking about African credit transfer system. But this is related to an African, a Pan-African qualification, Pan-African Quality Assurance Framework, which was established in 2015. This was adopted by the head of state, the Pan-African Qualification Framework. Don't make confusion among PACAF and PACWA. The agency is PACWA, but the framework is PACWA. And this Pan-African Qualification Framework brings different action lines. All what we are talking about, African standards and guidelines for quality assurance in higher education, EQRM, which is a rating mechanism, capacity building on quality assurance, register, Addis Convention, African Continental Qualification Framework, all of these are tools for us to make our qualification transparent, to make our qualification easy to be recognized among our countries and abroad our country. It was just to show you that talking about credits, credit alone, it will be just a number. Credit must come with other mechanism that makes our qualifications transparent and so on. And as Pablo showed, when we talk about credit, we are talking about student workload. And sometimes we overload our students. Overloading our students, it means they will not do what we are saying in the transcript that they are doing. Isn't that? Yes. If I am to be studying for more than 10 hours per day, is it real that I will be studying more than 10 hours per day? No. I will be attending the class for 8 hours. I will go back home tired. And some students, most students are like me, working. Isn't that? I am going to job. After job, I am attending the lesson, and then I am go back home tired, just sleep. The only day maybe I will reserve for studies will be Saturday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but Saturday and Sunday I do have also social agenda, and I am not doing what my transcript is saying I am doing. So, higher education institution, credit system is mostly with us. How are we developing our curriculum? Are we taking into account the student attending this program? Or we just follow what is in the norm? Because the norm says a program should have 120 hours per year we just write that my student is attending 120 hours per year, but I know that I do have some special students who cannot do 120 hours. 120 credits, or do not do 1,200 hours during the year. So when we are designing our curriculum, let us pay attention on what we are putting, distributing those numbers. When we are putting numbers, we are saying that my student will be working. So let us take into account the activities the students are to be doing for us to make sure that all those mechanisms to say my student is qualified are coming together. So let me show you the result of the state of the art, the recent one. Because the first one that Pablo told us some data, it was what was done in 2016, and the final report was in 2018. So under HAQUA 3, when the decision to bring ACTS to HAQUA 3, we had a debate before the HAQUA 3 starts, during the finalization of HAQUA 2. And we decided to make another mapping study, considering that things from 2018 to 2044 could be different. And we realized it, in fact, that things are different. If we compare the maps made in the two situations, they are quite different. Many countries, they embargoed to the credit system. Many regions also, they embargoed to the credit system. So there is no need to talk about the recommendation to bring the system, because Pablo and Robert, they did it. But under HAQUA 3, we took into account the discussion from 2018, the map Pablo showed, to bring new study and see how it could be equal or different. And we can say that it becomes different from what we had. This is about the methodology. I will not take time with this, but it started, as I said, 2022, and now what we are doing is to consultate. We had the previous analysis, so all I am going to say after this methodology is not definitive result. It could be maybe different from your reality, or because the person who filled the online questionnaire was not well informed, or because of our misunderstanding during the preliminary analysis. What we did is only preliminary analysis, and what we are doing now is to look for your proposals for validation or to improve this report. Two main questions were arising for the questionnaire, which was online. What is the current situation of academic credit system in the different countries and regions? What differences exist between African countries in terms of policies and practices in academic credits? And we sent the questionnaire with several questions. I am not going to read those questions. If you are interested, you can go through. And from those from this questionnaire, we were expecting to have answers from 54 countries, but we had responses from 46 countries. It is representative for Africa. We can talk about Africa when we talk about 46 countries. We are still looking to get contact from those countries who don't respond, because we'd like to have the complete picture of the African situation. What is the result from Eastern Africa? The Eastern Africa community, they do have their own regional credit system. And I believe that all of you know it. Only as we are not from the region, we don't know. But I can refer that a credit value in Eastern Africa system is 1 credit equated to 10 workload students. They only refer notional hours to the workload students. And then it means that in Eastern Africa, the translator says 120 credits are to be acquired by a full-time student during a year. That is why I was calling attention from the institution, because sometimes you do not have a full-time student, but we are saying that after 1 year also holds 120 credits. Did he had enough work, have been him learning enough to get those 120 credits after 1 year? If he is not a full-time student, how are we differentiating full-time students from the part-time student? Because your own system says typical full-time single year. I am just reading what is in your document. And what is the situation within the countries? We saw that Kenya do have a Kenyan credit accumulation transfer system since 2021, but credit system was established in the National Qualification Framework since 2014, and it is full implemented, and it is compatible with the East Africa one, because 1 credit is equal to 10 workload students. Rwanda also, they do have their national qualification framework for higher education, and the core of system of the national qualification framework is credit accumulation and modular scheme, and it is full implemented since 2007. And also 1 credit is equal to 10 notional hours. Let me now move to those which are different, not to be repeating from the country who do that have similar. Let's move to Ethiopia. Ethiopia, they do have a national qualification framework. They don't have a document on credit system, but in the national qualification framework, 1 credit is considered equal to 27 hours. We are in the same region, but now we are coming with some differences. It means that the regional system could be translating those differences. In practice, when we are going to recognition, we must tell what is the relationship between this Ethiopian system and the East African system, and we cross them and we say, yes, we recognize because it is comparable to what we are saying in Tanzania or in Kenya. And we also do have countries that they don't have any system in place. They don't have neither a qualification framework, neither a credit system in place. We are talking about South Sudan and Djibouti. So, from the African vision, the main issue is to not let anyone behind. It means talking about regional system and about African system, there is a need to contribute for those who don't have any system to come on board, or we will go ahead and leave them. Among us, we could recognize their studies. But when we go abroad, maybe we could have some difficulties. We are talking about database. To be part of the database, you must bring some information. We need to have common information that will allow us to recognize, to compare, to transcript, and to send our citizens abroad Africa, or to send our citizens from one country to another. So what could ACTS bring supporting mutual recognition? We believe that the implementation of the African credit system can head to spread new perspectives and ideas between education system. Even for those who already have their national system, and those regions that have their regional system, they could take an advantage for an African one, because we could be interacting. Like me, I came from the south, from Mozambique. I am here, I am learning from you, and when we are running training under ACTS for institution, we are going to promote mutual knowledge among us, but also knowledge on this technical issue, which is credit system. I believe that you realize that talking about credit system is talking about a technical issue, not only about distributing numbers in our curriculum. And credit system could advance cooperation, could advance collaboration, could advance internationalization of our institution, as well of our educational system. My role was to try to convince you that it is important to have an African credit system that could bring all of us aboard with some figures, common information for recognition of our programs, recognizing that credit system itself is not going to ensure recognition. For recognition, we have to bring a credit system combined with other quality assurance and quality enhancement processes. Thank you very much. Oh.
Thank you, Anna. That was Anna, former president. So I can say people are tired, but we need to finalize this session. Let us clap for them all, just 3 factorial. Please. African credit transfer systems. Let's give them 3 factorial, please. Asante sana. So I'd like to get like 2-3 questions from the floor. I'll start with my former president, Dr. Baguma, please. Where the mic?
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, Dr. Pablo, Dr. Aine, and Professor Anna Nampule. So, first of all, I commend this session because actually it is trying to show, it is completely in line with the theme of this forum. You know, how can we enhance harmonization, integration, etc. Then second, I took note that the acts, all these Pan-African Quality Assurance Framework action lines, they are trying to make us more ready for the integration because there are consequences of integration. So I want to start with Dr. Robert Aine. There's where you qualified the autonomy of institutions. I understood you where you said we cannot force them to take students, but I wanted to hear from you, how do you think we should enhance this? Because for me, I put myself in a shoe of that student who is trying to move, not aware of the freedom under the Common Market Protocol, under the AU Agenda 2063, and then you have this registrar also who is not aware that actually, other than admitting from the institutional perspective, but he or she is dealing with some certain freedoms that our heads of states have already, accepted. So how do we do that? Because I can tell you these things are happening, and it is important we take them down there. The people who deal with these core roles. We are
Thank
not
you,
involved,
Dr.
most of
Baguma.
us. Now, the second one is kindly.
Okay.
The second one is Professor Nampul. When you showed the state of art, I would suggest humbly that where you showed that they don't have, I've always given this feedback. There are systems, because these countries are training. I would suggest let us not say they don't have, because the baseline is there. There's a way they are training. There is a way they are issuing certifications. What they are yet to have is the new way of structure. The Bologna process has led to structured qualification frameworks. So that's my input, so that we still be able to measure them, because their students will still travel. And when they come, we will not say there is no system, okay? So I had more, but I understand time is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take them all, then you'll answer. From Lynette.
Thank you very much. I'm Lynette Kisaka, related to the Commission for University Education, and I have been involved recently in the Kenya Credit Accumulation and Transfer System. It was a draft in 2021, but it has now been validated in 2024, awaiting launching. Just for correction, Anne. Now, I have issues I will be raising just so that we can consider as we go along. First of all, that this credit accumulation and transfer is linked with lifelong learning, and therefore we need to figure out how to accommodate learning from other provisions. We are so much on the formal, probably a little bit on the non-formal, not so much on the informal. Can we think, how do we deal with that? Number two, the matter of time, because we keep saying an academic year and so on. Now, Robert, when you said this child who was in standard 5 was only found to fit standard 2, it is also possible that a child who was in standard 2 could be found to fit standard 5. And so we need to be careful about learning in terms of time and learning. Time spent does not necessarily equal to learning achieved. So how are we measuring the learning? Because only then can we be sure that our credit is measuring what it requires to measure. We have been grappling with these things. And another word I want to put in to emphasize, I think what Robert said, that credit accumulation is an admission process, case by case. And so qualifications frameworks, please don't tell universities that if someone has a diploma, you can put them in third year. That doesn't happen. It is case by case. Perhaps the last, or maybe second to last, modulated learning versus program learning. If I have a module and you have said that is equivalent to 2 credits, in your thinking, it should take me a semester. But I have burnt the midnight oil and done it in 2 months. Have I learned? Do I have that credit? And so let us think about that.
Thank you, Lynette.
And then the face-to-face delivery, that's a quick one. Face-to-face versus online. Please think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kosam, let's take these 3, then I'll get back to the floor.
I have a question to Pablo. I've seen you have made a reference to Tuning Africa, which I understand the essence of Tuning Africa. One of the things or deliverable was to harmonize credit system. So I want to know what happened, because you have seen the diversity of credit from Eastern, Northern, Southern, Central. What happened to Tuning Africa?
Asante. Let's get the response from the presenters. Then I'll get to the second round. Karibu, Dr. Aine.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions that you've put across, and I think some of them are really supplements and comments. The issue of academic freedom that Dr. Baguma has talked about. We have what we call standards. Once you don't have standards, there's always abuse. So you must have set standards. Credit system at the level of the region, we have made it generic. It's a framework. At the national level, to some extent, they have made it a little bit prescriptive. And they'll tell you, you can transfer this amount. They will tell you, you must subscribe to these requirements. Now they're going to specifics, being more prescriptive. Now, at the institution level, institutions also develop from what they have seen from the framework, and at the national level, they develop their own internal credit transfer system. And therefore, the institution uses the base of this credit transfer system to determine admissions. And like Lynette has said, admissions are not automatic. It should be on a case-by-case basis. So you also have to ensure that the academic freedom of the institution is not abused. So institutions should be able to handle that. So develop your own, and it should really follow the processes. What I'm not comfortable with is an individual in an institution determines who should come in and who should not. And Senate is not aware, the department is not aware, and things like that. Usually that's where abuse happens. On the issue of credit accumulation, I agree totally. The credit accumulation should be able to promote lifelong learning. And we did mention about the issue of RIPL. And how do we now get the RIPL people and assign credits to them and recognize that a lot of learning has happened, and therefore on the basis of this learning, we can allow them maybe join under credit transfer. Our institutions doing that. And when I did ask that question, I think 1 or 2 institutions are doing that. That means we either not doing because we don't know, or we actually don't know how to transform those credits, and we need a lot of capacity building in that area. The issue of time spent, I agree entirely. The notion now is changing from ability to complete, then the time to complete. We must agree that in some other universities, semesters run differently. So semester 1 to me is semester 2 to her, but we're all in the same semester. So you find the whole year there is some learning taking place at different levels. So some students are good enough that they can be able to, comprehend and be able to take so many modules or so many courses within a short time and able to finish. Instead of 4 years, they're finishing within 3.5 years or within 3 years. So the notion now is changing that we are not looking at the duration, but we're looking at the rigor. We're looking at how much has learned, how much has this person learned, and then how much credit this person has earned. So I agree with you entirely. The thinking is changing. But then we have realities in the setup in which we are in. Usually when you come with some of these things, you look at the setup. An African child in our rural areas, in our developing countries. Is it true? You see, the curriculum framers or the experts at that time said, look, I think for an African child, it may be very difficult to finish medicine in 3 years. So therefore, an African child can finish medicine in about 5 years, because they have to have the first year, they have to do anatomy, they have to do physiology, and you know these things will take a toll on them, they have to be exposed, and we don't have modern facilities, they have to deal with the cadavers, etc., etc. And then the third year, they'll start surgery, and then they do hospital routines and rounds and things like that. So the understanding, the curriculum framers at that time, is that it will take the minimum of 5 years. If these realities change, which is beginning to change, who knows, maybe medicine shall do it in 3 years. But for now, the medical experts will tell you it may be practically very difficult. Some modules are already picking, people are changing and things are changing. I want to agree that the time factor may not be a factor, but for now I think it is a very strong factor in understanding qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start from those countries who declared to have no qualification, national qualification framework, and no national credit system. They said it, they responded to the questionnaire, and they said, we do not have. However, for those people who also asked, how are you recognizing? And some of them, they said, we are using another, institutions are using another references, as you said, like the European one, the Bologna, following the Bologna process. We commonly say we are following the Bologna process, but talking about credits, we are talking about the European credit system. But institutions, they are taking their own initiative, because in the national level, they do not have any policy. So from here, we are going to that transversal area of work Apiu mentioned this morning. It means that we are in different stages of development of our system, of development of our national policies, of development of our national rules and references. And it means we will need, yes, for those countries to help them to develop their national policies, to become references. Because under the autonomy of institutions, if you don't have a national policy, each institution could come and do what they intend to do. I do remember the conversation with the yesterday with the Kenyan University Commission. He was saying, yes, institutions can embark on the process of implementing those African credit system. Because as I said, implementing credit system is from the institution. The policy is there, but the implementation to be aligned with those principles that are in the policy, institutions must understand the technical issue of designing curriculum according to those principles of student workload and learning outcome. This comes to respond another question, which was, how are we measuring the learning? There are two principles related to credit: student workload and learning outcome. Yes, there are some special students, like Robert mentioned. We do have the the word which is coming to my mind is that caused a very, very strong discussion. The normal student. But talking about the normal person, it is very complicated. But we do have the main reference to say, student, they do need this time to be learning this, or to be achieving this learning outcome. Because we are not talking about content, we are talking about the student outcome, the learning outcome. So student workload and learning outcome are two main concepts to be taken into account when we are talking about credit. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, only to add very briefly, the credit is it's a reference, so we cannot ask the credit more than the credit can give us. The credit gives us some type of information about the learning process in terms of time spent. That's all. But as Ana Maria mentioned, this must be linked to what the student learned during this time. And this information will be given by the learning outcomes. The recognition procedure exists previously to the credit. So these countries that are not with a framework like this, with a national credit system, they work with recognize in a more, probably in a more difficult way, a path from students through the different institutions. This was the situation in Europe previous to Bologna. Many countries doesn't have a credit system. I participate during by the end of this century in the preparation of the ECTS. And for instance, in Spain, where I live, there is not a national credit system. And we, in Spain, we have recognition and we have exchange with the student. So this is not a problem. The credit facilitates this procedure. So to have a national credit system harmonize at national level the procedures. Of course, the autonomy of the universities and the level of the autonomy in the different countries depends on how they deal with this national regulation. But a national regulation facilitates, but it's not an obstacle at the end for the recognition. From our point of view, as the different countries move forward to have a national regulation, a national framework in terms of credits, in terms of qualifications, help internally to have a continental credit system, also facilitate the mobility and the recognition among the countries in the continent and from the continent with other regions of the world. So it's a reference, not more than that. In relation to the tuning experience, all what we have been discussing was produced in the framework of Tuning Africa, that it was a project that was run from 2010 to 2018. And the basis of the discussion were the universities, not at national level, not at national authorities. That's why the data that I present came from the universities, from the key actors, from the students, from the academics. When we finalize in 2018, Professor, we have the proposal of the ACTS. But this proposal of the African Credit Transfer System was not implemented. That's why in HACUA, they took this initiative, what was on paper, that it was agreed, that they have the basis of the data, that represent the variety of situation in the 41 countries that participate in this moment of Tuning Africa, from a range of hours of one academic year. And they made a proposal of a credit. Now, in the framework of this project, we are trying to revitalize the discussion, because the situation, as Ana Maria mentioned, is completely different from 2018 to till now. Many countries have developed a national qualification framework. Many countries have developed a credit system internally. So the situation is more mature for this type of discussion. So the idea in HACUA 3 is to try to implement, to pilot something with a number of universities of a continental reference, and see how this continental reference fits and match with the national initiatives in the case they have. In the case they don't have, they try to involve these actors to try to discuss with them. So the implementation phase that we are proposing in HACUA 3 is to try with a number of countries, to a number of institutions in this country, to really pilot exchange situations through this translator of ACTS as a continental umbrella.
Thank you so much. I know we still have questions, but time is not with us. So if your question is so keen, please write it, then we'll get the discussion with these people. Thank you so much, Dr. Robert. Thank you, former President Ana Maria. Thank you, Pablo, for everything. And thank you everyone for participating in this session. Let me get something from my boss. Please, I'm just reminded to check with the people from online, please. Who is taking care of that? Then you can get just one question or comment from online people. No one? We have online, please. I think there is no that one that is keen that we need to discuss. So at this end, I would like to say thank you for your attention. I would like to wish you a nice meeting. It's me, Lulu Luflenge, Vice President IACAN, and from Mbeya University of Science and Technology, Tanzania. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana.
Ronald?
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? People at the back, good afternoon. Are you okay? Now, we have a small organization taking place outside, and we are somehow restricted, not like yesterday. There's another session going outside for a different group, and we are trying to moderate our discussions. So they were also outside, they did their discussions without interfering with our discussion this side. So I'm requesting that they were only out for about 10 minutes. Can we also have, now that we are quality assurance, can we take like 7 minutes? We take our tea. We don't discuss too much from outside. We come and discuss inside here, and then Obrel comes in for the next discussion, and we, at exactly 1, we are for lunch, and exactly 2, we are for AGM, and exactly 5, we are out for a rest. Can that one work? Yes. So I want to request President, please lead us outside. We take, yes. Okay. And for our convenience, all of us today, we are not using this side for convenience. So we go to the reception, and then our offices for convenience other side. Yes.
Those of us who are supported to travel in by IUCA and Obrel Global, kindly register your hotel at the desk. The hotel and also the time you are departing. Yeah.
Okay, members, all the discussions take place after tea. All the discussions takes place after
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a very short time to finalize the morning session, because you know that we have been delayed with the previous presentation. So I will propose a change in the format, because originally the idea is after the coffee break at 11, we will have some group discussion. But as we are closer to the lunch time, what I will propose is more an open discussion, not to work in groups and then to present some results, some agreements in the group discussion. So to try to open the discussion in the plenary and to collect some ideas in relation to this discussion. Okay, so we will have 20 minutes, 25 minutes from now till lunchtime. My idea is to show few slides, because here the most important thing is to try to listen to you. We can continue with the questions from the previous phase, because Ana Maria and I think that Robert is also around, so we can also answer if there are doubts or clarification from the previous session. And in particular, I will present 2 or 3 slides of the ACTS proposal, the way forward that we have in the framework of HACUA, and then we can go to the questions that you have in the program and to try to answer in this at the plenary session. Okay? Do you agree with this change in order to try to, because I know that at 2 o'clock you will have your plenary for EQUAN, so it's also difficult. Okay, this is the proposal. What you seen in the screen, is the ACTS proposal. The Credit for Africa, that is the result, as I mentioned to Professor, of this tuning initiative in 2018. This was the result. And this is what we are trying to implement and to put under discussion now. So these figures that you see in the circles, in the orange circles of 1,350 to 1,850, it's the result of all this research did between 2015 to 2018 that represent the information that we collect from 120 universities with a big number of surveys of what time required the student to fulfill all the activities, to complete all the activities. So at the end, as an average of the different situation in the different regions, the credit for Africa range from 1,350 to 1,850. So in this range, the idea is all the countries can be located in one part of this, or in the extremes of this, in the middle, or using the same range. And there is another agreement in 2018 in terms of ACTS. So one of the first agreement is the range of student workload hours that represent 1 academic year. And this is the range. The second agreement is that 1 academic year represents 60 units. So this is a second agreement, that 1 academic represents 60 credits, 60 units, 60 ACTS. So if you divide it, this range of 1,350, 1,850 in 60 units, 1 African credit varies from 22.5 hours to 30 hours. So this is the value of 1 credit in relation to this proposal. So we have the first agreement in terms of the number of hours in 1 academic year, the number of credits in 1 academic year, and the third agreement is that all this it's calculated in terms of workload, in terms of the student workload, not in terms of contact hours. So the ACTS has these three elements as a basis. So as I mentioned at the end of the previous session, this was agreed on in 2018, but nothing happened since 2018. But a lot of things happened from 2018 till now. Many countries developed a national framework, a qualification national framework. Many countries developed a credit system that in 2018 didn't exist in 2018. So now the ground is more ready for this type of discussion. So the idea is not to adopt the ACTS as a national or institutional credit, is to try to see how this continental proposal can be linked to the national regulations and or the institutional regulations as a translator. Okay? So this is the proposal from HACUA, revitalizing the discussion in tuning, taking the same, but probably, as it was mentioned by Claire in the morning, probably they need some kind of adaptations. They need some kind of change, because this reflects a picture taken in 2018, this range of hours. Okay? So there is first one discussion in terms of the proposal as such, in terms how fit, how much to the local with the national situation, and then the idea of to participate or not in an implementation phase of this. So we have the proposal now on the table for all the countries in Africa, but in terms of HACUA, I will show what we are proposing. Let me go. You will have the presentation here, complete with a lot of information and so on. So those who were interested, they can go back to this. This slide only to show the connection between the European proposal and the African proposal, and what I mentioned in terms of the value of one credit in Africa and the value of one credit in Europe. Okay, but this also is connected, because I have been discussing with one professor in the coffee break, the situation that this comparison with Europe has the only objective that the situation in Europe is similar to the situation in Africa in terms of diversity. When this discussion started by the end of the last century, different countries in Africa have different backgrounds and different policies and different strategies for the curriculum design. And this is similar to the situation in big regions like Africa, like Latin America. So that's why we use it only as a reference, because how from different country situation, different regulation, different backgrounds, they try to converge in one continental proposal, in the case of Europe and now in the case of Africa. So let me show something about the next steps for HACUA. Ana Maria mentioned that we started this revitalization process of the ACTS proposal for the whole continent with an updating of the state of the art in Africa. Ana Maria showed some part about the Eastern. I show the maps that I present for the continental scope are also part of this state of the art. We are working on this state of the art. We collect a lot of questionnaires, surveys from national authorities of what is the situation in each of the countries. As Ana Maria mentioned, we received responses from 46 national authorities in 46 countries in Africa, and we prepare a report. We describe the situation in terms of credit in these 44 countries in Africa. Those countries which didn't react, they are welcome still, because they can send information. South Sudan is one of the countries that didn't send information. Somalia is another country that didn't send the information. So we are open to incorporate the data for the whole description. With this whole description, because we are in the analysis and preparing a final report of what is happening in the different regions with different regional initiatives and what is happening in the different countries, we are doing some kind of phase number 2, some kind of lobbying of this ACTS. What is this lobbying means? We are visiting some countries. We started last month in the southern part of Africa, and we have a meeting with the national authorities in Mozambique, with the national authorities in Angola, the national authorities in South Africa, the national authorities in Mauritius, and the national authorities in Botswana. So we select a number of countries, in this case for the southern Africa, to contrast the information, to validate the information that we receive. We did the same in Eastern Africa. We visit Ethiopia, we visit Rwanda. We have the meeting yesterday with the national authorities from Kenya in relation to this information. And in particular, not only these visits are to validate the information that we have collected, it's also to see if they are willing to participate in an implementation phase as a national case study. What does it mean? In the framework of this project, one of the objectives is to try to implement a continental credit. To implement a continental credit, we need to select a number of countries. Originally, the idea is to select 10 countries in total for the whole Africa. And in these countries, the idea is that the national authorities can identify a number of universities which will work together in trying to identify commonalities from their particular context in a very particular qualifications, in very concrete degree programs, and how they can connect this in terms of how they can translate these degree programs into this continental credit, and to see if they match or not. Okay, so this will come in the future. This will come next June. So from now till next June, we are visiting a number of countries, 20 in total, and the idea is by March, when we finish with all the visits, we are planning some visits in the Western and the Central Africa by the end of October. Here, Abdul, we will be our host in Senegal by the end of October. We are going to propose to the project, because we are a team of experts, Ana Maria from Mozambique representing the southern part, Robert representing the eastern. We have a colleague of Abdul from Senegal representing the western, and one colleague from the northern part of Africa from Egypt. So all this team, and with the coordination of the African Association of Universities, we are going to propose a number of countries that after the visit, they have expressed their willingness to be part of this implementation phase. When we select the countries, the idea is that in these countries, we are going to invite a number of universities for this piloting experience. For this piloting experience, the idea is we are going to do some kind of training to try to harmonize what this ACTS proposal means, and to give all the information about the tool. So when they work together from the institution level, they have all the same information. Okay? So after that, the idea is after the piloting, we can produce some kind of guidelines about how to extend this result to others. But the piloting experience will involve around 100 universities from the whole continent, from around 10 countries. Okay? So now we are visiting the countries, and we are trying to identify if they are interested or not in this, how feasible it will be to be part of the implementation phase of HAQUA. Okay? So the last part, what I would like to share with you, is what appear here in terms of in the program. Again, the idea, our original idea with Ana Maria and with Robert is to have time for group discussion about these two topics that appear here. So probably, as we are only 10 or 15 minutes maximum, we can open the debate of these questions to all of you, and you can comment, you can say what do you think, how feasible you think from your perspective, from your institutional perspective, from your country level perspective, to be part of this experiment of implementation case. And also you can include questions about the previous presentation that we did with Ana Maria, Robert, and I. It's okay? Silent. So you have the questions in the program. You have in the session from 10, in the session of 10 appear the two topics at country level. If there are any other key element that should be included in the proposal of ACTS, which should be, what will be the main barriers to uptake the ACTS in your country from your point of view, which will be the barriers to work on a continental proposal like this one, and how would be these obstacles, if there are some barriers, obstacles, how these various obstacles be overcome. This is one of the topics. And the second topic, more at institutional level, it's in order to install this discussion about the credit in your institution, about this continental credit, which strategies do you propose in terms of which will be the main steps to be implemented in order to implement at institutional level, and how you consider the best way to inform the academic community about the ACTS. Let me make only one more comment, and then I will open because I know that someone raised their hand. What we identified in this state of the art after the survey at national level is that many countries you have seen the map when I show the map of 39 countries with a credit system. So this is what at country level the national authorities inform. But from the national regulation, of course that we consider this information is true, that the credit system exists, but from there to the real implementation in the ground in terms of how the universities are implementing the curriculum design with this type of paradigm, taking into account the time from the student and translating the different models, the different courses in terms of credits, we are not completely sure. Okay, so the information that we collect in terms of that the national regulation and the credit system exist, it's okay, but we really don't know how far from the regulation we are from the real implementation at national level of these local national laws or guidelines in terms of credits. Okay, only to underline this situation that one thing is the law or the regulation, and other is what is happening in reality at the institutional level. Please, Professor.
Mine is going to the presentation which Professor Anna gave. First of all, I want to thank you for this it was a big research and very informative, especially spot on for us who are working in the university. But Professor Anna explained about those countries which had no qualification system credit. And when she said it, I was already disturbed, and I was busy here disturbing Professor. How do they do it? How do they do it? But when someone asked a question, Professor explained to us that they use other people's systems, other countries' systems. My humble request would be that maybe it is put in that table instead of having no qualifications. Because as a reader, and who has not participated in the research, when I read it, I get disturbed a little bit. There must be some basics. I submit.
Thank you. Anna? Okay. We take into consideration your suggestion, Professor. Thank you.
going into a work group at the group level and country level right now. Is that correct?
Here
Or at a later time?
Yeah, no, we can discuss. It's an open discussion. You can put it at the in country level or at an institutional level. It's not linked to if you have or not a national qualification framework or a credit system, you mean?
Yeah, because of the way you put it, as if we're supposed to go in like a breakout session. Was that how I understood it?
Yeah, no, because this originally, what we proposed, but you know that the time it's different.
That's what I thought.
We thought that we can put some of the participants in a discussion at country level and other more at the institutional level. So now we can take whatever the question here and we can answer from the country perspective or the institutional perspective. It's only to try to cover this in the plenary, and if you have something to say.
So in that regard, this is a very good thing, by the way. And one of the things that I want to see stand out is for those students who have lost their documents. Because we have stories of fire. Somebody brought up story of refugees, like the ones we have in Uganda from Sudan. And I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics, and I've been grappling with this. I have turned away so many Sudanese refugees of recent who have come, and from the assessment, you can actually tell these are students who are in school up to that level, but they don't have the documents. How do we solve that? Really needs to be solved. Then we also have genuine fire issues in some universities. It's not that it's lost at the level of the student, but at the source. So how do we help such people? I would like to see that included in this ACTS activity.
Yeah, in this, the proposal is very generic, the proposal of this credit at the continental level. So the idea is that this credit at continental level must consider everything that the student must do during a qualification or during a period of time in terms to achieve a concrete capacities, in concrete competence, and how much time, and this is the part for the credit, how much time this implies for he or she to achieve these competence, capacities, abilities, learning outcomes, whatever you can mention. So the idea is to install this as a culture of measure in our institution, because probably in some institutions, as I mentioned in my comment, we have the regulation, but our planning as a teachers or the planning in the qualification is still from the perspective of only from the teacher. And this gives a partial information. And for the case that you mentioned, that we are going to recognize in others that don't have the certification because something happened, this is something that must be put on the table in this assessment, in these interviews, in this identification of what this person have achieved, what they have achieved, and probably in terms of how much time is behind this achievement. Yes, they are. Sorry, I think that they are. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think I would like to address myself to the first question at the institutional level about installing the arts discussion, the institution, the strategy that could be proposed.
Okay.
And my view is that one of the best strategies is first to involve the top leadership of the institution, maybe the vice chancellors, so that they can be able to understand the idea and back it and own it. From there, once the top leadership has bought the idea, then it becomes easy to cascade it down to the other members. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you may have had other forums where you have met the vice chancellors and sensitized them about it. If you have not, maybe you may need to consider having such forums so that they are sensitized, they get to understand it, they get to buy the idea, and then from there it will become easy now to cascade to the other members. And then maybe in each institution you could think of getting maybe a focal person in the institution who will be articulating that agenda. They need somebody who is articulating it almost on a daily basis so that it's able to percolate to the entire university community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. This is the purpose of this discussion, to try to collect ideas, because we have the objective of the implementation, but we need some clues how to implement, because for the diversity, the different context, the different background, the different situations. So your suggestion to go by layers in terms of the involvement at the institutional level, so the Vice Chancellor must know to be really committed, to be really involved, then the academics and the designers. So we take note of all the suggestions, in particular yours, to prepare the implementation phase. So how we are going to move forward with those institutions who will pilot the project. One point is to try to involve different stages at the institutional level, to be committed, to be informed, to be part of the process. Okay, thank you, Professor.
Thank you. My intervention is on the first topic at the country level.
At country level.
And what I would like to mention, first of all, is that in my country we have such credit system at the national level where a credit counts for 25 hours, where 10 are for student personal work. As mine would like to say something on the barriers on implementing this system. On my understanding, when the student cannot move from institution to another, this system is not helpful. And among others barriers, it is scholarship. It is a good thing, but when you are in a university where you are receiving a scholarship, when you move to another institution, you lose your scholarship. Maybe we can try to see how to address this aspect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we are going to collect a number of interventions, and then I will try to address. Okay, Professor?
Yeah, thank you. Universities, at least in my context, have rejected credit transfer to some students who were studying in foreign universities simply because they didn't have the fundamental subject for the respective programs they were studying. And this comes from the professional registration bodies. Universities have many stakeholders, including the professional registration bodies, which are also key because they are going to register these graduates after exiting the universities. So when you're considering stakeholders to engage, it's very important that these professional registration bodies are also included. For instance, you have somebody who has been studying in a very reputable university, like MIT, Oxford. This particular individual went into an engineering program, but unfortunately, he or she didn't have mathematics as one of the fundamental subjects to do an engineer, at least in our local context. In our context, you cannot do an engineering program if you don't have mathematics. So this individual wants to transfer. Dr. Aina mentioned this case that no, you have to finish your program, then come back with a qualification, and probably it will be recognized. So this particular individual is rejected to transfer because the university cannot allow, cannot accept because he or she didn't have mathematics prior to joining that particular university, irrespective of the reputation of the university. Yes, it's important to have prior qualifications, but what matters most Are we looking at the entry qualifications, or are we focusing more on the competencies? In my country, I'm sorry to say that we don't admit those without advanced level. We don't admit in our universities. At least somebody who has an advanced level of secondary education, and the systems differ. But this particular individual who is failing to be admitted in our universities, cross borders to other countries, comes with a qualification, and they are going to be subjected to the same labor market recognition. It comes to practice the qualification in the country, but this individual was denied the opportunity to study in our local universities. So there are many stakeholders who have to be involved in the process of developing this. We have another case. Somebody goes outside with a diploma. Universities, somebody can go to the university with many pathways. Somebody did a diploma, a 3-year diploma in clinical medicine, a pharmacy, or any other program. Somebody who is coming afresh from a secondary school, and then you are subjecting these individuals to the same introduction. Somebody who has done nursing and is a registered nurse, and then comes for a Bachelor of Science in nursing, you are forcing him or her to do introduction to, I don't know, syringing, I don't know, whatever. You are wasting his or her time. But when this individual comes back, wants to transfer the credit, unfortunately, he or she could not complete the studies outside. He or she was exempted, at least the first year, because he or she went with a diploma, 3-year diploma in nursing, and they analyzed the qualification. They saw, you have adequate fundamental or foundation, at least for the first 1 year. So he or she was exempted, comes back, he wants to transfer the credit. No, you didn't do the courses in the first year. Yeah, so these are some of the disturbing issues. Unless we engage as many as possible stakeholders, otherwise the adoption of this ACTS may have challenges to some cases. Thank you.
Okay, I will go back to your point. Yes.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It is one of elaborate presentations. I just want to confirm one thing as a validation to your research. I can confirm to you that this work is based on fact, because you said South Sudan don't have qualification framework. That is a fact. We don't have qualification framework. And as I have just told to the previous presenter, Nabula, that the government is working on it. This month, in September, I think it will be out. The committee was actually instituted in March. Not only qualification framework, but also quality assurance framework is not in place. Also research plus student support. So in fact, we have 4 committees that are working on 4 different documents. So by September this month, if you go back to, or by October, if you go back to South Sudan, you'll find that they have the qualification framework and you have the information there. But it doesn't mean that we don't have the baseline. We have universities and we have primary schools, secondary schools that are actually performing, and they are doing well, both in the country and outside. It doesn't mean that we don't have a system where we can now graduate students or that can be recognized in the region. The system is there. We have the baseline. So just go back as an advice. Later in October, you'll get the document and it will be fulfilled. Like the previous person comment, that we are at different level of development, different structural level of development. South Sudan is coming up, it's just 13 years old, and we departed from another country which might have a system, but we want to develop a system that related to another region, EAC region. That is a system that is not related to the northern part of Africa. So we are working on those documents and they will be available, just a matter of time. That's what I want to confirm to all of participants, that it is a fact. We don't have a qualification framework, but it will be out very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My quick question regarding the Africa credit and transfer system is on the fake. How will it deal with the fake certificates? Well, I don't know if it's an issue. It could be an issue, but is it captured there? Yes. Am I transferring credit over genuine certificates or a fake certificate? And how will this information be shared within the African community so that if in Kenya I need to authenticate, will I be given that information from another country? Thank you.
This comment, and then I will give some answers.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. Mine is just a concern because we are now focusing on students. And we have these big fish, we call them politicians. Sometimes they take shortcuts in getting certificate. How do you deal with that issues? Thank you.
Okay, well, I will go back, and then I will continue with some rounds of questions. But let me, because I don't have very good memory. Okay, and I will forget. Yes, you are right. In this type of discussion, we must involve all the key actors, and of course the professional bodies in some particular subject areas are critical, because at the end this type of discussion is at the subject level, because the recognition will happen with one concrete qualification, with that concrete program. And I think that one of the mistakes in all these discussions is that the approach to the credit or all these key elements in curriculum design, it's only technical, because of course there is a technical discussion behind a number that one credit here represents 2 credits in the other system. But behind this discussion, there is the shift of paradigm. So what we are discussing is something that is not automatically. So we cannot see that here is 3 and 3 represent 4 for me, and so immediately I recognize and I certificate. So this will not happen anywhere in Europe, in the United States. So this is impossible, this situation. So it's an information that we have, but this information tells us a lot of things if it is well implemented. Because if these number 3 that represent this module or this course implies that the teacher behind this module or this course has been thinking in terms of the student, and that they have or she or he have prepared activities and they have assessed some kind of outcomes achieved by the students. Okay, so this figure give us a lot of information, not only for the transfer. So give an information of what is happening in terms of the learning process. So if it is well implemented, this figure said that in this concrete qualification, in this concrete program, in this concrete course, the process is with the student in the center. So taking into account what the student require, what the student have learned, assessing and giving evidence of this. For this discussion, to try to identify these commonalities, that is the point that you gave here, you need this is in terms of internationalization, because we are thinking how this person can have this diploma and go to another place, or they can have a transcript of records of some courses and can go to another place and be recognized. For this purpose, we need both elements for this internationalization. We need that there is a profile that have in the core the main elements of a civil engineer, of a nurse, of a doctor included. Okay, so this definition at the institutional level must have taken into consideration what a civil engineer must represent at global level, of course at national level, because you have some regulation from your professional body, but the regulation of your professional body must be linked to more global discussion. For instance, the civil engineer has something that is called the Washington Accord, that is a global agreement of what a civil engineer must have in terms of competence. So in my institution, the degree program in civil engineering must have take into consideration in the design this element of the Washington Accord, that is a global agreement, and this must be clearly described in the degree profile of the civil engineering of my university, and how this is connected to all the components of the program in terms of courses or in terms of modules. So this is the logic of a real student-centered approach in terms of the implementation at the institutional level. So if this happened in a previous phase, the professional bodies must have been involved in this discussion at the internal level. So they have provided information of what they require for a civil engineer and for a nurse or the different professions, and this must be in dialogue with the global scope. Okay, so that's why in this it's represent that we are changing a figure, we are changing a number in our design, but we are changing really a lot of things because we are shifting the paradigm. We are thinking in terms of the student and what the student needs. And what the student needs implies this type of discussion with the different professional bodies, the different stakeholders. In terms of your comment, of course we will be in contact again for South Sudan to include in our report, in our state of the art, what is happening now. So it will be great that in the coming weeks, the coming months, we will be in contact to have this information. For the certification, I think that is also linked with this comment. What we can certificate in terms of our students. Of course, these figures is one element, but what we are also going to certificate is what they have learned, or she or he have learned in terms of this process. This is happened. This is something that could appear in the description of the program, but also there is something that, for instance, in Europe is well developed, that this is a diploma supplement. So it's an extra information that you give to the holder of the diploma, not only the transcript of records of the different courses with the different credits, but also the information of the skills or the competence that she or he has achieved during the learning process. So it's complementary to the diploma, this type of document that is quite important for the certification of what this person have achieved during the learning process. Sorry, there are, I think that two more questions because it's, I think the lunch is ready.
I just wanted to add to what Pablo is saying. This is a situation. How many people would like students to move from another university to come and study at their university? By show of hand. How many? Who will feel happy if they can have students moving from one university to the other? Even within the country or even outside the country, how many? Good. Now, this is the situation. You love to have students to move from one place to the other. The question we are trying to find an answer to is how can we make that? How can that be made possible? Okay? So if that can be made possible, what are the things? The question, like we were saying, what are the kind of key elements that should be taken into discussion? And I like the input from the floor, the things that we really need to articulate and make sure that we take into account. The Vice Chancellor, from Makerere mentioned, there's also, Kampala, yes, the main Kampala. Mentioned. So these are the things that we need to think of, and this is not 2018 when we had the first discussion on ACTS, okay? So we also have to take into account that currently we are also having many refugees, we are having all these things. So what are the key elements if we want to make this system work for us across the continent? What are the key elements that we have to take into account? And if there are key elements that we have to take into account, how do we go about it, okay? And remember, this is a system. It's not like, this is not a prescription. This is a discussion we are having. We like to have students move from within our institutions, within the country. We like students to move within East Africa. We like our students to move to West Africa, etc. So how do we articulate this so that we make things work, okay? So it's not you have to contribute your quality assurance in personnel, so you really have even a more rigorous input into this discussion, because at the end of the day, if you bring in students who are moving in and then 2 years down the line the institution is not doing well, they will blame you, okay? So you have to take into account, and we have to think of through it, how can we make this possible and how can we then make it successful? Sorry for jumping into the chair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think to answer the question, we need to define the basic requirement for a student to enroll in the program. I'll give you the example. We do have a collaboration with Chindong University in South Korea. They are attracting, I can say, worldwide students to go to study there. The major courses they're studying is business administration, hotel management, information technology, and artificial intelligence. What's their basic requirement to be accepted in those programs? They look only into 2 points at the high school level. Have mathematics with the B, means above 70%. Have English also with the B. Only those 2 qualifies you to enroll in those 4 programs, which can't happen with us in East African community. So what can we define to accommodate our students? Because what we need to know, what do we want a student to have from high school so they can be able to follow these courses? But if you start taking a transcript of student, they see mathematics, English, biology, geography, and so on and so forth. You get only 1. So I think to answer the question, we should define in each program what is minimum requirement do we need for this student to enroll in this program. You see somebody from Kenya, we come to Uganda, Uganda to Tanzania. But there are some programs when somebody comes from Tanzania, will not be able to go to Uganda. Or from Uganda, not to Tanzania. Why? Because those basic definition, you don't have them. I submit.
Thank you. I think that there is another intervention. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamil Serwanga, the Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs, Islamic University in Uganda. Thank you very much for this kind of interaction. And as the question was floated to us, looking at what should we include in terms of seeing the ATCS coming in full operation, for me, this is my mind. Where are the parents? Maybe we need to position the parents in the whole spectrum of our management of ATC, because there is a lot that would be carried out through the parents and probably also the sponsors. Sometimes we receive students in our different institutions with certain conditionalities as provided by sponsors. I want this young man or girl to take this degree, but maybe in 1.5 years or 1 year. And this is the money, and for you, you are giving in 2 years. But for me, I want him to pick the interest and whatever from your institution in 1 year. I don't know. Then the prerequisite, the previous speaker, I think, was bringing on board that kind of aspect. Can we look into those kind of prerequisites and see how we can manage them? There is the issue of prior learning. I think it was also coming on board. How do we factor in those conditionalities and the prerequisites? Like now in Uganda, we have a system of mature age. So long as you have acquired 25 years, National Council is allowing us to run a test, and if you pass, we place you in the degree you want. But sometimes you may find that you may go to do a master's degree elsewhere, and somebody would be asking, how were you admitted? So I feel we need to take into that. This question maybe, I don't know whether it is well placed. Where is the future, or what could be the future of our national regulators vis-a-vis now the progression towards globalization, internationalization, and education without borders? Do we still need them, or we need to be moving towards having a global accreditation or standardization process where I can move and enter any kind of education system? Today, we are being confronted with these two issues. I have not seen how we can place them along the ATCs. The ranking and visibility of universities. It is becoming a big aspect to us as managers of universities. Some universities have also come to the point of placing their rankings across the different systems at their main gates. For us, we are ranked by this, and we are number 1, we are number 2, we are number X. So I feel if we bring these on board, I feel we shall be maybe moving towards easy implementation of a CTS in our system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I really like, perhaps when it comes to admission requirements, we know that some of the other East African countries are using the 7-4-2, while Kenya is using the 8-4. Now, and because we have an officer from TCU, perhaps he could share his experience of admission of Kenyan students to Tanzanian universities and perhaps other commissions. But also, when it comes to these ACTs and whatever, there's this problem of now the employers demanding other things, and they're even claiming that universities are training students who are unemployable, students who don't have the skills for the industry. So with these ACTs, are we still talking the same language when it comes to the employers, the students, the universities, and also within the student body? Some come to the university for a different purpose. Some come as a place of leisure. Some come, they're buying time, perhaps they're, the workplace is not conducive, so they're coming there like a leave. And then there are those who are there for learning. So how do we balance all these things with these ACTs and the speed? We have the fast learners, we have the moderate learners, we have the slow learners, and all these complexities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Among the strategies, I was looking at, let me begin by the harmonization of minimum admission requirements, because it's very critical where we have seen students that have gone, let me say like outside the country, they have been admitted for these degrees, they come back and professional bodies have issues, serious issues. We've had those cases where students go and do those courses. When they come back, professional bodies refuse to register them. So I think we need to have a serious engagement with professional bodies so that they're on board, they understand, and they work with us. Then I think also harmonization of curricula, whereby I've also seen where when someone studies abroad and comes back and you have not studied some of the key course units, they make you repeat. You have to enroll again and cover those key course units. So harmonization would be key so that we take into considerations of those key course units that we have to engage in our curricula. Then maybe lastly is about the strengthening of the recognition of prior learning. Not all of us have really gone that far in that area, but you find that, for example, in Uganda, there is already some projects that are ongoing, some programs. There is what we call UNESCO Passport. We are working closely with UNAIP, and this one specifically is helping out refugees whereby we are helping out these refugees that come over, and we have put in place a committee that is helping to assess them, and they are able to establish at which level they are, and they can be able to be absorbed in the education systems. Then at lower secondary level, there is also a project. I've been part of it with the Ministry of Education and Sports, whereby we are also looking at those who come. They are refugees, they've come, they have not finished any level, let me say like primary living, they have not done PLA, and they want to pick up from where they were and progress. We are also coming up with a framework, and they are going to also be assessed at the level where they were and be able to be absorbed and taken on in the whatever. So I think there is a need for more engagement with the Ministry of Education as well, then also the regulators, so that everybody is on board and it will be able to probably support us progress this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I happen to.
Thank you very much. My name is Luanga Anthony. I'm from Uganda. My input about SCTs, accumulation of credits and transfer policy and system, is it going to be a general transfer, or the regions, like now the East African region, would identify what are the critical human resource needs that we need as a region, and then we identify those specific courses that will address the specific or the targeted human resource needs, and then we can talk about transfer. Are we going to generally talk about transferring everything, or there are certain areas of focus that we need to look at as a region or as a continent, and we say our focus and thrust now as a continent should be in these thematic areas, and therefore we can even tailor our curriculum or our curricula as we harmonize, so that we are able to talk about transfer, but in certain critical areas that are intended to prepare our region or our continent forward. That's my input. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Thank you very much. I'm Kavita Boniface from Kenya, Kenyatta University. So I happen to be a student, and I acknowledge we must have indicators for those SCTs, because it's very important. But allow me to weigh my thought on this. I want to be biased on objectives of university education, the ability to create critical thinking among learners. And when Provia talked of ranking of universities globally, and we find ourselves, we are not up there. What makes us to be ranked in a low manner? So my view is, when don't also the industry inform us, how are our learners doing in the industry? If they are able to to think critically, are they able to create research which is impactful and also inform the performance of the universities? I think for me this is very key, and if we can also, I know it's a very expensive research, but how are university graduates outside impacting the economy? For me that will be phenomenal. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for all the input, all the comments. We will take into consideration all these aspects, and it will be an improvement for the proposal. We will be back to you soon with probably an enriched ACTS idea for the implementation phase. This is not closed, as was mentioned by Claire in the opening. We are learning each other. We are trying to do our best to something that represents the spirit of the whole continent, that we know it's very difficult because it's very diverse, but we are trying that everybody feel represented at the end in a proposal that is, again, a reference. a translator. So the idea is to have something which represent and can connect with other places in Africa, but also other parts of the world, okay? So the idea is to try to implement this in some cases and see how it works. So those countries who are interested, we will be welcome to be part of this. We need the commitment of the national authorities because the national authorities must be involved and must select a number of universities that we will work together trying to identify these commonalities. And we will, the discussion is open, and it will be open till the end of the project HAGUA 3, when after the implementation phase, probably we need to refresh and revise what we have put it in place, okay? So thank you very much. I don't know if the lady, you're going to, the rapporteur want to say something? Okay, okay. Anna, would you like to say something? Okay.
Mine is just to thank you for your participation in this very passionate discussion, and to say that if you do have any contribution, you can send to the organizers of this event, and they will send it to us. Because, as I said, we are still drafting the report. And all contributions, even the responses to those questions, are to be included on what to do in order to have, because the document is not the solution. In 2018, we had this document. I have been there in the group. Professor asked, because he have been engaged in the elaboration, in the discussion, and in the agreements we did, but the document was there, and it didn't work. It was not adopted because we said for the adoption, formal adoption, it must come from the grace. It must come from an experimented, because it is not only an issue of a policy, it is an issue of implementation practices. So please, we welcome all your contribution for us to come with a proposal that reflects our situation and our ideas on what should be addressed for us to become with a reasonable credit system for all of us. It doesn't mean we are changing the national one, doesn't mean you are changing the regional one, but it means we are integrating and we are promoting mutual comprehension of what is going on in all African countries. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pablo and your team. Let us appreciate Pablo's team. Now we are coming to the end of the morning session and the mid-morning session. We want now to break for lunch. Lunch is ready. And immediately after lunch, as we said in the morning, we'll be having the IACAN annual general meeting. There was a request from Madam from Pakistan to get some time to show us a poster. We will agree and see when we can have that done. She wanted to take 15 minutes. How many? 10 minutes. Maybe immediately after lunch, before the annual general meeting, we can take 10 minutes Just listen to what she has, because she traveled all the way from Pakistan to come and show us a poster. It will be unfair to allow her move back without that. And therefore, we'll give you 10 minutes only. We're going to take 40 minutes, for lunch. What is the time now? 1:45. So we come back by 2:30. 2:30. Yeah. 2:30, let us be here. Listen for 10 minutes, and then we get to the annual general meeting. We open the annual general meeting to observers, so you feel free to come in and listen to what we are doing. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Anybody without a coupon for lunch? That table does not have a coupon for lunch. Any other table? Okay. Enjoy your lunch. The place is secure, so leave your machine.
presentation, and then immediately after that, the IACAN executives will be ready for the AGM, and we organize ourselves towards that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all attend for this presentation on enhancing faculty's generative AI literacy for improved quality in teaching and learning in LMICs. Our presenter is Aisha Mansour, and the rest she's going to pronounce better and in a perfect way. She'll tell us where she comes from and how we can quality relate for better tomorrow. Aisha, your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Karibu sana. Did you have a good lunch? All right, that's great. So everybody's a little refreshed after the break. So my name is Aisha Mansour, and I work in the Network of Quality Teaching and Learning at Aga Khan University. And I'm here from Pakistan. Yesterday, you heard my colleague, Azra Naseem, speak about artificial intelligence in her keynote address. I am also part of her team. And today, I'm going to present my poster, which you can also find outside, which is much more clearer than probably on the screen right now. So you can take a look at it later if you haven't already gotten a chance to do that. So the poster I'm presenting today, it's about our study and analysis on enhancing faculty's generative AI literacy at AKU, and how can that improve teaching and learning and the quality of teaching and learning, specifically when we talk about LMICs. So just like many of the East African countries, Pakistan is also an LMIC, and we've also conducted many of these sessions, which I'm going to talk about in a bit, over here in Kenya and online as well. So last year, not last year actually, in 2022, November of 2022, ChatGPT was launched. How many of you use ChatGPT or have ever used it? Raise of hands. All right, do you use it for teaching and learning or any of your quality assurance work? Do you? Yes, no, raise of hands. Oh, yes, you do. All right, so when that happened, we received a lot of faculty's reactions in terms of the fact that they were very worried about what's going to happen. Will it replace their jobs? And what about the quality of teaching? Will it impact the quality of teaching? Because maybe students will now just go to ChatGPT or Gemini or any of these other tools to learn and not pay attention in class. And you already know that a lot of teachers are still struggling with the attention spans of students in class. So to address that, at AKU what we did, the Network of Quality Teaching and Learning started a series of workshops and sessions. This series, we named it the AI in Education Playground series. And we called it a playground because everything was still very, very new, and what we wanted to do was allow the faculty and staff to experiment, to play and learn, basically use these tools, play with these tools, have discussions, and come up with various ideas on how they can use generative AI, but also what kind of challenges can it have on teaching and learning. So we had our sessions. If we can just scroll down a little bit. So thank you. We had our sessions, and we covered various topics. We covered topics on how you can use it for teaching and learning, how can you prompt generative AI tools, how can you use it to search for literature. Yesterday in the session when Azra asked a lot of you to put on Mentimeter, what would you like it to do? A lot of you said you would like it to write for you, you would like it to research, you would like to find articles out of it. So these were the sessions we were doing. We were already helping faculty learn these things. We were also doing sessions on guidelines, which AKU had developed for its faculty on how they can use generative AI in teaching and learning. And our study questions for this particular poster was that how do faculty members use generative AI, and what are the concerns they're coming up with as they use it. And the data we collected by, having these discussions during our workshops, through feedback forms, evaluation forms, etc. And the results we found that most of the faculty, or a lot of the faculty, had started using it as their teaching assistant. So how many of you come from institutions where you have had budget cuts in the last few years? In terms of, spending on teaching assistants and stuff. Any raise of hands? All right, one at the back. So basically, many institutions are facing that, especially in LMICs, right, where education budgets are being really constrained, and faculty do not have teaching assistants, but they have a lot more workload. So these generative AI tools were helping them enhance their work and quality of their work and reducing the time a lot. Scroll down, please. They were also using it to create assignments. And yeah, that's fine. To create assignments, to improve their sentence structure and grammar. So a lot of us, when we come from nations where our first language is not English, it might be a struggle for them to actually compose a writing that is very coherent. And these tools were helping them in doing that. However, with that, there were also a lot of concerns. There were concerns on plagiarism and academic integrity, right? So now that you have Gen AI tools, how do you redefine plagiarism? Because according to the current definitions of plagiarism, it felt like students have started plagiarizing. They're copying and pasting. What about creativity? And somebody, one of the faculty said that I think it's just going to kill creativity and critical thinking among students. Does anyone here agree to that? Do you think Gen AI tools can kill creativity? Yes, no, all right. So, and then there was also the issue of contextual knowledge. So, a lot of times, and I remember one of these Kenyan student, back in May we had a session with them, and they said that, when we talk to these chatbots, they lack the context of Africa, they lack the context of Kenya. And that is similar for South Asia, that is similar for other parts of the world. So that contextual irrelevance can sometimes impact the quality of the work that students and teachers produce. There was also a lot of concerns regarding data privacy and reliability of information, and the fact that if students are going to rely too much on this, then are they going to produce quality work or not? And at the end of all of this, and again, I would like to say we haven't ended the workshops or anything. Those continuously happen. But at the end of our reflection of all of these things that faculty have said in discussions, we found that faculty were actually much, much more willing to adopt technology than we would have thought they would, right? And all they want is for their institutions to think about how they can improve quality. And for doing that, they required guidelines. So recently, we were also looking at different LMICs and seeing if their institutions have provided them with guidelines on Gen AI. And we found that there were only a handful of universities apart from AKU that were doing that, not even 10. Maybe we found like 5, 6 universities in South Asia, in East Africa, and in Central Asia. Now, they might have some resources that they have just internally given to their faculty, but nothing was published on their website, so nothing was available for the rest of the public. So this raises a lot of questions for us. It raises questions in terms of, are our institutions providing faculty the opportunity to learn these generative AI tools and use them to improve the quality of their teaching and learning, and not to actually compromise on that? And with that, I think for all of us in the at Econ, we need to think that how can we be there for our faculty members, and what can we do better? Because generative AI, as we all know, is here to stay, and it's going to impact how we teach and learn in higher education specifically. Thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending to our generative AI. And I think we have got what it means, but I like the conclusion that is coming in. And the study is exploring, as I'm saying, QA officers should explore the potential of generative AI and its influence on the quality of our education. A student asked me when I came in, and she told me, how do you know that I've used AI? And those are questions and everything. Is there any concern that we want to? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. President, protect me. The questions are the concerns are many. I continue. Thank you. So my session is different. Those who want to raise. Okay, I have Judith 1, Baguma 2, my friend here 3, Professor Moa 4. And all of us, we have 1 minute. I'm starting with Judith 1.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Yes, you asked us a question and was left, I think, unanswered, and I had it yesterday. So we were wondering, it is going to kill maybe the creativity and the critical thinking. You asked whether I believe so. I believe so. What do you think, and what can we do? Thank you.
Creativity, yes.
Thank you so much. You asked the question with regard to if where there were budget cuts, and those are the realities. Only one said yes, but I think so. I am asking, do you think AI can help us get closer to norms and standards? Just an example of the student-staff ratio. You know, they are always numbers. So, do you think if it is well, embedded as a tool, then we can somehow cover up where numbers in terms of human being is an issue? Is that clear? Thank you.
So just to clarify, your question is to give an example of how it can actually help us reduce the workload and the number of people in that sense. Is that, have I got it right?
Yes, because I think there are some institutions, actually, the corporate service is intentionally working towards that. Okay? Yes.
Okay. Student-staff ratio. What is ideal? Can AI help us?
Thank you. I think because we still have the same conversation tomorrow, AI is good. We have enormous benefits on it. It is true, Dr. there says it will kill critical thinking. And I think in our respective countries, we need to consider, are we giving what you call digital literacy? Actually, we need to be deliberate on how those young people are engaging technology. If they are conscious that it can kill critical thinking, then they will appreciate the beauty in it and also engage on the human part. Because if it kills critical thinking, why are we even in university? So I think being deliberate on ethical use of digital platforms and knowing we are supposed to attain university objective. Critical thinking, for me, that's everything. Thank you.
Very well said.
Okay, the last one.
I just want to know from you, what were your initial challenges when you introduced this AI over there, as far as your lecturers and are concerned? And if you have been able to make a stride, how did you rectify those for them to buy the idea of AI? It's because now you can see even the questions that are being thrown at you over here.
All right, thank you so much for those questions, and thank you so much for such a wonderful comment. Are we taking that?
I had only 4.
My name is Professor Miriam Gishungwa. I'm not going to ask a question, but I want to comment. 2 of us decided to find out how authentic is the AI. And so one professor asked about his data, and I also asked my own. Asked, and who is Miriam Gishongwa? And the answer I received is that is a very prominent person in Kenya. A very prominent person in Kenya. And I'm not prominent myself, I know it. So how much can we trust it?
Yeah.
How much?
So I think Prof is not only commenting, but she's bringing out an aspect. Can we all go to AI and ask who you are? Yes, ask who you are. If you have published, you don't know. You might get a character that you don't know about yourself. So the question is, can we trust AI? Yes or no?
All right, so we'll start with the first question around critical thinking and creativity. So I think in terms of critical thinking and creativity, it is really important now for us to look at what kind of competencies we want our students to have. So maybe the competencies that we had already listed down for our programs, they do not seem valid enough, because remember, these students are going to go into a world, into a workforce that is very much different from the workforce you entered into, or for that matter, even I entered into, right? Because at that point in time, generative AI or AI in general was not integrated so much within the workforce. So a lot of people say healthcare is going to completely change, right? So what kind of competency do you need? Do you need them to speak very good English or write very good English? Is that a competency that is still valid in a world where, you know, everybody can just use ChatGPT or Gemini to write something? Or is the competency something bigger than that, right? Maybe the competency is that now you would like to solve them challenges that you were not giving them before, right? So for each program, in each course, it is important to think about that. It's also important to see what value are you bringing to class, right? So if your student has to come in class, what is exactly happening in class that they cannot find elsewhere? And that is for us to figure out. Providing an answer is difficult because it's still an exploration we're all doing. And unless we provide evidence of the work we do through these forums, through coming up and talking about what we're already doing, we can't really decide on what's going to work and what's not going to work. But this is really important for us to think about what value we're bringing and what values we want our students to have going forward. The other question we had was regarding student-staff ratio and faculty. So yes, budget cuts are very real. And do I think generative AI can help in that? Definitely. Not just I think about it, but if you go to some of these published papers and published news articles, you will actually find that over the last century, as different technologies came, lots of jobs were replaced by lots of different jobs. Lots of people lost their jobs because now there was a technology that could get done with that stuff. So when the printing press came into being, before that, people used to write the newspaper by hand. And then the printing press came and so many people were laid off because of it, right? So similarly with generative AI now, writing emails or scheduling things is not something you have to spend your time on. It can do it for you, right? So that way, the staff workload can really, really decrease. And we've seen that in our workshops as well. We told faculty, you know, you spend hours doing lesson plans. Make a lesson plan for you. In 30 minutes, they had a lesson plan they were good to go with. They had to make a few changes, but they were good to go with it. So that really changes the time that they have to spend overall on their kind of work. And the last question over there was, and I've forgotten what it was on. Can you just remind me in a word? The challenges. Oh, I got it. All right, so the challenges we faced, actually, so we had a very different experience with this. We had faculty coming up and asking us to do these sessions for them. We are still grappling with the challenge because it is me and sometimes another person with me who has to do these sessions. And I am seriously overworked with the kind of sessions I have to plan constantly because there is so much need for it. So we didn't face a challenge in terms of acceptance. We actually found that the faculty was really, really accepting of it. The only challenge we found was there was a lot of initial discussion and debate whether they should use it or not. But as they learned within our sessions and as they saw their colleagues integrating GenAI, not just within these workshops, but out of the workshops, faculty have started using it in their assessments. They ask, for example, their students, they ask them to research for some literature or make ChatGPT write a paper and then actually write a critique on ChatGPT and submit it. So these things are happening, and faculty seems more than willing to adopt it, and so do the students. The question is, are we providing them the platform or not to be able to learn these, to work with this ethically? I hope that is fine with that. Thank you so much.
She's still around with us. She's ready to go one-on-one. And for the panel of expertise that you are going to have, we also have the same being asked. She's around. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate her effort.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I want to invite all the EACAN executives up here, the country representatives up here, so that we can support our president. I'm not seeing my vice president and the GS and the treasury. The president is not at peace until those supports him. So they are going to introduce themselves, but I want to invite them to join us. So the arms that support the president, you need to be up here. The arms that support the president, you need to be up here. So I'm waiting for 2 officers. I'm waiting for the finance secretary and the general executive GS for this forum. When they will sit, I will sit the last. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome for this session.
Good afternoon. Dr. Treve, we have not retired you yet. I believe you should be here. You'll be around here. We are retiring you after the closure of this. So find your space somewhere. I don't know where. Okay. So colleagues, members of EACAN, observers available and present this afternoon, we want to start our 12th East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network General Assembly. And I want to start by constituting this assembly right now. I want to constitute this assembly as per the provisions of Article 10 of the General Assembly. A says, there shall be a General Assembly which shall be the supreme body of the network. B, the General Assembly shall constitute all members of the network. And then C gives the General Assembly the functions that it has. It also gives us the meeting and the way it's supposed to be conducted. And therefore, on or as per the requirements of this provision, I hereby declare the 12th East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network General Assembly hereby constituted. Thank you very much. So now we are ready to go as per the agenda of the day that was posted to us by the Secretary General. Secretary General, I believe members have the agenda. And the agenda goes as follows. We are supposed to constitute, that one I've done. We are supposed to have opening remarks and get reports on IACAN activities that we have undertaken over the year. We are supposed to receive a report, one, on financial status of the network, and number two, a report on the resolutions that we propose for you to adopt for the next 1 year. And then later on, we are supposed to discuss these reports before we open now to receiving reports from the national chapters. And therefore, I believe all the national chapters have their reports. And once we get to that level, we will go as per this order. We will start by the report from the President of Burundi, national chapter. We will get to the President of Rwanda, national chapter, followed by Tanzania, followed by Uganda, followed by South Sudan, DRC, if they have a report, Somalia, and then the host nation will come last. Once that is done, we will get into the discussion on the resolutions and the recommendations of the chapter. And then later on, I will declare or dissolve the annual General Assembly. Before we get to the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to request my team to introduce themselves. And as they introduce themselves on their behalf, I want to thank you for believing in us last year and giving us the power to lead this great network. I want to appreciate the votes that we received. We didn't campaign a lot, it was so smooth. For myself, actually, I was elected when I was not even present. I had not traveled to Burundi due to some commitments that I had. But you believed, even when I'm not there, that I can be able to lead you. And therefore, I don't take that for granted. I thank you for your confidence in me. Now, I want to introduce my team. I will start with the the country chapter representatives. And without any order, I want them to just come in front. The country chapters, representatives, I'll give them mics. They speak on their behalf. Cameraman, I don't know whether we can take photos of this team. First, the country chapters, even before, the country representatives, before they introduce themselves. You can take a photo, just check, look at him.
To say, who am I? My name is Rachel Akimana. I am representing the chapter of Burundi. Thank you.
My name is Jaha Mulema. I represent Tanzania.
My name is Mokila Ejehia. I represent Kenya.
Judith Tindimwebwa, and I represent Rwanda.
Alier Makir, I represent South Sudan.
Okoth Ronald Otieno, I represent Uganda.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is the team that feeds us with the information that is coming from the ground. And I believe they have been doing a good job. You can take your seats. I want now to introduce the top executive, if there is any time to do with that. The team that closely supports my operation. Maybe they can step ahead. Just step forward and then we introduce ourselves. Where is the mic? You can start with the Vice President and then we move that way. Introduce yourselves kindly.
Habari ya mchana. Lulu Luflenge from Tanzania and from Mbeya University of Science and Technology Tanzania, Vice President. Asanteni.
I think I should also say habari ya mchana. I think I've said it right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Amal Chinene Nsereko Makula. I'm your Secretary General, Uganda. I come from the Islamic University in Uganda. I'm the Director Quality Assurance. And with UQAF, I'm the Finance Secretary as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Shema Jambusco from Rwanda, University of Rwanda. I'm currently the Finance Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I introduced myself. I'm the President, Professor Paul Mwokinzioki, working with Moranga University of Technology, where I am the Dean School of Business and Economics, and I'm your President currently. Thank you. Let's have a seat. Want to recognize the presence of now the country chapters that are here. Burundi, kindly let us, yes? Oh, Treve, I told you to sit this side. Just come and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Julius Treve from Tanzania, Dar es Salaam Tumaini University. I joined this team as per constitution requirement. That is, Secretary General will pass 1 year to take them on board. So I'm done that role. This is my end of enjoying this article of the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you know, as per our Constitution, the Secretary General is always an ex-officio member of the team for 1 year. So they do 1 year more than what we do. So in that case, Dr. Trevor, we thank you for guiding us. Yeah, he has been of great inspiration and also guidance to this team. We want now to recognize, thank you very much. We want to recognize now the members of IACAN who are here from Burundi. Burundi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Rwanda. Thank you very much, the Rwandan delegates, the delegates from Tanzania. Thank you very much, delegates from Uganda. You have something that you're saying? Oh, do you have virtual guys? I don't know how they will stand. That is in case, lest you can see them. Let's see them. Wow, what is the number? 27 are on board. Thank you very much, colleagues, for taking your time to participate in the AGM.
Recording in progress.
Once I call you a country, maybe you can just raise your hand or just do a thumbs up. We were Tanzania. What, or do I start afresh? Okay, let's do Tanzania. Do we have any online? Yeah, we can see online. You can drop your hand. Tanzania, those of us who are online. Uganda. Wow. Uganda has sent a serious delegation, as usual. Online, we have a number. Yeah, thank you very much for your participation, Uganda. You always challenge us. South Sudan. South Sudan, we have 2 present. Online, do you have any person from South Sudan? No. Thank you very much, delegates from South Sudan. Kenya. The host country. Yeah, you can see also online we have quite a number. Yes? Oh, you forgot. Thank you very much. DRC. Delegates from DRC. They have not yet officially joined, but I can see online 2 hands from DRC. Oh, these ones were forgotten. I believe they are. You can drop your hands now. Chances are that they forgot. Somalia. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, delegates from Somalia. We expect before you leave, you officially join IACAN. Let me recognize delegates who are online from Lily. Kindly drop your hand. Oh, she has dropped. Delegates from Burundi who are online. Burundi, delegates who are online. Okay. Rwanda, online delegates. Okay. They're there? Okay. Did we see?
We are there.
Oh, we were telling you to raise your hands. Thank you very much and welcome. Did we see Tanzania delegates online? Do we have any from Tanzania online? Yeah, we have 1 hand. Okay, thank you very much. We want now to introduce our observers. The observers who are present, I might not know who is present as an observer. Let's just stand up for recognition. Thank you very much from Malawi. Any other observer? Oh yeah, these are Kenyan. He needs to join. He should not be observing while we are home. He needs to join, so we will link you with the team so that you can join before we leave. So that is the introduction of members that are here. I don't know whether I've forgotten any The commissions that are here are members. The IUCA staff who are here, I believe, are also our members. They cannot be our observers. They are our father and our mother, and therefore they are with us. Executive Secretary, we recognize your presence. I had not seen that you are in, by the way. We recognize your presence. Thank you very much for finding time to be in the 12th IACAN Network General Assembly. With that, then, we want to get to the opening remarks. But maybe before I get to the opening remarks, let's just recognize our IUCA staff who are here. It's important since we have recognized every other person. The IUCA staff, kindly, we want to just recognize you. You have really supported us. You have walked with us this journey since we were born. Executive Secretary, we are happy that you have found time to witness this. Thank you very much. Ushers, I'm told ushers need to be recognized. Yes. There are, our ushers. This time round, we have squarely used our students as ushers. I don't know whether you noticed that. So we are mentoring these students to take over once we are out. And therefore, we want to mentor students through this, that they can get into these delegations and also discussions, because they will take over from us. Thank you very much, ushers. Any team that I've not introduced? Oh yeah, we have a student representative who will be a panelist tomorrow. Am I correct? Yes, kindly, you can just stand and wave. He will be participating tomorrow to give student perspective on issues to do with AI. And therefore, we'll engage with him tomorrow. With that, then, colleagues, I want to just make a few opening remarks and get directly to my report. After the report, then we will hear our financial status report, and then we will be given the resolutions. We expect other resolutions to come from the floor. As I said in the beginning, colleagues and delegates, as an executive, we are happy to serve you, and we are willing. Nobody is forcing us to serve you, because if you look at the service that we give, actually is more of voluntary service. And therefore, we are happy to serve this great team. Since you appointed us, we have had meetings, and some of these meetings have now brought us together into what we are seeing today. We have had, since you appointed us, we have had 8 meetings. Our meetings always are in the evening. We meet from 8 o'clock Kenyan time. Sometimes it goes up to 11 o'clock when some of us are asleep, Kenyan time, or East African time. And therefore, it calls for a lot of commitment. And this team, I want to thank you for your commitment. We have managed to discuss issues that have led to actualization of quite a number of resolutions that we are going to present today. With that, therefore, I want to get directly to my report. I want to project using my laptop. Therefore, give me a few minutes. Yes, that is the first page, of the report that we are supposed to take you through. Is the 12th General Assembly. I think that phase is not supposed to be there. The 12th General Assembly, as per Article 10 of our Constitution. And this is a report that is capturing activities that we have achieved or even met during the year 2023-2024. And I'm going to take us through that. These activities, going to state that we have met them, or we have picked the resolutions that were passed last year and tried to implement all of them and trying to relate them to the Constitution and see which function they might have touched. So the first one, we were supposed to grant a waiver to South Sudan and Republic of Congo in regards to the fulfillment of membership requirement and admission to network as they process membership. That was last year. If you remember, we were elected in September last year, and during that time, we brought on board these new chapters. And they were supposed to be exempted to be members of IACAN for that particular year. That we did, and therefore we allowed them to run. But from the beginning of this year, we have requested them to subscribe as per the requirements of our Constitution. The second one was to review the IACAN Constitution. And this one, you suggested that we review it as per, or give it to an expert to review. But we had a different thought as an executive that the review of the Constitution required, based on the resolutions that you passed last year, it required us, number one, to set an advisory board. And number two, it required us to change the term of the executive committee from 2 to 3 years. Those are resolutions that were voted and passed last year. And therefore, we did not see any need of using your money to bring an expert to assist us review those 2 items. As an executive, therefore, we sat and decided we can review those. We are going to represent to you the reviews the way they are in the Constitution based on this particular resolution and what we are suggesting to you. Of course, the main suggestion that we want to give to you is on the advisory board. The issue of the term of the executive was done last year. And therefore, it was just to change the Constitution to capture that. But when it comes to the advisory board, we want today to hear from you the input on what we are suggesting, whether it will work for us or we need to go back to the drawing board. The third one was IACAN leadership, or that one I've talked about it, IACAN leadership to have 3 years, that one I've talked about it, and having biannual IACAN forums, or fora. This fora for 2 meetings per year, we discussed as an executive. The first one was on the issue of 3 years, and the current executive, of course, now their term, since you voted last year before our election, our term will end in 2026 as per that resolution. And then secondly, the Constitution review has included this particular one. The issue of biannual, I think that one was missed, or it might be somewhere down. Biannual forums, it means that we are supposed to have forum 2 times in a year. It might not be really sustainable. Because if we meet twice and we are meeting here, how much have we spent here? So to close that gap, we have decided now, and I talk about it much later, decided to have engagements through webinars. We have already started that, and you will see that. Number 4 is to establish a committee within IACAN to involve country chapters to oversee different activities. Now, on this particular one, we discussed it and we saw we could form working committees, subcommittees within IACAN. And we formed these working committees as follows. Of course, the Constitution has one committee that it demands. Which one is it? Do we remember? Our Constitution demands that the executive forms one committee, the Finance Committee, that is chaired by the Finance Secretary. We went ahead and discussed and saw that we could have this Finance Committee given more tasks, and we include resource mobilization in that, so that they can be financed, and in addition to what the Constitution gives them, they also resource mobilize for us. With your permission, we went ahead and appointed, of course, the Constitution recognizes Dr. Shema, who is the Finance Secretary, as the Chair of Finance Committee. We have gone as per the Constitution, and Dr. Shema is the Chair of that committee. He's supported by Professor Rachel Akimana, rep from Burundi, supported by Dr. Jaha Murema, rep from Tanzania, supported by Mr. Otieno Ronald, the rep from Uganda. So that's the team that we thought can run this committee, subcommittee. We gave them the terms of reference, and those are the terms that we discussed and agreed that they should implement. The first one is mobilization of funds and other resources to achieve our objectives at the network. The second one, we gave them the duty to develop and pursue grant proposals for funding. Where grant proposals are available, they pick them up. They write and propose proposals to attract. We tried. Which one did we try? Erasmus. By the way, we tried the Erasmus without you knowing. We tried the Erasmus. We wanted to bring some money, but it didn't go through. We are going to try many. The team did that. They are supposed to pursue also MOUs for funding, fundraising collaborations. That one they are doing. They are supposed to mobilize membership to the network. And you have seen what we have done so far. We have really mobilized membership for the network. It's courtesy of these committees. And they are supposed to develop annual budget for us. The second committee is the Research, Conference, and Training Subcommittee. This is a committee that is not in our Constitution. And therefore, as an executive, we cannot work all of us together. It's important that we work with committees. So we thought we can give this assignment to Dr. Lulu to be the chair of that committee. And she's the one who was coordinating the papers that came for presentation supported by Dr. Amal, our SG, Dr. Mukirai Jaya, the Kenyan rep, Dr. Judith Tindimwemba. By the way, Dr. Judith graduated this year. You can just, she finished her PhD this year, and therefore that's an achievement that we want to recognize. Dr. Alia Maka from South Sudan. That is the team that now plans for this particular forum was actually given to. And therefore, they have coordinated this. We gave them these TORs. Number one, to organize regional quality assurance fora like this one. Organize our AGM. You can see that our Secretary General is in this team purposely because issues to do with organization of AGM are squarely under our quality assurance conferences, symposia, workshops, and many more. Support the development and dissemination of innovative quality assurance practices. That is a function that we have been given in our Constitution, and we picked it the way it is, we gave it to this committee. Establish newsletter, dissemination of information on QA, they are the ones who are doing it, issues to do with the webinar that you saw. Pursue collaborative and network research projects, squarely picked from the Constitution again. Maintain a pool of quality assurance experts in the region because we really want to copy what we saw Aga Khan doing. Want to use that model if possible with this team to see whether we can now pick those of us who are behind and pull them with us for purposes of making sure that QA is done rightly. We are supposed to organize also members training and capacity building. The resolution number 5 that you gave us last year was to allow the Burundi chapter to concede its turn to preside over IACAN for the period between, that is supposed to be 2023 to 2026, as they strengthen the national chapter. This was done because it was a resolution that you passed in Burundi. We were in Bujumbura and that was passed. And that is why I'm standing in front of you. Otherwise, the president is supposed to be either Rachel or somebody else. So they passed that to Kenya, and immediately after that, I was elected. So that has been done. Number 6 was to prepare mechanism for income diversification by having different sources of finance. We are pursuing quite a number of avenues in this case. I've talked about donor-funded proposals. We are writing and thinking of bringing you on board also when it comes to writing proposals to attract funds, because we want to have funds that can actually make us actualize our functions. We have our partners, Obrel Global, who have actually supported us. For this particular function, they have supported us. They have given us some 5,000 USD, and that we appreciate that kind of support. It's out of this funding that they are offering consultancy services. I'm happy that the executive secretary is in the floor, and we are requesting that whenever IUCA has any consultancy services to be done, mostly surveys, things to do with that, the experts are seated here. We should first look at these experts before we bring other experts from out. So, Executive Secretary, we are requesting that consideration, if possible, so that we can also build our finances. Is that okay with you, or what do you feel? Yeah, we will get to that in discussions. So that's something that we are requesting the IUCA to see. And not IUCA alone, the Deputy Commission Secretary, Kenya, Deputy Commission Secretary, Tanzania were here. Kenya is here. We are also passing the message to you. Kindly pass it to the executive secretaries and commission secretaries that we can do, and we have the capacity, we have the knowledge to do some of these consultancies that we are going or giving to briefcase consultancy firms outside there. We have the structures and we have the knowledge to do that. Pursuing the option of becoming a think tank for quality assurance. I don't know how this can be elaborated, but if possible, we want to be seen within East Africa and beyond East Africa as a think tank for QA. Whenever somebody thinks about quality assurance, it clicks Inter-University Council for East Africa, it will click IACAN. We are still pursuing and seeing how that can be done. Number 7, you passed or you gave us the mandate to maintain and increase the networking and collaboration with other networks and associations. I'm reporting that we have done this and we are pursuing many more. We have reviewed our MOU with Obrel Global. We did that immediately we were voted in, and the former president, Dr. Baguma, we thank you for helping us actually in the review of this. Actually, we got it from him and we moved with it. Thank you. We also attended a number of fora. We attended the Rafanak African Forum. Rafanak was in Senegal, Dakar, and we sent our vice president to attend that. African was in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam last year, and we also attended that. The 13th East African Quality Assurance Forum, that is here as participation from networks within the region, and therefore we are still pursuing networking. And we continue pursuing networking on your behalf. If you noticed yesterday, we had a presentation by Dr. Owili from APHRC, And we are also pursuing a memorandum with that body to see whether we can collaborate in research, mainly. It is out of those networkings that we can grow as a network. This one is the one that I talked about. You gave us the power to review the MOU with Obre Global. We did that. The signatures are down there. My signature and Ramon's, Professor Ramon's signature down there. The cover page is that one. That has been done. You also requested us to provide certificates of appreciation for members who are active in terms of fees payment electronically. How many of us have received a certificate like that? By show of hand. 2, 3? Only those ones? Does it mean that we have not renewed our subscription members? Let us stand, those of us who have received the certificate, kindly. Kindly, let us just stand. Yes? Of actual participants might be there, but present, these are the members. If we were to vote today, you can vote today. Have you paid? When? June. Okay, we need to reconcile that, colleagues, I think. Let me see then how many of us have paid up? Paid up members. So those are the ones who can vote today if we are voting for anything. Okay, thank you very much. The others who have not paid up, what do we do? Think about it, because we need to support this. Shema is here. You can see Shema before you leave. And this purposely speaks to this particular article of, I think that is a wrong one, but we have implemented this particular one. You also told us to review the website of IACAN. Mainly, you wanted us to have the website visible. How many of us have visited it of late? How is it? Do we have our events being posted regularly? We have that. We have also our profiles also in the same. And we want to make it more vibrant. And this is speaking to Article 6D of our Constitution. If you open it, the first page that you will see today is this. And that page is giving us the concept note. You can easily download it. It's also giving us the call for papers. The program is the one that has not been posted there. Then we have the picture also for us when we are getting the documentation, the handing over that was in Tanzania. It's also showing there. Visit our website. We want to see more clicks into the website, if possible. You can also allow us to link the website to your institutions for visibility. Number 11, you told us to facilitate the establishment of country chapters for South Sudan and DRC. Members, I'm going to report that this is ongoing. The South Sudan chapter will make a presentation, and you'll see they are way ahead. Sudan, not Sudan, but DRC, sorry. DRC, we have not started off, but after this, we are going to see how to engage. But maybe it will be a learning experience for those countries that have no chapters to hear from South Sudan what South Sudan is doing to establish. Because the first thing is to win the minds of the leaders. Once you win that, it becomes very easy to move. We request IUCA to support us in a way when it comes to training these chapters, so that we can speak the same language when it comes to quality assurance. Could be a support through maybe when you organize an online training, as we have received and we have gotten Professor Mawa to come and open our webinar, we could also request even the ES to open it, if it's an online training, just for one word. It will give the weight that we really want for them to see this. This speaks also to Article 6A of our Constitution that supports development of the National Quality Assurance Network. On number 12, you told us to introduce, you wanted to introduce an enhanced capacity building among country chapters. We are already on board in this particular one. On, I think, 23rd of this month, through IUCA, I will be involved in online training for the quality assurance directors who are being trained under ACA 3. So I will be a panelist in that training, and it's out of this particular task that you gave us. We have held webinar. The first one was held, and I want to appreciate Dr. Wada. Dr. Wada, thank you very much for the good presentation that you made, together with Professor Tashmin. Two powerful ladies, Iron ladies of East Africa. Yeah, they really, the comments that we received after the engagement were very positive. When we call upon you again, we expect that you will respect our call and come on board. Just to report that you will not see in the financial status that we paid them anything. They offered their knowledge for free. We did not pay anything. Thank you very much. The moderators to that, you did a very good job, Dr. Mukirai and Ronald. Very, very good job. We are again involved in the training of the 5th cohort by Inter-University Council for East Africa. I was one of the facilitators in Uganda. Thank you, Executive Secretary, for involving IACAN in the training. That training was done between 18th and 20th of March. And therefore, we were there, I was there. Dr. Akimana was also, Professor Akimana was also there, and we trained the cohort. Asante sana for that. Development of postgraduate modules for supervisors. IUCA recognized us on that also. And they invited us during that development that was on 20th to 24th of May 2024, here in Nairobi. And we participated in that particular development. I was there with the Vice President. So the modules that will be coming, I think the Executive Secretary will announce soon. For postgraduate supervisors, your input is already in those through us. And therefore, we thank IUCA for that. This speaks to Article 6E of our Constitution that says we must participate and also collaborate in projects that are related to QA. And therefore, we are meeting our functions as we do this. Number 13, you told us to conduct IACAN forums biannually. I talked about this. We thought it was not sustainable to hold these kind of meetings twice in a year. It is not financially sustainable. And therefore, to close this particular gap, with your permission, allow us to hold series of webinars that will bring us together, because the issue was that we are meeting only once in a year. And when we meet once in a year, we not, that fire is not burning throughout. And therefore, we will be having webinars throughout to close this particular gap. And therefore, this particular resolution that you passed last year, we thought it is not tenable. So allow us to do webinars to close that particular gap. This is speaking to Article 6A of our Constitution that says we must organize regional quality assurance fora and hold quality assurance conferences periodically. Did you see something of this sort somewhere? How many of us saw this? Are you serious? Oh, you cannot see what is there? This was the call that we placed for the first webinar. This is the call that we placed. You see our two iron ladies, eh? They're on top there. They really did a good job. And then our moderators, then myself there. So this was the first one. We're going to release another one soon. We might not necessarily tell you the date now, but once we release, we expect you to participate in numbers the way you did for that particular one. You are kept busy throughout, and there was no dropping. Number 14, you requested us to develop a strategic plan. The one that is there is already expired. And this one you told us to conduct, to bring on board or contract an expert to do that. This is a resolution that we have not met, and the ExCom has already discussed about it. And we have proposed that our strategic plan should run from 2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030 fiscal year. Why have we picked the fiscal year? It is because our constitution requires us to have our books of accounts audited based on the fiscal year. And fiscal year is the financial year. It's not the calendar year. That ends on 30th of June. And therefore, we want to have the strategic plan run as per the fiscal years, so that it becomes very easy to implement the activities. It is also very good to have it that way, because we can easily report in September when we are having our annual general meeting on what we have done for 1 year. And then when we are meeting, again, we can easily present audited books of accounts. Because if we are closing the year on 30th June, we can easily have audits done before this particular date. It's possible. And then we will need, if possible, number one, our support. We want to get to know those of us who are good in developing strategic plan. You can easily volunteer, tell our Secretary General to see whether we can support each other. Then the Inter-University Council for East Africa can also support us in a way, so that we can come up with a good strategic plan that can meet the East Africa dream. Number 15, you requested us to review and establish a board. And you said, yeah, we need to look at senior members of IACAN to be in the board. Today we are going to present to you the review or the suggested review of the Constitution to bring the advisory board. And then we expect you to assist us in suggesting the names of these senior members of IACAN. I think that is the end of my presentation. But before I bring on board the next presenter, I want to just open and show us the changes that we have proposed in the Constitution for us to see whether they will work for us. I will open the document in Word format so that we can go directly to those areas where we are interested in. Dr. Mulema, do you want to present this? We work as a team, and therefore, I think Dr. Mulema can present this for us.
Okay, members, now let's see some proposed amendment in our constitution. Yeah, number I here is just an editorial. As you see here, it said this I is repeated from the above. So it's just an editorial. So we suggested to cancel it in our constitution. Then these are the resolutions which you suggested, and we already put here in the constitution, these in red. Instead of 2 years, we changed to 3 years. So for all members, as you see, here is president, then duration of executive committee, the president 3 years, vice president 3 years, general secretary 3 years in red, finance secretary 3 years, now we add now a new article. Now is Article 15, the advisory board. I don't know if you can read, but I may read quickly the suggestions. So Article 15, the advisory board, establishment and composition. The network shall have an advisory board. The office bearers of the advisory board shall consist of the following: chairperson, vice chairperson, honorary treasurer, 4 members, and board secretary. And board secretary will be the president. Actually, this we benchmark from Kukan. The members of advisory board shall include individuals with expertise in quality assurance. The members shall be nominated by General Assembly for a term of 3 years with the possibility of reappointment. Roles and responsibilities of the members. So the primary role of the advisory board is to provide advice and guidance to the executive committee on matters related to the strategic direction, policies, and activities of the IACAN. The advisory board shall function purely in advisory capacity. Specific functions include offering expert advice on best practice in quality assurance, reviewing and providing recommendations on the policies and procedures of IACAN, assisting in the identification of emerging trends and opportunities in the field of quality assurance, advising on strategic initiatives and implementation of programs, supporting the mobilization of resources through advisory support and recommendations. Meeting and procedures. The advisory board shall meet at least once a year or as deemed necessary by the executive committee. The president of IACAN shall serve as the secretary of the governing board. No, now it's advisory board, so it's an editorial. It's an advisory board. As I said earlier, we benchmark from Kukan, and Kukan have a governing board. This will be an advisory board. During its inaugural meeting, the advisory board shall appoint a president, vice president, honorary treasurer, and such other offices as it shall deem necessary. So that now the issue, the chairperson shall preside over all meeting of the governing board. In the absence of the chairperson, the vice chairperson shall take charge. In the absence of both, the members present shall appoint one member to chair the meeting. The quorum of the meeting of the governing board shall be at least half of the members. Reporting and communication. The advisory board shall report its finding and recommendation to the executive committee. The executive committee may request specific reports or input from the advisory board on particular issues. The advisory board shall not have direct authority over the operations of IACAN, but shall provide a valuable insight and suggestions to support the decision-making process of the executive committee. Review and termination. The performance and composition of the advisory board shall be reviewed periodically by the executive committee. The advisory board may be reconstituted or dissolved by the General Assembly based on the recommendation of the executive committee and the evolving needs of IACAN. Those are the proposed changes we present today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murema, for that. And therefore, you can see also the articles below there will definitely change if you agree that this is what we need. As Dr. Arias said, we borrowed this mainly from the Kenyan chapter. I was already asked a governing board. I'm actually a member of that board. And what we did is that in the board we agreed in Kukan, AGM, that the board will be the former executive committee members. So automatically, it meant that the former executive committee members automatically got into the board. So when this current executive committee term ends, automatically the board will retire, that other committee gets into, and the sequence goes on. So that's the way the Kenyan chapter operates. So with that, therefore, I don't know whether we can deliberate later on. Dr. Trevor, what is during discussion? We can deliberate during discussion. Therefore, I will now request our finance secretary to step forward and present the finance report. Thank you, members. Yeah, the reason as to why I asked Dr. Trevor to guide us is because of the traditions that we have. You know, in the eyes of the law is creating based on traditions, or we can sit and solve something. So the traditions, the way they have been, is what is guiding, but you can still, you have the powers to change. Dr. Trevor.
Members, initially we approved the agenda as there are. If you read from your booklets, that's the order which you are following. If we change, it is a new thing.
Yes, though these members are the owners of executive, they can decide today during AGM to order things differently. So I don't know, what is your take? We proceed, we finish fast. How many of us are saying we finish fast? Let's see. Okay, I think we can go for that. Thank you.
The Executive Secretary, ICA, the President, Yakan, the country representative, dear Yakan family, and dear observers, it's a pleasure to present to you the financial report for the period from November 2023 to October 2024. Actually, the last date of the report was yesterday, since we could capture some transactions that happened in our account. So this is an introduction. I won't take too much time in reading introductions. If you can just scroll down. Yes, go ahead, proceed. So these are numbers that we are presenting to you. Actually, this is a statement of revenue and expenses. As a reminder, Yakan is not a company where we have to state about financial comprehensive income. Just a kind of presenting what were the revenues and then what are the expenses that we got during this period discussing. As you can see, we tried to kind of categorize different types of revenues and expenses, and the total revenue collected is 16,895.91 as total revenue, but coming from those different items. Maybe in terms of other revenues, of course, we are talking about different contribution from our partners that I take the opportunity to thank, because they have contributed to a great extent to our revenue. Maybe we'll come just in a few moments to analyzing and understanding what is behind these numbers. So these are expenses, and some of them, of course, have been discussed by the President while presenting different activities that were performed during this year. Of course, you have our Zoom account that has to be subscribed for, and there are so many expenses that we incurred while preparing and organizing this annual forum. So most of the expenses, as we'll see in a few times, are related, of course, to the organization of this forum and AGM. So these are total expenses, as you can see, and total expenses 14,472.38, and we have just a surplus of 2,423. This will be updated since I collected some money already when the report was prepared, okay? So there are some revenue that are going to increase in terms of contribution of members. Then next was just to try to understand these numbers and what is the rationale behind, and that's, if you can scroll, please. So, yeah, of course, we need to, as a family, we need to discuss what these numbers are telling us, okay? I remember one of my professors when I was doing statistics, you need to cook figures, then they give you information. So we tried to compare, actually. We issued invoices when we started our term, and these are figures. Actually, we expected to collect $25,100 US dollars. As you can see, so far we managed to collect 6,290 US dollars as contribution in terms of membership fee and annual subscription, with a percentage, of course, of 25%, which is not really interesting. But this gives us an assignment. That's what is important. It's just about challenging ourselves even if the performance was not good. So next, please. And then you can see here, and that's why I'm thanking our partners. They contributed at almost 49% of our budget, while contribution from members were just 51%. And I guess we'll come to this with a small discussion. We need to increase both sources of revenues, right? But we need as well members. That's most important. We can raise even a lot of funds from our different partners, but if you don't have members, it's once again challenging. So I think we'll discuss this in some strategies. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. And then we compare ourselves throughout different fiscal years. Once again, we realize that in terms of members' contribution, there is kind of decrease in terms of collection. And this, once again, tells us something to do as an assignment. Please, if you can scroll. So I think, yes, go ahead. And now, what are we learning from these numbers? And that was my main purpose while preparing this kind of comparative analysis of these numbers we have produced. Yeah, one is that we have members who are not active, and we need really to, what can I say, to strategize and see how we can remobilize our members, because most of them are contributing, and maybe there is a diagnosis we need to have and understand why our members are no longer active and contributing. So it's very important we understand, and yes, we respond to their needs, and we respond to their queries maybe. We need to really focus on understanding why members are no longer contributing. They're no longer interested in IACAN. So we need really to come up with a kind of analysis to push for this. And then, of course, the President has discussed this. We need to develop strategies to mobilize resources. We need to be aggressive. There are so many grants outside there, consultancies, as he mentioned. We have a lot of opportunities to mobilize resources as an institution. And of course, we need to train those committees he has been mentioning. We need to train them so that they are capable to really understand how do we write grant proposals, what are the sources of grants, how do we network. It's very important to empower members of the committees to come up with this challenge of raising a lot of funds. And maybe I was thinking we need really to reach out to our members. And for this to happen, we need really to collect a lot of resources. Maybe our members are not seeing, okay, how IACAN is beneficial to them. And for this, we need really to be aggressive. And of course, I say while we mobilize our members, I was just suggesting that the EXCOM takes time to visit country chapters. I know it involves a lot of money, but we have a goal to achieve. And the goal is that just our members are back and very active. So briefly, that's what I want to present. We have a surplus of some money that we can use for sometimes, but mostly we understand we have to mobilize resources, whether from our members, whether we mobilize funds from our different partners. And I thank you, President. I submit. Thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Shema again. Thank you very much for that financial report. Now we want to hear our resolutions. There are proposed resolutions that we want to post to you, and then we will deliberate on all the three: my report, the finance report, and the resolutions. Rapporteurs, I know you might have also captured some, but I don't know whether we shared with the...
yeah, we will get them after discussions. We are being guided by Dr. Trevor. So our SG, kindly come forward and present the proposed resolutions for this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, ladies and gentlemen of the 12th ECAN AGM, I hereby present to you part of the resolutions were presented by the President. I'm going to present to you resolutions and actions we feel we can manage, and also to notify members why did we have a backlog of 17 resolutions in 23-24. Remember, we had COVID-19 and we had a backlog of 21-22 where we couldn't meet as ECAN. I think that was 2020, 2021. So we had a backflow from 19 to 21-22. So it came and spilled into 23-24. But I think we've managed. I just have like 3 major which we have to handle, and I'm glad to inform members that the first one, to develop a strategic plan for the years. This has been contracting an expert. I have already gotten an expert from our own. Dr. Warada has accepted to sit with us, and we shall share how to handle. At least this is the way to go, members. It is we to manage instead of contracting an external expert. We know what to do. You do strategic plans in your institutions, and I think we can also review the ECAN strategic plan. Then 2, what was pending to pursue the change of status of ECAN from company to association to attract funding and grants. We are talking about resource mobilization, but why are we are stagnating? Because we are a company. But we have contracted, we identified a lawyer, and we are handling the process. And we're already handling the process since our account is in Uganda. We were registered in Uganda. So we are handling the process of transitioning from a company to an association, not for profit. So that now it gives us a leeway to get funding and grants. Then 3, this one we are going to debate on the floor, to establish the ECAN Advisory Board. They've taken us through the constitution that was reviewed, and members, I put a timeline. Strategic plan, it is short term. After the ECAN, 13th ECAN, since it's 25-26, we are starting it. It's almost immediate. We are going to start on it. Then 2, change of company, we are already there, it's immediate. It's work in progress. We are going to continue and see how to handle that and give you feedback. Advisory board, this is short term. We've already done it. We just need your advice, and eventually we shall have the legal experts to handle. Action points for this 12th AGM: to develop and implement resource mobilization strategies. This has been, we've said it all the time, but this time round, we need to be, we say, let's walk the talk. Let's actually walk the talk and have those strategies. Much as we are saying resource mobilization committee to handle, it's a long-term thing, yes, but let's start. We need to start. We were, yesterday's opening ceremony, our professor Chacha Nyagoti Chacha told us a sustainability. For sustainability of ECAN, we need to have resource mobilization. There's a time when we cannot handle this ICANN AGM if we don't go that way. Then 2, establish ICANN structures which will facilitate continuity of ICANN activities. We are not saying that the structures are not good. To develop guidelines, regulations, and policies. You realize that, I'll give you a scenario. In 2015, we once had a journal, ICANN journal, we published with Cambridge 2015, 2016. 2024, 8 years down the road, we've not done it. The executive went with their publication. So when we talk about structures, if we leave, there should be some sort of continuity. Some sort of, we have a constitution, yes. We need to guide the guidelines, we need regulations and policies for ICANN, so that even when you leave, if someone passes on in a position, because it's a day-to-day, you can pass on. What happens? What have you left behind? That is, we saw that was very urgent and immediate. 3, to build research capacity. We have looked through our stakeholder that we had yesterday, and with funding, we need to do research. So we are saying that to build research capacity for ICANN members, for instance, identify a research agenda to develop an ICANN journal for all ICANN membership, ICANN institutions. I know we are doing research individually and elsewhere. How do we bring it together? How do we join? Let me talk about my institution here, Islamic University. How does it come in with Kenyatta? How does it come in with the ones that I have here? Mbeya, Science and Technology, the University of Burundi, maybe the University of Rwanda. How do we get together, leave alone working together in your institutions? It's high time we cross borders. And that's why we're going to have Erasmus+. That's why we couldn't move on, because we needed to move from one country to the other institutions. And now it became tougher in the application form when you had no collaborations there. And we missed it. Then 4, what is coming out so well, even with Hacker that we've had today, with DAD, it has always been there, even with ISEA, to encourage the promotion of staff and student mobility within East Africa. We need to encourage. They always send calls. I don't know what happens. Members, have you been attending? We need to, and this is short term, we need to do something as ICANN come together to ensure that we respond, to ensure that we participate. You know, they can send a call and you send to the members, and I don't know what happens. It dies there. What do we need to ensure, because it's coming back on the flow. They're telling us we are not participating. So members, those are the 4 major action decisions we feel we need to handle. We don't want to go into 10, 15, but we can get more from the flow, which you feel that we should handle 24, 25, than having so many and not handling them. Thank you very much. Asante sana. President, I'll give you back the floor.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her in a better manner. Thank you, Dr. for that. So now, we want to open it for discussions that will lead now to the AGM resolutions. You might decide that some of our proposals will go into the resolutions for this 12th AGM, or you might come up with new one. Now, we want to open the floor. I can see one, and the first one was there actually, the Prof. And then we get to Dr. Wada, then Dr. Baguma. Start from Professor here.
Okay, thank you very much, President, and thank you for your reports. They were quite nice. I only want to be further educated as to whether what the advisory board will be doing will also be reported to the AGM, or it will just end with the ExCom. So it wasn't that clear to me. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the resolution on the research agenda and capacity building, I propose it shouldn't be long-term, but rather short-term. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think it was put as long-term. The committee should be instituted immediately, and we start working on the research agenda, as well as the capacity building. And then the board, I propose, Mr. Chairman, that the Kukan approach is beautiful, and thank you for the committee, thank you for the consideration of bringing it forward. Definitely an advisory board is needed, but it should not be tied. I think put a clause to support the automatic transition of the executive to the board, assuming, God forbid, one or two person on, or somebody is no longer interested, put a clause for incorporating somebody else from outside, but within the senior. Are you getting my point? As opposed to making it rigid in the Constitution. I'm not a lawyer, but I know the legal people will find a way of opening it up for that opportunity. Those are the only two. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe on that particular one, actually, the ES has already given us the way forward, and we will discuss with you. Dr. Baguma first. We take around those four, and then we respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to stand a bit. The back is becoming stiff. So thank you, and well done. So I have a few comments. First of all, this may be new, but it was part of the interactions. I can see that the way you restructured the program of the forum, which actually I personally liked, you did some readjustments depending on what is happening. I'm thinking of, we consider restructuring the agenda of the General Assembly to enable a flow of interactions, and also in view of that, there are some of the very, very important issues that came in your report, Mr. President, and I don't see them linked in the key actions for decision. So I think we may need to align some of them. For instance, agreeing that instead of going for a full constitutional review, we only go for those specific articles. You see, that was, as per the previous resolution, the logic was that in view of the changes and what was happening both in the region and beyond, if we go into a constitutional review, we go there once and for all, because if you, for instance, revise an article on the tenure, for instance, which was recommended for good reasons, then maybe you may end up even coming up with some new positions, not just for the sake of the positions, but to enhance the IACAN's implementation. But also, as the seniors may confirm, now the member states have increased, and therefore the country chapters. So if you think of 3 years, which is something informed by good reasoning, but again, you want to be fair that we have how many? We have the president, vice president, the secretary general, and the finance. As of now, even we cannot have all partner states there. Yes, it is by rotation, no? But it will be just fair. You can't keep another chapter waiting forever, because how do you do that? So what I am again recommending Mr. President and members is that we go for a full constitutional review. For instance, if we go through the strategic review and aligning with other, the ICF, for instance, the continental education strategy for Africa is under review, etc. So I'm just going back to the recommendation that we go for a full constitutional review, and how do we take care of the key recommendations like the term of office. Maybe the General Assembly may agree that the current team aims to serve 3 years as they do what? As they lead us through this, because that was also, it had its own logic. And then the second last is I highly recommend this one was from the Finance Secretary. You may start with the virtual tours. Maybe that one is okay with the chapters. But if you want to visit the heads of institution to enhance the membership, then maybe that one can also be, it can be arranged. But I want to recommend that we really do that. Then the other one is in terms of the strategic plan. There is a baseline of the areas that required revamping. So I think this one really should be done as soon as possible, because the areas were known. Maybe it is to reorganize us, and then we give the inputs. Then the final one is I want to appreciate the development of the postgraduate modules for supervisors. I think this one, most of the frameworks in some countries, they really focused undergraduate, and this area has been not really well handled, and we know the outcome from masters and PhD. We need these outputs. So finally, Mr. President, I once again thank you so much, and those were my key inputs, but also recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. We pick the last, we can pick those. Let's pick 4, and then first we respond to that.
Thank you, the President. It's about the proposed amendments, especially the advisory board. I'm just talking about the language. Instead, you have said supporting, it is the active. I thought it would be the support, the present, the simple present tense, other than the continuous tense.
Can I also?
For the actions, the roles, it is more of the continuous tense instead of the present simple tense.
Okay.
Okay. There is somebody online?
Here. This way.
Oh, where did you get the mic from? Okay.
Yeah. So for me, it's just a comment. The SG put the proposals, and they were put either in long term, medium term, or short term. But you need to qualify when you say long term, what does that mean? What does short term mean? What does mid time mean? We need to qualify those ones. Secondly, this being an AGM, then there is need for a list of members who are present in the previous AGM. Because that question not arise of how many are paid up, because there will be a list of members who are present then. I think that should be attached in the reports.
Okay, I think we can first check those. Though most of them are actually suggestions on what we need to do. Dr. Wada has stepped out, but she has given quite good recommendations. I'm hoping that my team, we are picking these recommendations that will go into the resolutions, also the rapporteurs. The issue of advisory board, where it reports, whether the reports from the advisory board will be a policy-making body. It's not operational. It's a policy on top there. And therefore, what they advise, of course, will come to the floor at the end of the day through the executive. The issue of research resolution being a short term, I think you have picked that. Advisory board to have close, the issue of automatic transition of any team to the advisory board. I think that is not the best. We can discuss here and agree, because assuming that Baguma retired and he doesn't want me to perform, and he becomes the chairman of the advisory board. See the fights that can be there. We can easily, I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving an example of that, and therefore we have been advised by the years, as before he left, that we could open it up for eminent persons to be selected for purposes of getting into the board. The process of selection, a legal person can easily give us an advice on how to do it. Of course, whatever we are given here, mostly on the advisory board, that one is not to be voted today. It is just now thrown to you so that we can now really see how it can be amended. The structure and the agenda of the AGM to be amended. The AGM is always the titular body. Is it titular body or which spelling, whichever pronunciation? I think, Lynette, you can guide me on that, of this particular organization. And therefore, we have powers to structure the way our discussions can be. So we feel that after every report, we open it for discussion, but that will mean we'll leave this place at midnight. If that is what we want, we can do it. But what we are doing now, discussing at the end would be the best. Because you can easily discuss the president reports for hours. Come back, the secretaries, the finance for hours. So I would suggest that we think about it. Aligning the resolutions or the suggested activities to the president's report, I think that one has been picked. We will do that. A comprehensive review of the Constitution. The years before he left, he wanted to have a word with me, and he's suggesting also that we can think of comprehensive review of the Constitution, whereby we can also bring on board the issue of what is the link between us and the IUCA in the Constitution, as we think of also the advisory board. The issue of 3 years term, unless we want to withdraw that resolution, it was passed in Bujumbura. And Daktari, you are presiding over that particular resolution. So unless you are suggesting now we do away with it, because I remember even in the floor there was a suggestion that the then executive that you are heading to continue and have 3 years. Yeah. Oh, okay. Just give him the mic.
Yes, yeah. I'm saying there are things that were I should have checked with Dr. Tuev, but there was one on the frequency of having the forums. Mm-hmm. Personally, my memory was that actually because of the challenges we were encountering, I think it was about having, after 2 years, having a forum once. And I remember there were issues of how to write biannual with what and what. So it was not that we have 2 times, because we know even this one, how how difficult it is. So that was not properly written, and indeed the way you have handled it, indeed it makes sense. We cannot, it is difficult to have the two, but that was not what was resolved actually. So that's why I didn't want to talk to it, because you have gone back to what actually is even difficult still. So then the second one, Mr. President, the 3-year term and other, there were several observations on how we are implementing the current constitution. And therefore the idea was, it was proposed and the General Assembly accepted that the review goes on of the constitution, including the term of the executive office. So meaning that the effective, the 3 years were subjected to reviewing the constitution. Now, given the realities, that's why, though I went back to the complete constitutional review, I am again recommending that we agree as a General Assembly that the executive team here continues to serve for 3 years, because we see the mandate. So I'm proposing two things. I'm not withdrawing anything. I'm only keeping the spirit of complete review of the Constitution, but sustaining one that is a major input even to achieving that, and others, giving 3 years to the executive committee. So I am not withdrawing or suggesting any withdrawal. Instead, I'm sustaining it, but also sustaining the major one of complete constitutional review. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, but I don't know. I need to be guided because resolutions are always passed by the team that is going out to the incoming team. So what we are given as resolutions is what we pick. And that is what we were given. So maybe unless we want to look at them again and see what was in the mind of people in Bujumbura, as opposed to what resolutions we were given by Dr. Treve, but I stand to be guided. Rapporteur, kindly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President. Allow me to pick up from where the former President just left by saying this. One, we already voted unanimously for the term of office of the executive, and therefore we are not going back there. However, what was not captured right, and in my notes as a Kenyan Secretary General, I captured clearly, we were supposed to have been having our forum after 2 years. So that is what probably we need to relook at, based on what you have also said, the challenges. Of course, the idea was not to have 2 sessions in a year. No, that was not the spirit on the floor, and that was not the spirit of the former executive. No. The spirit was because the holding a conference is expensive. We need members to prepare. We also need enough time to prepare and have enough time in the forum, during the forum and the meeting. Let it come after 2 years. That was the spirit then. However, having said that, I would wish also to just make some comment on the constitution review. One, I appreciate what the executive has done. I appreciate the amendments so far done. My only concern is advisory board. An advisor is an expert. And remember, the number of experts you want to advise the executive, to me, needs to be reviewed. That number is too big to be an advisory committee. You just need a little bit, 5. That will be enough for you. Then I'm just wondering, if an advisory board is advising the executive and the president is the secretary of the advisory board, it's conflict legally. So I'm sure the barristers here will tell you it can't work that way. An advisory board is an independent body giving expert advice for the organization to be able to grow. So those two, probably we need to improve on them. I will also wish to support that research training becomes timely short term, and now. And finally, I wish to propose IACAN is an entity where we have quality assurance experts, quality assurance enthusiasts, quality assurance practitioners. Now, when we get calls and you are told you are a member already and you're told you must be seconded by your university, you are a chapter member, you are an IACAN member, but for you to qualify to enter that particular training, your university must second you. So the question I have, where do we leave IACAN? Where do we leave chapters? Is it possible that all these collaborations give direct tickets to all chapter members to participate in these trainings and benefit? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There were some two more hands. Before we come back to Prof, there were some two more hands there. One, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I support the resolutions that you have presented to us. Just on advisory board. Yes, first let me say we don't have to redo the constitution again. We can always amend where it fits us. And that amendment for us to have an advisory board is good enough for us to move on. I will support the speaker who had just spoken before me and said this way. The president has already said that, we will not slide the executive into advisory. That would be very dangerous because, one, the executive may have underperformed. So what would they be going up there to advise the new? That is not possible. Yes, so you can't say you slide the people to be the executive. But the advisory board, yes, is important for us. And we may have to look into the experts we have in the House who have institutional memory on where we started, who speak to us. That's the advisory we are looking at all levels. And I'll also have another caveat. Anybody who is in that advisory board, we will also have to kind of vet them in this way. I am aware, you see, like the big team we have in front there. If we are told today, let's go and visit each of the institutions there to see how they have implemented quality matters, some will try to hide at the table, yet they are in the leadership of this. They'll hide. I'm not saying any, but I am telling you they will not agree because we have had this discussion for over like 20 years. The late Professor Nkunyaohu, I don't know he's happy with his spirit because we keep shifting. Before we are master of something, we shift to something. Like today, today discussion and yesterday discussions have disturbed me a little bit. A little bit, yes. I'm speaking from my heart because I'm like, there are very new things which are being introduced. Yet, quality assurance, which was the basis of this idea, seems not to be at its best in the universities. You can do research on that as you review your strategic plan, do a reflection and see there are institutions today where we do not have a trained quality. They even don't know what this quality assurance is about. There are very many in this institution. So what IUCA commissions, first of all, let's take this quality assurance first. practice it so that we are now all of us together, train ourselves to very many more members within the university so that then we can move to another one. We've not. We're only shifting, and we come for these meetings for a discussion. When we go back, we will go back to where we were. So in doing the next, in the strategic plan that we are looking at, there needs to be a good reflection based on data and also lessons learned and the gaps we have and we fill them. That's my point.
Thank you very much. Those are quite positive and suggestions that are given right from art, as she has said. Thank you. Prof, go ahead.
I may be offline, but I will try. I have one question, one observation. This is the first time I am participating in this quality assurance in East African universities. I think I had also the possibility one time in Uganda to participate training, something like that, related on this area. The quality of education, as the lady before me said, does not only reflect the quality per se itself. I miss, for example, maybe, and that's why I was saying I'm offline. There is no research commission within the research in the scientific field, in the programs the universities give. I don't see that. And that is research per se can contribute to improvement and the quality of education. That's the observation I want to make.
Maybe that should be now the last one, and then we agree on the resolutions. Who is typing the resolutions? Are you capturing them for us rapporteurs? Okay.
Yeah.
You want to, maybe as we finish, we can project and agree whether that is what we are resolving today. Go ahead, Prof.
Thank you, President. I think we need to really take a thorough thought of what the former president said. We might need to still go back to reviewing the Constitution wholesomely, because we are now 8 member countries. 8 times 3 is 24 years. That's what he was trying to say. Will people be waiting for 28 years for the rotation? So if that's not the case, perhaps we might also need to look into how we get our presidents in the future. Is it an open vote, or is it what? Because this circulation thing might not work. Otherwise, do we need to broaden the positions, that 2 vice presidents, 2 what? So that's what he was trying to say, so that we capture many things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. These are resolutions that we need to deliberate. Maybe that one for the years of the... I'm seeing from the floor, it's like we might need to revisit that resolution. We might need to revisit that. It was passed last year. I don't know whether we passed it while tired or what happened. Maybe Dr. Trevor, when a resolution is passed, what happens?
Members, there is the issue of technicalities. The 3 years term is within the Constitution. Are we together? The Constitution states that should be 2 years. Then the previous EXCOM proposed that 2 years is not enough. We are proposing 3 years so as to have the annual meeting, AGM, after 2 years because of financial saga. Then, President, under the AGM, we might approve this 3 years as an item isolated from the Constitution and allow the revamping of Constitution to proceed with the other elements. I don't see having 3 years, it is a long time, because people are from each country. Are we together? Any item discussed from Tanzania, we have country rep. From Sudan, we have a country rep. The matter now is how many years the president will be rotating. We need to have a trust of which. The 3 years from Kenya next year will be back to what? To Burundi, as we agreed. After Burundi, it will come the other country. So the matter here, Chair, is that we need now to agree that the item of, if you agree to have 3 years, fine, then we discuss the matter, the essence of forming 3 years by having annual AGM after 2 years. Those were 2 items were accompanied. That is the issue. If we don't agree these 3 years, then you are saying we will approve these 3 years after the whole constitution has been reviewed. Is it possible? It is just to discuss. That is the matter, Chair.
How do you want us to vote on this? Oh, it's all right, but I don't know. Maybe we need to put in our constitution. Once a resolution has been passed, how do we recall that resolution? I don't know. But you are the leaders, you are the owners of this association. I'm still torn between what the decisions are. I really don't want to open another discussion for that, because we will be here forever. We could, yes.
As I indicated, kindly, this was discussed and based on good reason, and even we contacted our founding father. Is there a Professor Mawa is not around? Yes, we consulted and we saw the realities of our ways of working.
Then why did you table that as a resolution to
now,
be voted?
what has not been kept in context, those resolutions were a result of expert outputs. And the deliverables were to review the strategy, to review the constitution, etc. So all those were, the expert reviewed the constitution, and actually this expert actually was paid by Obriel direct. So I think what went out of the context, the idea was that the new team will carry on and review the constitution so that and other things, and that the 3-year term duration is updated in the constitution.
Mr. President, my major issue is,
yes, please.
I was in that meeting. Why did we table that while you are president as a resolution if you are not agreed on it?
No, what?
Because it was voted in. I remember Professor Muruke of Dar es Salaam suggesting in the floor that instead of now voting that day, since we have passed a resolution to allow 3 years, can Dr. Banguma continue for 1 year?
Very
that
good.
was actually discussed.
Very good. So even someone in the room said, can the current team continue? I said it was unconstitutional because that resolution of extending to 3 years was in addition to constitutional review. So when they offered, I don't know whether the person was serious or he was, I told him, no, it is unconstitutional. We cannot for us continue. Let the new team, because they are going to review the constitution. And to be honest, the spirit was that the constitutional review will be done by this General Assembly. But we know the realities of this voluntary work. That's why, as I requested that we still go for the constitutional review, I again begged that we sustain, we accept, we let the team continue.
On what basis? You know,
based on the general, and that's what Dr. Tuiva now has guided, that we sustain that resolution out of the constitutional review, because we still, if we go ahead and say we go ahead for the full constitutional review. So for me, I have not even thought of it, because I know 1 year what happens. So just, you get me right, Mr. President. I know you were virtual. I don't know if you had attended throughout, but I understood actually, even in your remarks, I know you said when you spoke within 3 years. But for me, I knew the records were going to be.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Let us do this.
Thank you.
Because we might discuss until tomorrow. Let us vote to withdraw that resolution, because I have it as a resolution in the report that was given. First, we withdraw it. That's my suggestion. We vote to withdraw it, and then we continue with the 2 years as per the Constitution. Is that what we are saying? Because what is a resolution? A resolution guides the, once you pass it in the AGM, then it becomes part of your law, unless we want to change how institutions operate.
Mr. Chair.
Was part of the law that we say the Constitution be reviewed.
Yes.
So that's what we are saying. We are not saying that the 3 terms we don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
We want the Constitution to be reviewed so that, for example, take an example.
Yes.
If the election was to happen this year.
Yes.
And this president has to serve for 3 years.
Yeah.
And then we go for a meeting after 2 years. So the next meeting will be in 2026.
Yeah.
And thereafter it will be 2028.
Yes.
And this person will be finishing in 2027.
Yeah.
So what happens here? You see, that's why now we need a total overhaul of the Constitution so that we capture all those complexities. Because otherwise, in 2027, this person will be in power, but not constitutionally until 2020. So that's why we are saying if we go for the total constitutional review, we'll be able to capture those challenges.
I want you to speak on now, what are we, as we review, what are we standing on? Maybe speak on that.
I would like you to continue with the 3 years, but we also go for the constitutional review.
What would be the basis of us staying for 3 years?
The resolution of last year. We agreed and we voted for it.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I remember very well. Mr. Chair, I'm
Who is
here.
that? Okay.
I remember very well one of the reasons that made us to opt for the 3 years was especially on the financial side. Within 2 years, if you are changing the signatories, it becomes so hard. I remember very well. And so it was on that basis that even we decided to go for the 3 years. And then all of us even accepted that. So I don't know why we are going here and there and beating about the bush. So that is what I think. That's what we talked about. We talked about that changing the signatories are very, very hard because one is there, one is there, one is there. And so let's just go for the 3 years. And so that the other person who is coming will also be just try to learn from the one who was there. And I think that is what we talk about when we met over there.
Okay. I want to close this discussion, but then maybe let's hear from...
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to add to what Professor has just mentioned. I recall very well that one of the additional reasons why we went for the 3 years, the consultant who had been engaged from, I think, was it Egypt? They had done a very good job, and one of the recommendations they made was they moved to 3 years for the team to have time to learn the activities, but also help to do some work because 2 years was very short. So in addition to that resolution, we resolved and we voted that let us push it to 3 years. So we can still maintain the 3 years, but then we also go for the constitutional review where we are going to look at our constitution and see what do we need to amend given the fact that we have new membership on the forum. So we maintain the 3 years because we voted as the AGM last year. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Well guided. I think we can stop at Sister. Maybe the last one, so that we can close this discussion.
Chair, thank you so much. And members, thank you for your discussion. Chair, I think we are confusing two things. We are confusing the term with the Constitution. When we were in Bujumbura, I remember we took a resolution that the term should be 3 years. And now I don't understand how we are withdrawing it even before we implement it. That is number one. Number two, we are confusing it with the review of the Constitution. Let the review the Constitution, we suggested that let the Constitution be reviewed. If there is something we want to review again, let's go ahead and review it. But we shouldn't confuse two things. Now we are going to withdraw the resolution before we implement it, and the members were very satisfied with it, even as Edward has said the other time, according to that Egyptian consultant who was hired to assess the whole thing. So I am requesting, Chair, that we go ahead with the 3 years, which the resolution, we are not the ones to take the resolution. The resolution was taken from Bujumbura, and members who were in Bujumbura, you remember very well, and that we took that resolution. Let's give it a trial. I have heard the fear of the professor. I'm sitting here. The fear is that they are going to be 3 years, and we are saying that you sit the term, the members will be sitting once in 2 years. And after sitting, then what will the other year? But to me, if the Constitution is reviewed, that's not a big deal. I submit, Chair.
I think we can stop that discussion. Eh? Yeah, I can see we will take a lot of time. Let us just stop it. We will not vote. I think if it's the resolution that was passed, let's just run it. Let us review the Constitution, and then we see what happens. So, colleagues, I think I want to thank you for that. On the other issues, most of these issues that you posted were issues that are supposed to go to the resolutions of today, and therefore, apart from the ones that are going into the advisory board, the input that you have given on that, and I thank you for that, we could now, if you allow, have the resolutions that you have tabled projected. We look at them. If we need to make amendments, we amend them, and then we now run with those resolutions for the next 1 year. Is that acceptable? Thank you very much. I'll request the rapporteur, have you finished? Or you can just read them as we listen. Instead, you want them projected? Okay. I'm being told that we can give them a few minutes. They finish typing. And you can come and project for us. Or you want?
Let's just read, please.
You want to listen to those resolutions? I think they have not captured them in.
Good evening, members.
Good evening. Go ahead.
There are several resolutions. The first one is to consider a full EACAN constitution review or constitutional review. That's one. We have deliberated it quite exhaustively. Number two, advisory board. On advisory board, there was a resolution that membership to be reduced and to include a team of experts or eminent persons drawn from the best performing institutions. Are we in agreement? Number three.
We can discuss one by one and then we finish. How many are they?
There are 6.
6?
Yes.
Yeah.
To read.
Oh, to read?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Legally, the secretary should read. So, thank you very much for that guidance. Thank you very much. Rapporteur is capturing them for us. They are supposed to be presented by the Secretary General. Thank you for that. Secretary General, you can stand here with Secretary in case, the Treasurer, not Treasurer, but the Rapporteur, she will guide you.
Can we make a big font? Okay, thank you, members, and thank you for the correction. Resolution 1 that is captured, consider a full ICANN constitutional review. I think that has been discussed. Resolution 2 on the advisory board, membership to be reduced to include a team of experts, members who could be drawn from the best performing institutions, and I think it was members who have institutional memory of ICANN. Because you can come from a good institution and you have no memory of ICANN. Then we are trying to improve on that. Then 3, yes please. To improve on that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, reduce from what to what? It's not
Reduce
clear.
from, they say it reduced to at least 5 membership.
Okay.
5, 4, it should always be an odd number. 5 to get quorum. Then 3, to establish an ICANN structure that will facilitate the continuity of the ICANN activities, like developing guidelines, regulations, and policies. 4, collaborative quality assurance and research training to give opportunity to chapter and ICANN members. 5, deliberate capacity building for universities in the region on research, establish on research directorate, supervision, publishing and writable fundable proposals, and conducting research. That is 5. 6, universities implement the harmonized fees structure for the students in the region, allowing them to pay fees in local currency. Is there any other? So members, those were the 6 that the rapporteurs have captured. We have hands. Proforasa. Now am I the chair? President, come back and chair.
Okay, those are the ones that have been captured. We need now to either correct, delete, or even add. Prof.
Yeah. Thank you, President. I think the last one is not about us doing it, is about us advising the commissions to work on that, because we cannot really like force, let's say, Sokoine University of Agriculture to do what we are saying. So, but we advise the commission and IUCEA to follow up on that. Thank you.
Yeah, because any resolution that we are passing should be within our mandate. Yeah. Otherwise, if we say we pay fees in shillings, we cannot implement, but we can advise. Then, Sister, secondly.
Yes, Chair. I would like also to add a resolution from your presentation.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we need to resolve to have more webinars, because you mentioned it, and I think it would also help resolve the issue of the low membership, because if you engage us as members of IACAN, then it gives us even the right and the motivation to push for the payment of the subscription. But it becomes difficult for us to encourage our universities to pay when there's no benefit that is seen. So we need to resolve that we're going to have more webinars for our members of IACAN to touch very sensitive quality assurance matters, but also things that have come on board, like yesterday we had issues of AI. So if we can resolve to have more webinars, then we may see that even the subscription and the membership may be paid faster by the members. Thank you, Chair.
Sister, now you're on the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to talk about the last one. I think it is going to be a process, because there are so many stakeholders. Even if we give duty to the International Council of East Africa and our commissioners, they have got to involve so many other stakeholders. So please let us do what is in our mandate, but we can advise them or we can give them our request. Then number 2, it's about the advisory.
Are you suggesting we remove that?
It is not in our mandate. Yes, we remove it, but we'll just take it to the necessary people, but not in our resolutions, because it is not within our mandate.
The one for fees, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's a process long. You cannot enforce anything on any university.
Okay, that's okay.
Then number two, it was resolution number 2 about the term. I want that those people, those members, to declare the conflict of interest. That conflict of interest, I wanted to hear it from there.
Advisory board to declare.
They should not have conflict of interest. I don't know if you have understood me, Chairperson.
Yes, I'm getting you. I'm getting you, but now.
And I'm following the example which you gave us.
Yeah.
The very example which you gave us. So let that conflict of interest be in it if we, that's what I'm feeling anyway. That's what I'm feeling.
Thank you very much. Maybe Agnes, you can go ahead.
I didn't see the inclusion of the review of the strategic plan. You had suggested about the years for this to this, and it should capture that the plan should be informed by data.
Should be informed by data. Okay. Though the reviewers will definitely use data too. So do we need to guide them on how to do it? Okay. Okay. Maybe the last one before we hear the refreshed resolutions. The last one from Dr. Trevor.
Thank you, Chair. During paper presentations, there are some resolutions we are supposed to come out with. One of them was done by OPIO in terms of to consider or to rethink QA, to rethink on the relevance of higher education through curriculum review. Number 2, it was about the research agenda, of which already we have put there. Number last, which I took during the presentation, is that the QA to consider on the integration on the artificial intelligence in higher education through monitoring.
We consider integration of IA in
higher education through
curriculum review.
Yes. So artificial intelligence research, and another one is about, and the last one is on QA to engage on staff mobility on terms of quality aspects, QA aspects, yeah. Okay.
Okay, just to come in, there is the way they've tabled this one, ECAN to have more webinar series for the members on QA matters, AI, artificial intelligence, and emerging issues. So I think through webinar series, members will get to awareness and they'll handle that in their particular institutions and their curricula. That's how we are tabling it. If you have a better way, kindly advise.
May I, Chair?
Yes, go ahead. And I think we need now to think of how to stop and move on.
I'll just do a quick one, but I must declare that my dollars have not reached the treasurer, so am I even a member? Anyway, that aside, we are just wondering really what the mandate of IACAN is. And if you look at it, we are basically supposed to strengthen internal quality assurance mechanisms in universities.
Yeah.
Now, IACAN is a regional body. We have country chapters. I am not sure that IACAN can influence the countries. Maybe we can influence chapters so that chapters then work within the countries. I don't know, but that mean the things we are saying, you know, like now when we talk about, say, artificial intelligence or even fees, that is not even within our mandate to begin with. So if you listen to what Dr. Gashau said, we don't seem to be doing things that touch quality on the ground. And in my view, those are the kinds of resolutions we should be making. How can we, for example, take our country chapters to task concerning their roles in their countries? A lot of times when we go to universities to audit, I head the audit function. This is my DCS. So both of us, she's the head of standards and quality assurance. But I am in charge of the department that actually coordinates all of those things. And when we go to universities, a lot of times, we don't even see Kukan members anywhere near the audit. We can be there the whole week. If the Kukan member there is not the director quality assurance, we will not see them. So what are they playing any role? And that is why I'm saying let us be a little bit global as IACAN and make resolutions of things we will do to strengthen the country chapters, who then can have a voice through the commissions on even, for example, how do we decide who qualifies to be a director quality assurance in our universities? Is that something the country chapter can have a say on? So I'm just thinking we need to bring our feet back to the ground and make resolutions that are first within our mandate and doable. Thank you.
Do you have any suggestion on any?
No, not yet. But if I was given a little time, I might. No, but I have already said some things. For example, I said the country chapter can have a say in the requirements for a director quality assurance. So we can come up with a resolution that will help us, for example, can we come up with minimum ideas about who can be a director quality assurance and share those with the commission or the council?
Maybe advisory in our nature to advise the commission, because we cannot influence what universities, given the autonomy of universities and operations.
Right.
DCS, you have something?
Sorry, yeah. Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I'm speaking as an observer or I'm speaking from the commission, but if you would allow me to just say what, as a Commission for University Education, we are doing or what we tend to do, strengthening the internal quality assurance system. And I think this is where Kukan country, the IACAN can come in really strongly. Because of the reduced budgets and all that, we are planning to have a commission e-class or something like an e-platform. And this e-platform is to bring in a platform of sharing ideas, experiences. How do you do examination? What are the best practices? And I believe this is where the not Kukan, but those quality assurance networks can come in. The ICAN can also come in really strongly. And the long-term idea is to have modules developed. And these modules, we can have the quality assurance directors taking these modules. And the modules will be delivered by, like ICAN, the quality assurance framework in the various countries, with a certification to the various participants. And this will eventually strengthen our IQA systems in our universities. Looking at examination, that is just one, and the many other processes in the universities. Thank you. Thank you. That's just an example.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking at a resolution on strengthening the country chapters, cooperation with the regulatory authorities. I don't know how that can be done, but we can look at how do we strengthen our, there are countries that might not be working very closely with their, but we want to pass these resolutions. There is one on what? Collaboration, collaborative quality assurance and research training. Yeah, that captures that. Yeah, so it's actually number what? Yeah, it's in the resolutions. So maybe let's hear from the Secretary General the rephrased resolutions so that we can vote for them. And we did not adopt the finance report. So we need to hear proposals for adoption and also seconding.
Okay, let me have the opportunity to repeat the resolution. 1, consider a full ICAN constitutional review. 2, review the strategic plan for the years 2025, 26 to 29-30. On the advisory board membership to be reduced to 5, include a team of experts, members who have institutional memory and are to be drawn from the best performing institutions, or the members members should declare conflict of interest. 3, establish a ECAN structure that will facilitate the continuity of the ECAN activities, develop guidelines, regulations, and policies. 4, collaborate quality assurance and research training to give opportunity to country chapter and ECAN members. I think that is 6, deliberate capacity building for universities in the region on research, isn't that a repetition? On research establishment of research directorate, supervision, publishing, and writing fundable proposals and conducting research. 8, ECAN to have more webinar series for members on QA matters and emerging issues. That's where we are members.
Maybe online we need to check whether there are any suggestions.
You mean research related to regulations and policy making, as we are now discussing, or is also the real research, scientific research, which improves the quality of education of every institution involved?
It's research, not research which is directed towards a particular aspect. General research, yeah. So who is checking for us whether online there is any suggestion? Maybe let's hear from first the finance secretary and then we.
Just about the advisory board, it's mentioning selecting best performance. I think this is adding a lot of complications. How do we select the best performers? It's really hectic, and I think this should be removed from the decision. Thank you.
Yeah, best performance is a bit dangerous. Maybe Ronald, what is online?
There is Grace Patrick saying, how do you measure the best performing HLIS? Sorry, maybe I missed that. And then Grace has continued saying, regarding the review of the EACAN Constitution and Strategic Plan, we appreciate the Executive Committee's initiative to lead the process, which offers a cost-effective approach. However, to ensure inclusivity and encourage active participation from various stakeholders, I propose forming a select team. This team will conduct the review while the EC maintains an oversight role, ensuring alignment with organizational goals. The select team will provide regular updates to the EC and present the full recommendation to the AGM for broader approval. Grace has also continued saying, Mr. President, I fully support making resolutions that align the 8 objectives of EACAN as they directly relate to the organization's mandate and reinforce its mission as highlighted in her submission. Lastly, I propose the development of a continuous professional development CPD program or curriculum at the EACAN level to be implemented at the national level by national chapters with support from the EACAN and IUCEA. This initiative will enhance capacity building across member institutions and ensure alignment with regional quality standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are proposals from, is it Grace? Those are the only ones online. Only Grace online. There are others. Okay. So we will pick those and see how to capture them, because quite a number of them are proposals on how to better this. But there is that committee that she's suggesting. I think she's suggesting that we pick it from the floor. But maybe initially you can allow us first to drive the agenda, if you may, and then we pick those experts from the floor who can assist us doing that. Sister, I want you to propose the finance report or reject it before you. Finance report, we forgot to either. Just a minute. There.
Chair was not proposing for the finance, but there were two things which were not clear in the resolution, two resolutions.
Yes.
There is one resolution about capacity building, that IACAN will build, is going to be in charge of building capacities. I would prefer to hear that IACAN, in collaboration with the country chapters.
Okay.
Then there was another one which says that their policies, IACAN will be rating policies and regulations. Policies of what and to who and for who? There is something which is not clear about that, Chair. I submit, please.
Which one is this for? Oh, yeah. We noticed that when we came in as an executive, there were many loopholes on the guidelines on how to operate things. Some policies that should guide operations of the, and those are the structures that we are proposing. If you allow, we could draft a few, so that in case a board we leave, then seamlessly things operate. That's the proposal. It is actually in our functions. It's only that we have never actualized for the years that we've been. Maybe
Chair.
lastly,
Chair, just a comment here.
Where is that?
Since we are in Kenya, remember, after 6, whatever else we discuss will not be part of what we are doing. After 6. So you have to be careful.
Which act is that? And is it East African Act?
No.
Okay,
Kenya.
let's go
I'm
ahead.
talking about Kenya.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah.
We are East African.
Yes.
In that regard, I propose that we receive the finance report.
Yeah.
And through you, Chair, I wish to make the first comment
Yeah.
on the finance report. Thank you very much for the finance report. My only observation is that I looked at performance, how we have performed since last year, and that was great. Of course, we are not doing well in terms of collecting revenue from member universities. We need to work hard on that. And I know even us in the country chapters, we still have that challenge. So we might need to come up with strategies of ensuring that we collect the funds. The last one is a question. I know IACAN is a legal entity. And I want to ask whether we have subjected our finances to audit. Are we auditing our books of account? Are we making returns to the relevant? In Uganda, we have URA. If it is registered in Uganda, then we have to do so in Uganda. If it is in Kenya, it should be here. So if we are not doing that, I request that let us have a resolution that effective now, we start to subject our books of account for audit, and then we make returns to the URA or the one of Kenya where it is relevant, such that we keep within the law. I submit.
Thank you very much for receiving that, because the reason as to why I brought the finance report on board is that it can easily inform some of these resolutions that we are passing, and that's what he's suggesting. Of course, when you look at the Constitution, it's a must that books must be audited. Maybe, Amal, when did we last audit the books of accounts? I have not seen any audit report for last year or the other years. So we need to comply, as he's saying, and we will comply. We will subject them to an audit. In the next year, we will definitely give you a report of an auditor. Do you want to second?
Proposing that we mandate the committee to look for an auditing firm, because you have to look at firms that can audit.
What we do is that to cut down on costs, we have our registered auditors within our institutions. So we use their firms, we discuss with them and see whether we can. That's the one that you used last time when you audited lastly. They used, I think, auditors from which university? An auditor from a university in Uganda who is registered to cut down on cost, because if we go for the big ones, the cost might be very high. So we will look for a way of cutting down on cost, but leave it to us, we will decide. Yeah. So have you seconded the receiving of the report, finance report? Okay, thank you very much. Now, the resolutions we need to
we need the one who proposed, your name, and the seconder.
quality assurance in Kumba University. I proposed.
This is Uganda again.
I second the financial report. I'm Justin Kalisto Rasa from Tanzania.
Great, thank you very much. Then we can now approve the resolutions. Do you want them read again to you? No? Let's hear now who proposes that this becomes our resolution for this AGM. A proposer. Say your name.
I propose, Chair. My name is Tahia Nakazi from Uganda, Islamic University in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seconded by, and make sure that as you do that, you are a member who is up to date. If you are not up to date, kindly see the finance. My hand was this. Let's hear from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Professor Miriam Gishongwa.
Okay.
From Puea. I second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. That one has been taken now. Then members, I think now we need to get to the final stages of this AGM, and that is dissolution of the AGM. We will be picking, Professor, before we dissolve, I think you can't fail to say something now that you are here. Yeah, you could. Professor Mawa?
I was consulting whether the countries have already presented.
Oh, sorry.
Because you can't dissolve the
What?
AGM before you receive the reports of the countries.
Sorry. Reports of the countries. How did I oversee that? And I even gave you the I was dissolving. I thought it was getting towards chapters. Now let us now get to the chapters. And we are going to go as per the list that I gave. We start with Burundi. Burundi team, do you want to support your presenter? Or you come after she's done with it?
Thank you, President. Dr. Feruzi, would you please join me? Professor Miyoki Nzioki Paul, President of AYACAN, distinguished assembly, all protocol observed, good afternoon. Me talking to you, I am Rachel Akimana, and I'm Quality Assurance Director in the University of Burundi, and I'm going to present you a report on activities done by our forum. And this document was produced together with Dr. Feruzi Abdussalam, who is the deputy of the president of our forum. And I appreciate his presentation, his collaboration. Here, please, we have the outline of my presentation, and I will briefly give you an introduction to our Burundian Quality Assurance Network. I will present you the report based on our annual work plan, because we have an annual work plan. I will raise some challenges we face and give some solutions. And I will conclude. Please go to another one. FOBAC, it stands for Forum Burundais d'Assurance Qualité. It is in French. It has been created in 2015. We have a constitution. FOBAC members are head of queer cells. And when I say cells, it can be a department, it can be a directory, it can be their cells as full members. And the other queer practitioners are associated members. FOBAC has an executive committee, and we have an annual work plan. And the report is based on this annual work plan. We have the first column, the goals, the action, the expected outcomes, the deadline, and the situations. The first goal, it was the consolidation of governance, and the action to be undertaken in this area, it's the organization of General Assembly and meeting of the Executive Committee. And what we have already done, we organized one annual General Assembly and the 4 Executive Committee meetings. We expected one General Assembly in the 4, and we have already organized 2 General Assemblies and 2 Executive Committee meetings. The second goal is improve awareness about quality assurance matters within FOBAC members. And the action to undertake is to organize QA training sessions. And we expect to organize one presentation on QA matters during the General Assembly. It is still pending. And also to participate, the participation of our forum in QA training sessions, and the situation, you see that we participate in 3 sessions, training session, and organized by IUCA, and we are thankful to the organization. The other one. We also, in this, for this goal, we also want to organize capacity building through benchmarking. We want to do 3 site visits in higher education institutions, members of FOBAC. The deadline is December 2024. The action is still pending. We want to improve the visibility of our forum, and the action to undertake is to develop a website and to create social media account. The website, the objective is to have a website operational, and the website is under construction, and we are thankful to our Higher Education Commission, who has accepted to host our website. And we have also an X account functional. To improve the other objectives, to improve the last one, to improve the regional and the regional, to improve the regional and the international networking. This can be done by participating in the regional and the international meeting. The objective, the expected outcomes are to participate in 3 regional and international meetings. I think the situation is not very bad. We are participating in this EACAN forum. We've participated in Rafanak in Senegal, and also we've participated in Guinea conference this year. So, which kind of challenges we have? We have limited. We have problem of fundings and resources, and the solutions we propose to increase mobilization at the national and the regional level. We have shortage of members. We need sensitization. We still need more engagement of high education institution in the forum. And this can be done through sensitization. We still have insufficient skills, personal and languages barriers. And this can be done by training, by capacity building. And I'm going to conclude. By concluding, I would like to say that we appreciate the work done by our predecessors. Because when we begin as executive committee, we have a constitution, we have the structure there, so we didn't begin from scratch. And we appreciate the quality of collaboration we have with the Higher Education Commission Burundi. We are aware that we have much to do in order to make our forum more dynamic, but we are committed. Please pass to the last one, please. Thank you for your attention. And I invite you to visit Bujumbura, and this is like Tanganyika. Welcome again.
Questions will come afterwards. Let's have all the country chapters present.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, our senior members, Professor Mawa, dear colleagues. So this is the update from the Rwanda Higher Education Equality Assurance Network, and with me here are the three colleagues in person, and then we have a number of them virtual. So we will let you know where we are in terms of registration, because this was an update as of last year. And then we will show you how we are engaging with the QA practitioners, but also other stakeholders. And then capacity building, which is a core mandate of these networks, and the collaborations, and then the challenges with the future plans. So next please, yeah. So I am Dr. Baguma Abdallah. We are colleagues. I am happy to say that I am the incoming president of the Rwanda Higher Education Equality Assurance Chapter. And here we are, for memory, we are showing you the outgoing leadership team and then the incoming team. So as you will see, several members were in the former team, but also we are back in different positions. And with me here I have Dr. Shema is at the regional, you know him, Secretary of Finance, but he was also in the outgoing team as Finance Secretary. Then Dr. Judith, she is the new Secretary for Finance. And then we have Dr. Elizabeth. She's the Secretary, Equality Assurance Culture. So we did this for records. Next, please. So may you congratulate the outgoing and the incoming. So we are in the journey of completing our registration, but we thank so much the founding team of IACAN, because we are empowered by the regional, because we operate, basically because we are operationalizing a mandate at the region. So whatever happens, we are at that level. So I am glad to update that we have so far secured the local government districts in collaboration. This in terms of the recognition, because you must be registered in a district. And then last year we were supposed to resubmit our application because we submitted initially and there was feedback like any other application. So we did that in May, and we got feedback again, because when we submitted it coincided with the new law, governing NGOs. So we got minor feedback. It's not a big problem, and we have already implemented that, and we are going to submit on 20th. This is what we have agreed. Next, please. Yeah, so this is the evidence, Mr. President, Professor Nzochi, and Professor Mawa, because I know we are saying we audit our institutions. If you start auditing us, our self-assessments, they have to be. So this is our evidence that we have been registered in our host district. And this is the feedback that we got from the Rwanda Governance Board. They acknowledged our application, and they requested us to align. There was some just minor alignment in terms of how they categorize projects, what they refer to different areas of operation. So there's nothing substantive like our statutes actually. Our statutes there's nothing that was questioned. So we are happy that this one was not a major feedback. We continue, please. So we are continuing to engage our members. We intentionally used engagement because as of now, our members, we don't have like a formal that this is membership, because we are not yet operationalizing what should be the membership for all the active status. We are all founding members. Even our team, we consider ourselves as establishment team continuing. So we are doing this, and how we are doing it is to make sure our members attend the IUCA events and trainings. So far, this has happened, the 5th court. We had a number of members, we attended the online, and then you had the in-person session. We had Dr. Elizabeth, she came from Kigali, and then Jean Dodier, who is online. And he's now the vice president, the incoming vice president. So you see there are some credit transfers here and there. So, and then IACAN also, we participated in the first webinar. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We look forward to having a calendar of these webinars, a calendar. It may not happen, but we have a calendar. Because also at the chapter, we want to do the same. So, and this in Rwanda, in line with what I have heard that the ICA is going to coordinate TVET. In Rwanda, our regulatory body for higher education also regulates both general higher education and TVET. So all these, the membership, we are both from general higher education and TVET. That's how the law has defined our universities. I don't know in other countries how do you define that, but for us, the law has referred to it as general higher education, the traditional higher education institutions, and then the polytechnic, okay, at bachelor's degree level, and diploma higher education, they are TVET. So we are doing that. We continue. Now, the previous slide, you can see there's no data there. We were supposed to confirm numbers. I think we needed them from the IUCA. I don't know how many have participated from Rwanda in those trainings. We will be tracking those so that we know how many. We will work with you to keep continuously document them. So these are the meetings that we've had. The other one you see there, this one was in line with HEC. Higher Education Council Rwanda has been always demanding, you people, you have to work. I was going to say that you have to do more. No, we have to work. So whenever they have an event, they give us space. So we always use HEC events. So there we were in Musanze. HEC had organized a training on use of guidelines for on guidelines and assessment tools for virtual learning environment. So we also used that opportunity. We met as QA practitioners and we deliberated on the network matters. And then this one was a hybrid meeting. We should have added that photograph of the virtual participants. Please, my colleague, let's do it that next time. So we have 2 photographs for the in person and then those who were virtual. Continue. So the involvement of national QA activities, that's what I've just shared, that we align, we leverage the Hague events. But moving forward, we will also have our own events and we'll invite them instead. We continue. Then the capacity building. Now, in line with the establishment of the EACAN, our members, they have been active in applying for funding for multiplication, trainings, and it's happening. They have won and they have organized trainings in Rwanda in person and virtual, as you can see there. And even these trainings, we have had senior members in the QA fraternity, and among them, Professor Mawa was one of the facilitators as a mentor, and also the other colleague he is from Germany. So these are QA practitioners. Then there is an update that I don't think we were going to write here, but one of them, Dr. Lilian Mutes, she's now a member of parliament. Yes, she's now a member of parliament. Then another one, I don't know if Professor Mawa, you are now aware, Professor Penina, you are now aware? She's now going to go to the Senate, because the Senate has higher education senators, one from the public and then the other one from the private, and she's the only candidate. So you can see QA practitioners. We are going everywhere. So let's go to the next one. So this one is in line of us benefiting from the outcomes of this forum. Yesterday I heard there is a lot of money. No need of saying no money, but we should work for it. That's the message this man, he was called though. He really made me feel so. We complain that there is no money, there is money. What we are not doing is to work to get to access it. Do you want me to finish? Because yesterday that man used one trick. He kept on asking, do I finish? Do I finish? And he was telling him continue. Then Ruakan support and networking. So support to Ruakan. So this one we have done that by keeping good working relation with our guarantors, the University of Rwanda as a host. As per the law in Rwanda, you have to indicate where your offices are. The University of Rwanda so far has given us offices, but also the Higher Education Council, as I said earlier, they keep reminding us you have to work. I don't want to say that they are saying us you have to do more. We need to work. Then networking platforms. Of course, WhatsApp is doing great. We are there, we communicate. And even for your information, though we have a new team, we have agreed we are keeping one group. There is no one who has left. So we are adding just new members in the executive. The same WhatsApp group, we are going to continuously, if it was for the executive, it is the same, because there's nothing that all we need is people to be available to work. But of course, guided by our statute, which indicates the role of the QA, quality secretary, finance, etc. So those are our ways of working, and by November, inshallah, God willing, we'll have our website. So the areas for improvement is always written as challenges. So the workload, this is a reality. The QA practitioners, we are at the center of the products of our universities, academic programs, ensuring we retain the license. We are at the center, if it was an industry and there's someone who's responsible before this beer gets out or soda, we are there. So managing, balancing is really an issue. People need to do what? People need to have time for that. So this is difficult. This is a challenge, and we want to continuously find a way of making it, of mitigating it.
Summarize.
And then the chapter is yet to have members registered as paid up members. So currently I talk to it. Our financial report, we do report on the funds, but we only get these contributions to implement certain activities. I think that is the future plans. I won't read everything. It's just to mitigate some of the key. We didn't write everything. Yeah, but only number 3, that's what I want to focus on with members, encourage proposal writing to solicit funding from various stakeholders. And then the rest, they are in line of taking forward what I've already updated on. And I think the final one is thank you. Kindly? Yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rwanda. We need to take 5 minutes, maximum of 10, so that we can leave this place in good time. We are moving on now to Tanzania. Oh, great.
I will have 4 slides, so you don't need to worry. I only have 4 slides. Oh, 4 slides. I'm trying to catch up with technology.
Use the mic, it's there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I said I only have, these are 2 CAF members. This person is in the EXCOM. He was the former secretary. He's a member. She's a member, and fortunately, she's also the vice president, and I'm the president. Second slide. So 2 CAF, those are the achievements. So I'm not going to stories. Those are our achievements. We had 2 meetings of the ESCOM. We sent out invoices so that we can attract funds, but they did not come. Conducted a 2 days QA workshop in May. We held our AGM. But during that AGM, we presented to the people the troubles we are going through, this voluntary work. And volunteers came up and we formed 3 task forces. One of them is going to review the TUCAF constitution. The other one is going to develop fundable proposals. And the other one is going to do our strategic plan and financial regulations. So those will be done on voluntary basis. But we continued communication with our commission, TCU, and we have plans with them to have a joint workshop in the near future. But we also sensitized our members to join the Association of African Universities workshop. But our members have continued to work in quality assurance in the higher learning institutions. Membership is now at 47 at the institutional level and then 68 at the individual level. And we are now wanting to expand our collaboration with the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. But also we need to meet the Committee of Vice Chancellors and Provosts to sell our ideas and buy their buy-in, but also the National Council for Technical Education Activity, which deals with the polytechnics. But we are also planning a training workshop for QA officers with TCU, and we are in the process of improving our website. But as I said, we are also going to review our constitution, and next year I will be leaving the office and letting Gen Z and the millennials take over, perhaps, if they wish so, because they could better take the institution to another level. So next May, we'll be doing our elections. Challenges, as everybody else, financial and human resource. We are doing on voluntary basis. But the other problem is high turnover. Today this person is a director, tomorrow is a principal, tomorrow is a member of parliament. So people are changing here and there, and that disturbs the system. Our future plans, we plan to meet the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and also the executive secretary of NACTIVATE, but also expect to submit the proposals to various stakeholders who might be willing to support us. But we also want to make sure that we have the strategic plan for TUCAF, and also we need to have financial regulations which will be guiding the resources that will be coming to the association. But we also plan to use the gurus and those people with institutional memory when it comes to QA to train newly recruited quality assurance officers. And asante, that's the end.
Thank you very much. You have really saved us a lot of time. Thank you, Tanzania. From Tanzania, we're getting to Uganda. Uganda. Yeah, we are doing 5 minutes. I know Ugandans, you do it in style. Let's go ahead. Who is presenting the report? Or the president? Okay. Oh. Let's connect. Let's connect and present. You are smart. Yeah. Yeah. But you forgot your DVC. Yeah. He needs to be in uniform as the others. Next time. We give him the flag. Yes. Okay, let's continue as president.
All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. On my own behalf and on behalf of WUCWAF, who are standing here, we want to thank you so much to be available to listen to our report. First of all, I want to thank the WUCWAF members who are here from different universities. Thank you for taking this time off. We also want to remember our members who have left us. They have gone to the Lord, and they have done a wonderful job to see that we are here. We take 1 minute and we pray for them. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you so much. So the one presenting the report is Sister Maria Goretti from Kyambogo University, the current president. Members, these are some of the members who are in WUCWAF. Those are some universities, but on the whole, we are 48 members, university members. That is our Vurugo. That's how we started. We started with Professor Mawa, who's our founding president, and Good Enough is here, please. Can you give him a clap? We have got our second president who has relocated to Canada, but she's in touch. Dr. Rita Makumbi, I'm the president. You can see Uganda and where our offices are there, where you see our logo down there at the map of Uganda. Those are the executive of WUCWAF. Executive, please wave. So what is WUCWAF? WUCWAF, those are Ugandan University Quality Assurance Forum. But these are institutions of higher learning and any other degree awarding. We have got like 3 or 4 awarding institutions, which are recognized by National Council of Higher Education, conforming to standards of education and aligned by one voice, common voice, togetherness, unity, understanding, mutual, and common ideology. So members, when you see us standing here, we have one voice. This, with the name and status of our university, it is registered as organization, and according to the laws of the Republic of Uganda, where our office is, that is where our headquarters are, in Kampala, capital city of the Republic of Uganda, and the offices are hosted in Kyambogo University. Kyambogo University has given us a whole big building. So when you come next year, you come and members, we have got our vision, we have got our mission. You can see it. Our vision is to promote efficient planning as you read it. Our mission is to strengthen, consolidate, and maintain total quality assurance as you read it. Our goal is to establish and maintain quality standards in Uganda universities as you see it. And our aim is to establish a network of quality assurance coordinators, but to enhance quality assurance in education. Those are our pillars, members: innovation, integrity, networking, and sustainability. WUCAF has got objectives, members. There are many objectives, but to share experiences, number 1, to promote awareness, to build capacity, to share expertise, monitor implementation of quality assurance, mobilize resources, mentor quality assurance officers, and carry out research. Those are our mandate, members: to promote quality assurance, support programs, to have capacity building, policy advocacy, continuous improvement, accurate information, collaboration, and networking. One thing I've found, members, we really need to have accurate information. Even when you ask for simple information, you will not get it. So it is very important that we get accurate information in our offices. These are our week of achievement, members. I'm not going to read them all, but you can read. Members, I want to thank you who are standing here and our people back in Uganda. There is somebody who said that we don't work from down, but the WUCAF is on the ground. They really work from the ground. And we have done all those, and we are doing it, especially capacity building. We have even started training, webinar training. All those are achievements. Individuals, those were group achievements, but these are individual achievements, but still our people, our members in WUCAF. And because of WUCAF, we have attained charters for 3 universities: African Rural University, Renewal University, and the quality assurance officer is here. Please wave. And we congratulate you. There is Clark International University and Mutesa Royal University, because of working together and supporting each other. Capacity building by WUCAF member universities. You can see members. You can read. And members, we have already have our annual general meeting. We had it on 23rd to 24th, some of those pictures, and 68 WUCAF members and 35 member universities participated in this training. And I think it was a success. Those are our future plans for WUCAF members. Especially the last but one bullet, turning WUCAF into Uganda Quality Assurance Forum. Not only for universities, we are negotiating with the government. We want to take over the quality in the whole education of Uganda, if you pray for us. Those are priority areas, members: capacity building of quality assurance officers, promoting research. We need really to publish. There is one of the members said they don't know about us. They don't know who we are. But I think the country chapters, we have to do a little bit. We have to learn a little bit more. And we need, number 6, to establish WUCWAF Secretariat. Sometimes the volunteers, there's somewhere where you need somebody to be there. Those are our challenges. Inadequate funding. Members, if we had enough money, we would be doing a lot more. But somebody said that there is a lot of money, but sometimes this money comes with the strings attached. And you cannot do what you want to do. So much as there is money, but you have to be careful. Then the promotion of key officers is good. But you know, it disturbs, it breaks the routines, because they are promoted like the president of Rwanda has said. They are promoted in many good positions, but for us in quality assurance, it is a challenge because we have to keep training and training. And also we need to do research. We need to publish. We need to share. And the lack of permanent staff, I tell you, there are sometimes you need to have somebody permanent in the office. Appreciation and partnership of WUCWAF, those are our partners, but at the same time we appreciate you. Inter-University Council of Africa, please clap for Inter-University Council of Africa. Thank you so much for making it possible for us to be here. Because we are networking, we are sharing, thank you so much, and all other stakeholders who have made it possible for us to be here. And we want to thank all those members. You have made us who we are by sharing with you. Members, I want to finish with John Rusky's condition, which says that quality is never an accident. It is not. You cannot pick it from where. Anywhere, you have to work for it. It's always a result of high intention, sincere effort, high intelligence, and skillful execution. We have to work. So we have to work, members. We cannot pick quality. So members, thank you for your attention, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, delegates from Uganda. My SG. They're still pausing. Thank you very much.
Chair, can I take this opportunity to thank our first founding president, Dr. Ma. Please, Dr. Ma, stand up so that members can clap for you. Stand up for recognition.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's hear now from South Sudan. South Sudan, it's your turn. We will do the pictures later because of time, eh? Yeah. South Sudan. Uganda was having a deputy vice chancellor in the team. Two of them. Two deputy vice chancellors in the team. Congratulations. Thank you. We're happy. Now, South Sudan, yeah, I'm being told it's from Kampala University and IUIU. South Sudan has a VC. Just clap for the VC. Yeah. Yeah, so VC, we are not taking it for granted. Thank you very much for finding time to be with us. South Sudan, continue now. Okay, we want to connect, but you can continue as he connects.
Now, for the interest of time, I would just say all the protocol observed. Yes. Now, what I want to share with you is just a background of how South Sudan chapter came about. South Sudan chapter came during the 12th East African Quality Assurance Network, which was held in Bujumbura in 2023 on 4th to 9th. And it was during that forum that the current team, IECAN team, was elected. So we actually requested for a slot, to be given a slot, and it was granted by the former president. And then we were given a condition to send in the representative within 30 days. So we went back to our country And then we approached the minister to convince, to lobby that this is the current situation. We presented the idea to the minister and he accepted. He appreciated the idea, but he noted that that thing will take some time because for you to have a national chapter, quality assurance chapter, you need to have the national quality assurance framework. That will be a foundation for you now to operate, because you cannot have a chapter without a quality assurance framework. So that's why I say it will take some time, because you must go and convince the Council of Ministers, because this is actually on the highest level, that this committee, a steering committee, will be formed to work on the national quality assurance framework. That should be done also alongside other, policies which were not there, including what was mentioned here before, that South Sudan doesn't have qualification framework. So the minister actually convenes the Council of Ministers and established 4 committees, one for quality assurance framework, and the other one for qualification framework, the other one for student support, the other one for the research. For the countries in the region, I think they have all that, but we didn't have. So he said for you to operate very well, you must have that foundation. So that is the background. So just go ahead, please. No? So these are the current efforts, the process which are actually going on. The idea was accepted and appreciated by the minister. The 6th team who went to Bujumbura actually work on the constitution, the draft constitution. That constitution is just there waiting for formalization. We are given a go-ahead now to establish the chapter. The constitution will be formalized. Then the logo has been designed. Please go down a little bit so that I can show them the logo. No, down. This is the logo. And we agree that it should be called SUKAN. That is South Sudan Quality Assurance Network. Ours is going to be a network. So this is the logo. So logo is actually ready. We're just waiting to be given a go-ahead. Go ahead. No? Yes. So the logo has been designed. The minister has already established a committee to work on South Sudan Quality Assurance Network. That was on March. The document will be ready this month. It will be ready this month, which means next, maybe on October, we shall have the chapter fully functional. And we are going to report that. The National Council for Higher Education will implement that document. It will be a National Council document. It will be that document that the National Council use to oversee the operations of the universities. And the chapter will be fully established once the document is approved. Go ahead. These are some of achievements which we have made. The chapter has interim country representative, and I'm the country representative. That is an achievement. Then the 6-member team agreed on the name of the chapter as SUKAN. You can see the logo there. We consider that as an achievement. Quality assurance awareness has increased. It has actually increased. Previously, we were having only 3 members as members of IUCA, but now the number has increased from 3 to 7. The number has increased to 7. Those same universities are also members of IACAN, and they are also meeting their obligations. And the Directorate of QA Quality Assurance in these universities are working on internal quality assurance policies, because this is a new awareness, and for you to start, you must start with a policy. You don't just go and get the information as, start the implementation process. You can be questioned even by the teachers who are being evaluated by the student on what basis. So we must have a policy for us to start operating. So they are now working on the policies, despite the fact that we were already having no rules and regulations, which are also parts of quality assurance. Go ahead. So these are the challenges we are facing. We don't have a fully functional constitution. This makes it very hard to solicit partnership and support. But when we have actually a constitution, it will be very, very easy for us to convince others to support us, to conduct training, and to do even more awareness. QA directors lack trainings, and I think it has been mentioned by other presenters. They lack training on how to establish and implement QA guidelines and procedures. Most QA directors lack support at the level of the universities due to some constraints. You can see now I'm the one who is here, plus the VCs. This is something connected to financial constraint. Otherwise, you would have seen the number just like the same Uganda has done. Opportunities, you can go ahead. These are some of the opportunities. The ICA has exposed some of QA directors from member universities to internal quality assurance training so far. One of them is one of them, plus those who have not attended this occasion or this conference. ACA 3 and German Academic Exchange Services are coming in with internal quality assurance training support. This month, beginning 12th this month, 2 of our members are among 134 participants taken from around something countries in East Africa. So 2 of our members are part of this training, and it will begin on 12th of this month. So this is the support, 13 countries. We are among the 37 participants from the 13 countries. So 2 of our members are there. So this is exactly opportunity. We see it as opportunity. And then IACAN is also planning to have internal quality assurance training session with South Sudan QA directors in forthcoming month. This is a plan in progress. And if it happens either through a virtual poem or physical in-person training, we will appreciate that. Then, through ICA Staff Mobility Program, member universities are able to receive staff who have experience in teaching, research, accreditation, and curriculum review. My university is one of the university who has received a lecturer from Rwanda alongside other universities, and he came and shared his experience with us. So that one is actually a benefit. As we continue to do that, I think we can benefit from the experience of those who have experience in teaching, in research, and also accreditation process, because it is good to have the knowledge of accreditation, of the program, review of the curriculum. So I appreciate what the IUCA is actually doing. That one is an opportunity. Then future plan, which is the last part. We expect to have a regular training of QA practitioners that can be done through support of either IUCA or IACAN, plus our own self. That one, we can do it when we have a fully functional constitution, because I know we can solicit partnership and support and conduct some of the training among ourselves. Then preparation of QA operation manuals. Actually, we are working on this. It will be ready. Once the constitution is ready, the manual will also be ready. More QA awareness through meetings, workshops, and seminars. It's a work in progress. Then develop website and other social media platform for communication, for publicity. Yeah, for us to be known, we have to have a website and other social media for publicity. I think this is the last part, and I'll say that thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, South Sudan. Thank you. We appreciate your report. Do you have DRC? We recognize that we are in the process of setting our chapter. Do you have DRC with us? Okay. Somalia? Somalia, we are also in the process of setting up that chapter, so we will support you to do that. Yeah, next year we must get a report from Somalia. Now let's hear from the host nation, Kenya. Where is the president? Or the vice president? I'm sure you are leading the delegation. Dr. Somba, you are leading the delegation, so take up the floor.
The last presenter left some money for us, and we are Kenyans. 500 shillings, whoever was here, ameangusha 500 shillings, mara ya kwanza. So, ilikuwa hapa. So, pick it from the president. Yeah, check your pockets very well. Good evening. I would like to present the QCAN report. We will maintain the protocols that were established this morning. Briefly, I'll introduce the members. Members of the executive, please put hand up. So we have Dr. Sister Jacqueline Alari. She's the Secretary General. Then we have Professor Miriam. She's a member. Then Jane Mugo, she's a treasurer. Then Mukirai is a member. Then the rest are members of QCAN. And we also have two board members, sorry. We have the IACAN president, who is treasurer of the QCAN board. As we are told, Kenya has a board that helps the executive. Then we have Dr. Agnes, also a member of the board. Then we have a representative from CUE. I don't know if there are two. Yeah, there are two. Yeah, there are two. We have Madam Kisaka, Jones. Then Madam Eunice. Then who has not been introduced? Yeah, just say your name. Okay. Okay, next. John Kisilu from Nairobi, or National Defense University. Yeah, thank you very much. Next. Professor Agnes, yes. So yeah, Professor Mary Wahome, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. I think we have all been introduced. So we have a brief report from QCAN. I'm Dr. Anton Somba, the Vice President. Our President is held up somewhere. He could not make it. So let's go to the first slide. So this is a summary. So we have grown since last year. Our membership has increased. We have been able to keep up with our objectives. We have had several collaborations that we have established with CUE, DAD, IACAN, and other local universities, and also with the Association of Kenyan Academic Registrars, what we call ARUC. We have several achievements. One, the membership has grown from 144 to 187 since our last meeting last year. Then, you're too fast. You're too fast. Yeah, then, yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. So we have 43 new members who have joined since last year. Okay, next slide. Then on capacity building, we have continued to build the capacity of our members. We have had quality assurance second webinar. That was last year, 20th September. That was facilitated by Professor Dashmin from Aga Khan University. We also trained 200 Kibabii University lecturers last year between this year, between 22nd and the 24th May. Then we also did a training for the University of Multimedia in June. And in those training, we took them through CBC, then internal quality assurance, use of ICT, and other relevant topics. Then on research and consultancy, members have continued to actively champion quality assurance matters through research conferences, conference presentations, and consultancy activities, nationally, regionally, and continentally. Then on branding and outreach, the number of QA ethicists and practitioners has increased and expanded. The quality profile of the network has also grown, attracting national, regional, and continental recognition. We have the chair of the board, who is now ambassador. Yeah, Professor Anne Nangulu, she is an ambassador. The others who have been promoted in other places within the country and outside the country. Then on challenges, just like another chapter, there are financial challenges. Then there's also a high turnover of members, where we have some new QA members who are not trained as quality assurance coordinators. Then we also have dominant members, dormant individual membership, people who became members a long time ago, but they never pay for the annual subscription. We also have slow institutional membership. Right now we have the most active, there are 4 this year, there are 4. Next slide, please. Then on future activities, we want to strengthen our collaboration within the University Council of East Africa, CUE, and among other bodies on quality assurance matters. We also want to hold the chapter AGM in November this year. Then recommendation, we want to request IACAN to continue tapping into the chapter's rich quality profile in future activities. We have peer reviewers within us. We have consultancies in different areas within higher education. Then we also want to have further collaboration among IACAN in the University Council of East Africa, and that to provide dedicated training opportunities to members of the chapters on quality research, supervision of postgraduate, and other relevant topics that are of interest to the members. With that summarized report, we want to wish you all the best as we continue with this conference. Thank you very much. Okay, we want to, before we sit down, we just want to make a simple announcement, but very important. One of our members is stand, I don't know how many years. She's celebrating her birthday today. Sister Jacqueline Alari. So we can say, we can wish her a happy birthday.
To you, happy birthday, dear sister.
In Kenya we pour water, but there is no cake.
To you. To you. Wow.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Those are the submissions from the chapters. Yes, there is one hand.
I think it was clear. Because no, what I wanted to say was, every institution in Somalia, every university has its own quality assurance unit. For example, the university which I represented had formed this quality assurance unit in 2016. What is under under formation is the National Quality Assurance Unit of Somalia. That's what I want to make clear.
Yeah, we were consulting a bit with the professor here. And as you know, tomorrow, thank you very much, chapters, for your reports. We might not need to react on them because we don't have time. They are good reports. We are seeing progress. And this is an indication that as a network, we are really growing. We appreciate your time in making sure that the chapters are well organized and strengthened. Of course, we know that this is voluntary assignment. It is voluntary assignment. So to me, I would even would like to, I don't know what to say, but to congratulate and thank those of us who have decided to lead, because it takes a lot of our time to lead. Sometimes you might be sitting to write a proposal, yet you are required to have a meeting from 8 o'clock to, you see, so it's a contribution. So leaders, we thank you for that. Tomorrow we have the high-level delegates meeting. It's starting tomorrow. VCs have started arriving this evening. And for that reason, we'll be meeting here. We want to reserve these front tables for our vice chancellors tomorrow. So from, I think, here, all the front tables. So when you come, just take from the second row onwards. So the vice chancellors who are sitting at the back, this will be your position, and deputy vice chancellors. So that is the announcement that I wanted to make. As I invite Professor Mawa, before we dissolve, to make concluding remarks as I wait to close and dissolve the AGM.
Let's give the president a round of applause first before he dissolves the. Thank you very much, President, for steering the 12th Annual General Assembly of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network. And I want to take this opportunity on behalf of IUCA to thank IACAN executives for the services of the year, and to thank the country chapters for the work that you are doing. I really want to commend the work that is taking place at the country level, and that's where really quality assurance, internal quality assurance should be taking place, at the country level and at the institutional level. I want to commend South Sudan. Just 1 year. I'm not saying I'm not commending and appreciating other, but 1 year. This is what they have done, and I believe in 5 years they will do very great. That is the spirit. That is the spirit. Somalia, we expect that even in 1 year you will do greater than what South Sudan has done in 1 year. That is the spirit. It's not competition. We learn from each other, we benchmark from each other, and we grow as we network among ourselves. I can only be very proud as the founding president of IACAN. The family is growing. The children are increasing. No family planning. I expect that next year we shall be bigger than this, and we should be preparing for bigger and bigger annual events as this. So the challenge has been given to you yesterday about benchmarking, about quality assurance mobility, and I feel sad at IUCA when I get the report from the exchange and the linkages office that no quality assurance officer or practitioner has applied to move to another institution or to host another person. I feel sad. I feel sad. Why? Because we pushed for the resolution that the mobility program should include mobility of QA experts. And we made sure that the executive committee of IUCA approved that. Now I'm waiting for the implementation, my brothers and sisters. I want to see mobility in QA. Burundi should be able to come and benchmark from universities in Uganda and with the Ugandan chapter equally. And since we're in Uganda, when you are coming to do your exchange in Uganda, please don't forget to have the exchange at IUCA too. I will give you an example. That gentleman at the back there, Dr. Mvumbi, from Malawi, he made a benchmark visit to Uganda, and he managed to visit almost 4 key institutions. He visited university, Nkumba University. He visited Makerere University. He visited, and we hosted him at IUCA and took him through and shared with him what we are doing. And then he visited also one of the universities in Nairobi and so on. That's the kind of the spirit we want to see. All the way from Malawi, exchanging with East Africa. But within East Africa, we are not exchanging, and that is something that we need to work on. So colleagues, I want to thank you very much. As the President has announced, tomorrow our high-level dialogue will take place. The Vice Chancellors, the commissions and the councils will be here fully represented. Our resolutions of this forum will be presented to them so that they can take it up at the national level and make sure that they are implemented at the national level. This is the kind of dialogue we want to have so that we can influence policy at the national level and at the regional level. From the side of IUCA, we are requesting that the resolutions and the proceeding of this forum are presented to us, and we shall take through our process. We present to the Quality Assurance Committee of IUCA and to the Executive Board, so that the Executive Board may direct IUCA Secretariat to implement certain actions that have been decided by your resolution. That is how the resolution of exchange of QA came about. It was from IACAN, and when we received, we presented to the Quality Assurance Committee and to the Executive Committee. And the Executive Committee directed IUCA Secretary to ensure that exchange of QA expert is done. We are waiting for that implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let's appreciate Professor in a better manner. Professor, thanks a lot. When we are in your presence, we learn a lot, and we keep on learning from your experience. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you're giving us. Colleagues, now we are coming to the end of the AGM. We have deliberated, we have approved, discussed, and approved resolutions that we are going to present tomorrow to the high-level dialogue colleagues that are coming in. And therefore, we, as the executive, we are assuring you that we will meet your expectations given the support that you need to give us. Of course, that is not coming in as a condition. Even without the support, we will still meet. But we don't expect the support not to come. So those of us who have not renewed their membership, you need to see Dr. Shema. Shema, you can stand. That is Dr. Shema. Kindly see him so that you can renew your subscription. By the powers that have been given to me by Article 10 of the General Assembly functions and powers, I declare the 12th IACAN General Assembly hereby dissolved. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Yeah, enjoy your evening. Let's meet tomorrow.
Recording stopped.
I'm being told that there are some of us who have Kenya shillings and you are wondering how you pay. We can still convert and you pay your membership. You can still convert and we pay your membership. We will look at the conversion rate and then we